How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Hello, 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 hi. Who's here? Well, let's see. Quisby, name. Zach the Lit, Killer Merch, SUs, Murray Mon, name again. Looking in with Victor B. How's everybody doing tonight? How are all of you? That music was a little intense, huh? Sheesh, you know? We just need to chill out a little bit. You know? Anyway. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the show. Welcome, 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 welcome. My name is CinderBlocksally. Tonight we shall be looking at your homebrew that you have so graciously shared with us tonight. Now, we've got some new people. I'm seeing questions in the chat. People wondering about why we do the things we do, how we do the things we do, etc., etc. So, let's do a little refresher. Let's start it up with a little refresher. Do we need some, like, good refresher music? Should we do something, you know what we should do? Here. We need something like sentiment. I should have had this set up already. We need something, like, sentimental and, like, you know, hopeful. Guys, you know, why do we write homebrew? Some people might say we're writing homebrew because we want to change the game. We want to be writers. We want to be game designers. We want to be people that can create, but we might not have the tools to do it in other settings, or we might really be attracted to the utter limitlessness there is in the world of Dungeons and Dragons. So, what are we doing here? Well, here, what we're doing is we are reviewing your homebrew. Why? Because we want to improve. We want our writing to improve. And some of us want our writing to be so good that other random people on the internet might use it. Strangers. People that you would have never met. People want their writing to be good enough that you don't need to explain it. It explains itself. And not only does it explain itself, it works. And not only does it work, it improves the game. It's like a toy that someone wants to use. That's really what we're striving for here, is we're trying to make cooler toys for our friends. That being said, I think that just because it's a sort of playful pursuit doesn't mean it can't be a noble one. So, I am a very harsh critic. I am a very harsh critic. And I am going to hold you to standards that you might not be holding yourself to as you're writing. And that's okay. But I don't want you to be upset with me when I tell you why something doesn't work in the game, or why something is a little bit odd, or needs clarification, or feels disconnected. It's not because it doesn't feel disconnected for you. It might not even feel disconnected for your table. But in my opinion, it might feel disconnected if thrown out into the ether. And if we can make our work so good that by just throwing it out into the ether, anyone could use it and love it, that's pretty friggin' cool, you know? So that's what we're doing here today. So I'm going to be kind of mean sometimes, seeming, but I'm not actually mean. I just want you to grow and be better. Now, to speak to that, people were asked, I'm doing good, Joe. How you doing? Oh, chat hit me for a second. So to speak to that for a second, I have my window fan. It's not in the window, so it's just on my chair. You see that? See my window fan? It's a little peek behind the curtain of Cinder. So, what was I saying? What were we talking about? What's going on? What are we doing? What's happening tonight? What year is it? Did I post in all the places what we're talking about? Oh, May versus Can. I did actually want to explain that. I was going to just be like, fuck it, let's jump in. But no. I can explain May versus Can. So people ask me a lot about why I say you shouldn't use the word may in your D&D writing in most situations. And the main reason is that may is used when you have a choice whether or not you have the ability to do something, basically. It's a little bit of an odd situation. A good way to think about it is anytime you have an ability in D&D where, like, you know, action surge, as an action, you can take 2 actions on your turn. Second wind, as a bonus action, you can regain this many hit points. It's not as a bonus action, you may regain this many hit points. So anytime you are talking about something, a character or a monster or a person has the ability to do a thing, where they're getting the access to do a thing. So for example, you can punch something's nose so it goes into space. You can use this ability 3 times per long rest or whatever. Those are all the times you're going to be using can. When you're going to be using may is when basically in situations where the dungeon master and or player can decide whether or not to engage with the rules in a different way. For example, I'm pretty sure the wish spell has the word may in it. It might actually not, but like the idea is like this is going to happen this way. However, the dungeon master may decide to do this, or this. That's usually when it comes up. But the truth of the matter is, if you're not sure, you should just use the word can because it works. The other reason why I make a big deal out of it is it gets you thinking more actively about the way you are forming your sentences, not just so that they are clear to me, but so that they are written in the D&D language, that they are written in the right tone and the right cadence so that they feel like you're reading D&D writing. That's important for 2 reasons. 1, it makes you come off as a little bit more professional. So if anyone's reading your stuff, it's going to feel like it's D&D writing very quickly. It's not going to pull you out. You don't want the person that's reading your homebrew to be thinking, this doesn't sound like it was written professionally. They might not need to think it was written professionally. That doesn't really matter. But for them to be like, oh, there's a lot of mistakes here, or oh, this feels weird. Even if it's just this feels weird, that's often enough to make them decide maybe this isn't for me. And we want people to not feel like our writing is weird. We want it to be smooth and like butter. The other reason is that D&D language is sort of like a different language than English. And depending on the words you use, it can have a pretty big impact on the mechanics of the game. So the more you lean into being very precise with your language, not only will you improve as a writer, but you will improve as a game designer because you'll get more in tune with the way that D&D is written. I go back and forth on these live streams with how much I critique grammar because at the end of the day, I am more interested in talking about mechanics. But if you make a lot of grammatical mistakes, or if you make them to the point where it's hard for me to read what you're writing, I'll probably bring it up. Is that clear enough? Can we start the show? Chat. Destiny, what's up? Melipona, what's up? Let's get on with the row. All right. You guys want to see the cool new intro? All right, first of all, everyone get ready. Take a deep breath. It's about to get fucking hectic. We've been calm for a couple minutes. It's about to get fucking hectic. Take a deep breath. Welcome. Okay, so we're here. You guys are chilling. But there is one little thing that we need to go over first. So everybody just get your volume on your computer in a place where I'm not going to blow your ears out. But I have a new intro song for you. You ready? You ready for the new intro song? Are you ready? I need to say somebody say they're ready. Chat's not that delayed. Okay, bet. I see a bet. That counts. All right, ready? All right, I love you. See you in a minute. On a cold night. I was muted. I was saying all sorts of stuff. I didn't even realize it. I know. I'm so dumb. I was saying that we're gonna my little top head. I can use it to express different feelings. So like if I'm like a little like but we're starting with dark top head. That's the tone we're starting with tonight. Cinder's real voice reveal. You'll never hear my real voice. You wouldn't like it. It would hurt your ears. Okay. I finally filled the rectangle. Yeah, I know. Guys, we're improving step by step, day by day. There's a song there, isn't there? All right. You guys want to let's spin the wheel. I did want to say something. What did I want to say? I don't remember. All right. Anyway, welcome to the show. Oh, this is what I wanted to say. I'm going to be doing more streams this week than normal. So, the next thing, I'm going to be streaming another homebrew session, a homebrew review session on Thursday. So if any of you are YouTube members or patrons, then you can access that. And at least some of you are YouTube members that don't realize you are, because people were gifting memberships last stream. So you might find yourself being a member now, which means you get access to the member stream, which is cool. Everyone can watch it, but only members can submit stuff. But the other thing is that on oh my God, where's my brain? On Wednesday afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's going to be a lot earlier than our normal streams. I am going to be doing another D&D hotline where I will be on stream, and then you will be able to call in and talk about D&D stuff or whatever. So if you want to talk to me about your D&D woes and trials and tribulations, or ask advice about campaigns or even homebrew stuff, Wednesday afternoon, I'm going to be streaming, and it's just going to be calling in all day. And if no one calls in, then I'm going to write some homebrew. But I'm hoping people will call in, because I don't want to write homebrew. It feels like work, right? I just want to read it. I'm going to be the lazy man. You know? Pretty decent sized wheel today. I think we had 76 submissions, maybe 78. I forget exactly. Heavy the Mondo was the last one. Yeah, Yeah, I gotta move you guys so I can see chat better. Give me 1 second. Where are you, chat? Yeah, I really dig the hotline streams. They're really fun. Wait, let me see if I'm also gonna see if Pat wants to come on. He might not. He might be busy tonight. Let me see. Yo, no pressure, but if you wanna hop on stream tonight, let me know. Okay, he'll let me know. Let's check out what Reaver made. Starting off with the Revenator. Let's see. Should probably make it so I can see what's happening in OBS, just so I'm not completely hindering you guys from seeing stuff. What are all these? It's garbage. Too many MCs, just not enough mics. There we go. Why is your message so fat? Make it skinnier. There we go. Oh, we started so hype, and then we have this little fucking annoying part that I do. I'm so funny. Hey, Cinder, this is my first 5e homebrew. Fuck yeah. It's the idea of this wizard subclass. A wizard subclass! Guys, we never, ever get wizard we never get wizard subclasses. Oh, I'm excited. We actually, that's true. We've got a couple, but they've all been Portal. All of them. The idea of this wizard subclass is a self-taught mad inventor vibe for a wizard who does potions and spells on the cheap. Also kind of leaning into the idea of a witch, sometimes being a wizard who never went to school and found their own way of doing things around the cauldron. My biggest worry is that the lot of words for various features that may not really do that much. Ooh, that is a good worry to have. Your thoughts on the additions to the class as a whole are appreciated. The second page is just a quick reference summary of the potion-specific crafting rules. You can skim if you want. I'm going to be honest, I probably won't. But I might. If it seems pertinent to giving you an accurate review, I will. All right, I'm going to give you a piece of formatting feedback first. Actually, let's just move some of this stuff around a little bit. A piece of formatting feedback. You don't want any of your words to get, if they're dark, you want to move this part up, because the word cunning craftwork is starting to fade into the picture, and it's a little off looking. And it was literally the first thing my brain noticed, and it's the first thing many people's brain will notice. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but it's one of those, like, if you care about formatting, that's a thing to think about. All right, let's see. The Hedge Mage. Any hesitate to admit money and magic have close ties in the wizarding world. Spellbooks, tuition, components. Guys, I'm getting burpy and we haven't even started yet. The Hedge Mage, also known as the Hedge Wizard, which or a range of similar titles, is a magical practitioner of wizardry who bypassed formal training, learning informally through humbler trades and without the specialized resources of their peers. What they master instead is a special, don't use the word, you're using the word special too much. Don't use the word, a special bond between themselves and a mystic familiar who acts as an assistant and repository of their own magical learning. That's cool. And a great deal of improvising magic in unusual ways. All right, this is a lot. Let's see what we're working with here. What does chat think so far? Chat's like, ooh, this sounds awesome flavor-wise. Sounds pretty interesting. You thought it was going to be a reflavored artificer, but this is a cool angle. Yeah. All right, let's see if they can follow through. Humble origins. At second level, choose one of the following tools: alchemist supplies, brewer's supplies, or cooking utensils. The choice becomes your hedge tools, and you gain proficiency in these tools. If you already have this tool proficiency, gain proficiency in another artisan's tool, okay? They can act as your component pouch. You can learn or copy spells with the ritual tag, even if they are not wizard spells on your list. That's a pretty big deal. You can learn any ritual spell. That's pretty big. You are able to craft magic potions with your tools. This includes health potions. And there's a crafting system? Okay. I am not going to look at the crafting system, because I don't. That's kind of its whole own thing. And I will say, at a quick glance, it looks pretty strong. It does not look crazy strong, but it does look pretty strong, which is not bad, but just worth pointing out. But let's see what else we get. We get at second level, you always know the find familiar. I'm gonna say something actually. I feel like this is gonna say we're gonna read this, but this already doesn't feel like a hedge mage to me. The flavor text of this kind of wizard, this doesn't feel like that. I think that the assumed connection between you brew things and you have a familiar that does things with magic with you, and that being a hedge mage is off. I feel like that is much closer to a witch, but I don't agree with that as a hedge mage vibe, personally. Let's see what find familiar does. A spell familiar. You always know the find familiar spell. Without it counting towards the spells you have prepared. And while casting using your hedge mage tools needs only 10 minutes and no additional material. So you basically get free, find familiar. The creature you summon is your spell familiar. Okay, let's see. They have the same intelligence score and language as you. They act as a repository for magic knowledge, like a spellbook. Wait, does that mean they count? If you mean that they count as your spellbook, you need to literally say they count as your spellbook. Don't fucking do this. Change it, make it say can. You can treat any reference in the rules to interacting with your spellbook as communing with or talking to your familiar. Okay. I otherwise follow the normal rules for spellbooks. You can use a spellbook if desired. I'm not sure why this is in its own little box. If these seem pretty important. This should just be in regular text, not in a little box. Your spell familiar is able to copy new spells to be known for you by studying them for 1 hour per spell level, foregoing the usual gold cost in their memory. If your spell familiar is dismissed or destroyed, the spells known are... okay, so basically, so what does this actually give you? So what are we actually getting at 2nd level? No, we're not stopping at May anymore, but I will say it makes me go to Harsh Judge immediately. It makes me go from... If you chose hard for Diablo, it immediately takes you to hell or whatever, Inferno, the highest tier. Okay, so what is this actually doing at 2nd level? It also does give me permission not to finish a piece if I think that you can just have other stuff to work. It doesn't matter. Okay, so basically you get the ability to craft potions. You get access to all ritual spells. You get Find Familiar for free. And it's smarter than a normal Find Familiar, and it can copy spells for free. I don't know. I'm not feeling the vibe. Like, what is it? If you boiled all of it down to what is this actually giving you at 2nd level, it's giving you crafting options and some free and free spells. Like, is that a hedge mage? I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, this seems like the familiar patron warlock more. It does kind of seem like your familiar is your patron a little bit, but I think that it's more that they're just doing the work for you. Yeah, I guess my question for you as the author, and maybe you as chat can decide this for yourselves too. This is doing a lot of things, but it's not building a feeling of a thing. Don't most wizards get a non-spell related ability like Portent or Abjuration Wizard? So there isn't a correct... You don't have to follow the rules, but the normal way that things happen is wizards get an easier way of learning certain types of spells and a unique thing, or they get a unique way of interacting with spells and a unique thing. This gets a hodgepodge of things that all kind of do both, but I do feel like it's too many things for it not to feel like it has a vibe, and I'm not feeling the vibe. So, to me, that makes me feel like things probably should change. That I think that things can be cut, almost certainly, and I think that it's important to think about, like, what do we want this to feel like? Because right now, what it feels like at 2nd level is a wizard that can cast spells without the gold cost. And if that's what you're trying to build, then I think there's easier ways to write that, but that's what it feels like right now. What's this doing that the scribe wizard isn't? The scribe wizard still has to pay for... The scribe wizard can learn spells much more quickly, but this I think functions fairly differently than that. Although there is the similar thing of the moving flying spellbook for sure. Not sure I follow this at all, and honestly, it's thematically a bit undefined and kind of haphazard. It is. That's what I mean, where it's like a little all over the place. And my main thing that I'm gonna say is that this person said it was their first homebrew, and a lot of the time when we're writing homebrew and we're starting, we have an idea that we want to strive for, and then as we start working towards that idea, it changes and twists and sort of becomes something different, but we still keep striving for that first idea, and it kind of mushes together into a thing that is no longer a thing because it's too many different kinds of things. And that, I almost get the vibe of that here. I want to keep reading, but I almost get the vibe of that here, where it's like, they had this cool idea for a hedge mage, and then they got really excited by the familiar, and then they were like, how can we mush all this stuff together? But I don't think they gave the familiar enough unique things to make it feel distinct, and I feel like all of these features I don't feel like they add up cohesively. Like, if you compare this to the Scribe Wizard, which gets something similar to this, where they get like 4 or 5 little features that are all tied to their writing quill, those, they feel, I don't know, they feel a little bit more cohesive. I think part of it also, for me, is that one feature requires a whole page, and that is not something I particularly know how I feel about just yet. All right, let me read the level 6 feature. Cunning Crafts Work. At 6th level, you can use your hedge tools to master even greater concoctions, magic or otherwise. You double your proficiency bonus when using your hedge tools. Okay. Your hedge tools can substitute for any expensive material component that is not consumed up to 100 gold pieces per wizard level in value. You still need to know. So that means if you're level 5, you can cast a spell that costs 500 gold for free. I think that's what that means. You still need to know the required designs of specific items, planes of existence, etc. You can use your hedge tools to brew 2 identical potions as fast as you could create one at 10th level 3, at 14th level 4. Huh. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure. I'm still struggling to find, like, the gameplay loop. I guess you're making lots of potions. I don't mind a single feature taking a page. Battlemaster gets a page for their maneuvers. Well, to be fair, each one of those features is several sentences. Isn't Revivify a ritual? So free Revivify. Revivify is not a ritual. So one thing that I will say... Actually, no, never mind. Ignore that. I was going to say something separate. I do think that some of these don't quite fit the theme, but another subclass with a different flavor would be excellent for those abilities. Yeah, I think the problem is that I'm not buying into these core features. And this is just, we're just expanding on the core features that are things that I don't buy into. Like, I'm not feeling the connection of the everything's cheap. I think what they're trying to do is, it's like you're a wizard that learned to cast spells in ways that they don't require component costs, so you can cast them for free. But I don't agree. I don't feel like you've done a good enough job making it feel like you're doing anything unique other than just getting to cast the spells for free. Like it would be different if there was a way that it would be different if it was like you can cast spells that cost the component cost for free, but they change in a certain way or something like that. But this is they're just free. So it doesn't really feel like you figured out ways to make them cheap. It just feels like they just don't cost you something. Almost like magically they don't cost you something, you know? It feels like this much of a fixation on reducing the cost of spells to 0 is a result of having an experience with a huge roadblock during play. Maybe. A 15th level hedge mage can cast shape change repeatedly without paying for it. Cast spells for cheap, but now you're wild magic. Yeah, something like that could be interesting. But it doubles the proficiency bonus when they are used when the wizard reaches level 10. Let's read level 10. By 10th level, you can choose any spell you cast to originate from your spell's familiar's location instead of your own, as long as they remain in telepathic communication with you. I'm pretty sure that's how Find Familiar works anyway. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. That's just the Warlock Familiar. If your spell familiar is reduced to 0, You may, fuck you, don't say may. You may use an action to reach for them to reappear within 5 feet of you with 1 hit point. You must finish a shorter. Okay, so you just get your familiar comes back if they die. I don't really feel like that's enough because you can just get your familiar back by casting a first level spell. Right? Like, this is just the first level spell slot. So I feel like I would want something more superior familiar. This would be a good place to add new abilities to the familiar to make them feel distinct and make them stand out and have, like, if you really want to lean into it being having a familiar, I think that could be totally cool. But this is a good way. This is a good place to do that. Let me look at Imbued Brew at 14th level. At the end of a short rest, working on a special brew with your hedge tools, you may cast Stop Saying May. You may cast a spell that would normally target one or more individual creatures. The magic of this spell is imbued into your brew, which may be portioned out as you see fit. When consumed, the spell cast into the brew then targets the creatures as if you had cast the spell on them directly. This is so confusing. What are you trying to say? If the multiple creatures consume some of the brew, it affects up to the normal amount. What is happening? Chat, can you explain what this feature is supposed to be to me? Because they're using the word may wrong. I literally gave a 5-minute speech at the beginning of stream about it. Anyone else can clarify it. Anyone else can clarify it. I'm done clarifying it. I got nothing else to say about it. At this point, if you don't want to figure it out yourself, you're just going to have to pay the price. Let me get Patrick in here. Hey!
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Welcome to stream.
Hello, stream. It's good to be here.
You're catching us at the end of this subclass. Did you read this 14th level ability?
I have been here for a hot minute, so I've caught most of this. But I am trying. I'm sitting here puzzling over the 14th level ability. I think it's a way to multicast.
Yeah, but why is it talking about brews? Is it multicasting through potions?
Yeah, I think the idea is the magic of your spell is imbued into your brew, which again, I think brew is like in reference to part of the crafting system that you haven't read.
Yeah.
Which fine. And then when consumed, like basically the idea is I think you're putting a spell, and I can't for the life of me think of like a good wizard buff spell that this seems to be for, but like you're putting a buff spell into a potion that gives you like a potion casting of that buff spell.
I mean, wizards get a lot of buff spells. Haste, polymorph.
I wasn't saying they don't get them. I just genuinely couldn't think of any at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Also, hey, Jesus Brandiscus Monster Koala the Wizard. Welcome to the pretty cool gang.
Yo.
So here's what I'm gonna say. I feel like you took the idea of a potion crafting wizard, the idea of a wizard that has a relationship with their familiar, where their familiar holds their magic, and then the idea of a hedge mage and tried to smash them together. And I don't feel like those things smash together well, and it is making this feel very disjointed and makes it feel like it's missing things in some places and overblown in others. That's kind of all. That's my main feedback. I would say if you want this to include all 3 of those ideas, you need to way simplify those ideas, and they should have and really focus their goals and have them work towards a singular goal. Way simplified. Those are my thoughts.
I also just you've mentioned hedge maze several times.
Hedge mage.
Yeah. As a thing that you seem to have some understanding of what it's supposed to feel like, and I'm wondering if you got that from flavor that I missed at the top, or
I just scrolled up to the top of the page, but yeah. So basically they want this to be like a self-taught wizard. A wizard who is not a specialist, who did not go to specialist school, but who learned things on their own.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I definitely don't get that from this, right? Like, And again, I don't think that like a self-taught wizard wouldn't necessarily not have a familiar that helps them remember spells, and wouldn't necessarily not be able to imbue spell into potions. These things are all fine for a self-taught wizard. They're just not selling the fiction.
Yeah.
These features are not features that
There's
are
no core. There's no.
means.
Where's the tent pole?
Yeah, exactly.
All
There you go.
right.
I agree.
Boom. Thank you very much, Reaver. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause in chat for Reaver. First time submitter. Wah wah wee wah. Also, Pat, I have a new thing. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Look, I can go like bloop. Now I'm that face up top. Bloop. Now I'm that.
Well, that's fun.
We'll be me with a spider now for a little bit.
Amazing. Terrifying.
Yeah. How's your weekend going, buddy?
Good. We just made cookies.
Cookies?
Yeah.
God damn it, I want some cookies.
Well, come hang out. We'll make cookies.
I know. We talked about it. Okay, JTB. Classic JTB.
Yeah. Always in here with the acronyms, initialisms.
Dude, this guy with his friggin' acronyms. Hey, this is my first brew that I've shared outside of my direct friends. Cool. I'm so burpy already, Pat. I'm sorry. I wanted to make a subclass based on a stage magician. I think the flavoring is strong, and I'm unsure about the balancing on the features. I haven't gotten much feedback and would like more eyes on it. Pat, you keep getting here for things that I feel like are perfect for you.
Yeah, it's I exist in harmony with the universe in that way.
Let's check out this stage magician. So what subclass was this again? What is this for? Did they mention?
Oh, it has to be Bard.
Let's see. It gets a 3rd level feature, a 9th level feature, a 13th, and it's a rogue. It's a rogue.
It's a rogue. All right, spicy. I'm here for it.
Right? 3rd. What else goes from 3rd to 9th? I think it's just rogue.
I think it's just rogue. Maybe monk, but I don't think it's monk.
No, monk has 6. Monks get 6.
Yep. You are correct. You are correct.
Did I post it in chat? I did.
Rogue.
All right, chat, I posted it in chat. You guys can find it. Descending from a line of circus performers, magicians practice a style of combat full of tricks and deceit that look like magic. So it's not real magic. It's trade magic.
I like that.
Able to masquerade as
sure.
simple street performers. Their unique way of fighting is a show, a dance, a death sentence all in one. Enrapture your foes. That feels like, is that the right word there? Enrapture your foes in a deadly performance that only ends when one side's blades fall. That's a pretty solid flavor text. I like that flavor text.
Good. Also, yeah, enrapture is exactly right. It's got a weird positive connotation. Enrapture is usually like for joy, but that's kind of what's happening here. Right? You're like, you're killing them very quietly and without them noticing.
Yeah, okay. Sup, Arcane Phoenix? Sup, Michael? All right, let's see.
Howdy, Michael.
So we have some DCs. Our DCs for our special things are also based on decks. Now, I'm going to say something here. There's nothing wrong with that, but normally when you have a unique DC, especially on a rogue for like special features, it's going to be tied to something like charisma or intelligence. That's usually how that's done. You don't have to do that, but the more single attribute dependent you make something, you have to keep that in mind with your balancing. So it's almost like if you chose to make this DC based on charisma instead of dexterity, you would have more room to make those features stronger. Does that make sense? I don't know.
It does, but Cinder, I'm going to go ahead and put some chips on the table here in a weird wager.
Sure.
I think that this would be, without having read anything but the professional DC, I think this would have been a stronger subclass from this is a rogue perspective if you had made the vast majority of what you're probably gearing up to use professional DC for contested sleight of hand check.
As opposed to a save DC at all?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Rogues sometimes get save DCs, but they are so all about their skills, especially
the
with
problem with this though is that if you give yourself expertise in your, you can very easily just completely like over. It'll be very swingy in your favor.
I think that's reasonable, and so you'd have to take that into account for balance. But I think that there's a trick missed here a little bit on like what makes a rogue feel like a rogue. And sleight of hand is something that is both very stage magic and also really feels like a rogue. So something to think about.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at these features. Magic Wand. At 3rd level, you gain the most important tool in a magician's arsenal, or at least the most well-known. You gain a Magic Wand. A Magic Wand is a magic weapon that with the light and finesse property that deals 1d8 bludgeoning damage. That's a heavy magic weapon. I feel like that's a lot.
Easy.
I feel like it should do less than 1d8 damage. Additionally, out of combat, the wand can make objects completely within a 5-foot square invisible for 1 minute after tapping them twice. So if you want this wand to do multiple things like this is where you start to do like bullet point stuff. So you'd be like, the wand counts as a magic weapon with a light and finesse property that deals 1d8 bludgeoning damage. And then I would put a paragraph. In addition, and also out of combat is not you need to put action economy here. So tapping the wand twice, like what does that mean? So what you'd want to say is, in addition, as an action, you can tap twice. You can tap in, I would say something like, you can tap a mundane object that isn't being worn or carried within 5 feet of you twice and have that object become invisible for 1 minute. Something like that. But you need to include action economy, etc. If your magic wand is lost, and also, you need to put some, I would also say you probably need to put some pretty big stipulations on the limitations of that. Like, how many objects can you have invisible at a time? Can you move them around when they're invisible? There's if you want to give somebody the ability to turn things invisible, I get the vibe, but you need to fill in the parameters around that, because just being able to turn an infinite amount of things invisible by tapping on it, and like every turn running on turning things invisible, and anything at all that's an object that's within a 5-foot square is pretty strong.
I have so many thoughts already. Do we want to get through the rest of this before we get into sense making?
Wait, I want to say, yeah, I don't care. We can do either. I'm happy to do whatever. If you got a thought, I want to say, what is it? Somebody said something. Let's see. Thank you for the 10, Jesus. Chat's been funny for you? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it's been funny. On the Hedge last part, I had some input, but you're past it, though. I am past it, though. It sounds like a flask to hand around based on the spell effects times creatures upcasted haste potions. Are you talking about the 14th level? Yeah. Regardless of what their intention was, it doesn't matter. It needs to. It was unclear to enough people that it needs to be. I would say it needs to be simplified and toned down, because I wasn't able to get through it. But thank you for your thoughts. That might very well be what they were intending to mean, is a flask.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk through this one. If you want to talk about this first.
I mean, my initial thought here, I've got several. One, rogues almost always get a sneak attack feature at 3rd level. Mm-hmm. If you're going to depart from that, you've got to be doing something that
they are getting a 2nd, 3rd level feature.
I may have read ahead, but
okay.
I think that it's important to consider centering the sneak attack feature sort of right up front, because that is the core rogue loop, and there's like a reason why that's usually brandished at 3rd level. It's obviously not a rule, but it's a tendency that I don't think I've ever seen successfully subverted. The other thing is that I'm getting a little bit more stuck on than just noticing is that I feel a type of way about, like, you're a stage magician, your professional DC is your dex. We're focusing on like the sleight of hand style of magic. And then you just get a magic wand that is actually magic, a thing that many rogues don't get. Certainly not until they find them out in the world. And
that's a really good point.
Turn shit invisible, right? I feel like that's a really good plot already.
That's actually a really good point. The entire thing is this build up to you are a non-magical magician. First thing you get is, here's your magic. That is a really good point. Yeah. That is a really, really good point. Yeah, I agree. What is it? At 13th level, when you strike an enemy with a magic wand, you can teleport them up to. Yeah. So this, I would say, first of all, I would just
straight up just magic.
Yeah. First of all, that's just straight up just magic. Also, I'm going to be honest, I would just drop that feature. I don't think that is a solid feature. I think that could work if you just made that the 13th level feature, maybe, but I wouldn't set it out here by itself as a part of the other one. Magician's Gloves. At 3rd level, a specially tailored pair of gloves just for you. You can add your dex modifier to any proficiency, deception, and animal handling you check that involves your hand. Additionally, you gain the following features. Wow, yeah, somebody said this is leaning into dex, leaning into you only need dex. It really is. Any weapon you throw returns to your hand in a puff of smoke after you throw them. Any weapon with the light property gains the thrown property for you with a range of 20-60. You learn the spell Find Familiar and can cast it as a ritual. Okay, so 2 big things. The one Patrick already said. We don't really have a sneak attack feature here, and it's pretty much every rogue does. I could see an argument for but you get thrown bounce back weapons, and like, okay, I accept. I'm gonna say 2 things. One, this doesn't feel like a magician. This feels like a person that actually does magic. Like, just that. Even this feature, too. Everything that we're getting here is just straight up magic. So I think that maybe I need to recalibrate what I'm judging this thing on. Because if I read it as you are a magician that just does magic, if I read it as you're a magician that doesn't do magic, and then you're just getting magic, that's all I'm going to have to say. Thieves don't get sneak attack feature. That's true, but that object interaction feature ties into their core combat loop in a way that directly can be a big part of impacting sneak attack. But yes, that is true. They do not get a sneak attack feature. I feel like... Also, we don't need to talk about the thief, but the thief is fantastic if you have a dungeon master that understands how to play with a thief. My first thought here is I feel like I can see what the goal is. Like, they want to be able to, you make it disappear, you poof things, I have a magic pet. Like, you're giving them access to all of the trope things that a magician can do, but I worry that you are... I worry that if you don't build a mechanic for it that doesn't feel magical, it really pulls away from that magic thing. The other thing is, I think you're just giving it too much. Like, let's look at all the things we get here. We get a magic weapon, which is not a small deal at 3rd level.
Huge at 3rd level.
We get a magic weapon. We can turn things invisible. And we can teleport things around.
Like a 1st level wizard feature.
Yeah, and we can teleport things around. Those are all big
things, yeah.
We also
and you get Find Familiar.
We also get Find Familiar. We also get everything as a thrown weapon. We also can use our dex for performance, deception, and animal handling. So we essentially get extra proficiencies, extra bonuses for 3 other whole stats. So we're getting a combination of like 6 things, maybe 5 if you don't count this 13. But that's just too many features. So I think that you need to cut down on these a lot. I would probably, if I were you, I would probably not do the extra dex for performance, deception, and animal handling. I probably would not do that. And I probably would try to come up with something that isn't the magic wand. I think the idea of being able to throw anything that's a light weapon is really cool. I feel like Find Familiar really makes a lot of sense, but I feel like those are the strongest things that you're working with at this level that feels like it hits home. If you want to keep the magic wand and you're like, oh, I love the magic wand, you just need to really tone it down. This should be probably a D6 or a D4. So, it's not a club, it's a stick. And you need serious limitations that are clear, both in terms of timing, action economy, concentration, that sort of thing, on the turning things invisible.
Yeah, I would definitely say that mechanically that's the bare minimum. Thematically, it still leaves a little bit to be desired. And just to sort of hammer that point home, all of these things in various ways are things that certain wizards can get access to or versions of, right? Like, there are wizards that can already do conjuration, genuine conjuration magic, right? There are certainly wizards get Find Familiar. The thrown weapon stuff, not so much, and I think that's probably the strongest point here. But, like, if I wanted to be a wizard, why wouldn't I just be a wizard? They get that and a bunch of other stuff, right? Like, we're not leaning into sneak attack. We're not leaning into roguery here. And we're just kind of giving me light wizard features. It just doesn't feel like it's connecting for me.
Yeah. All right, let's go to number 9. Somebody said they wonder if he was going for Jack from Now You See Me. Maybe they were. Excellent, best film ever made. Second only to Now You Don't, the sequel.
Cinder.
Yes.
Don't look now, but we have 69 viewers.
Oh, here, let me. Hey guys, what's up? What's up, nerds? How's it going? 69, eh? Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. What's up? You guys think you're cool? You're not that cool. Lex Luthor's on my chest. Look at him looking all mean. You know?
Brutal.
Okay. Are we good? Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Did I acknowledge it enough?
I think so. Chat got a good round in.
Oh boy, chat got a round in?
Yeah.
All right, we gotta let's get.
Crispy Giraffe says, "My guess is this seems magical, but isn't bit was just flavor." And I think that like that's
who said
a piece. Crispy Giraffe. I think that a piece should be its flavor, right? Like to say something's just flavor and then to discount how the mechanic should be selling that flavor, I think does a disservice to how good this core concept could be, right? Because like the flavor was really good, and then the mechanics are a little at odds with that in a way that I think the author could stand to resolve.
Yeah, seems mad if you your present your flavor shouldn't just be flavor. Like it should be what the point is. Okay, let's look at from under my hat. At 9th level, for your thirst. Oh, I said thirst. For your thirst. Sorry, I was thinking about 69. At 9th level, for your first trick, surprise everyone with just how many things you can pull out from your hat. Whenever you use your cunning action feature, brandish a container or cover such as a bag, hat, or cloak to call forth some lovely... Okay, wait. Whenever you use your cunning action feature and brandish a... Okay, so as you... Basically, as a bonus action, you can interact with a bag, hat, cloak to call forth... or cloak to call forth a lovely assistance to aid in combat. After they fulfill their chosen effect, they melt into flowers and blow away. Yeah, so this is just straight up magic, boy. Okay, so you at 9th level, you can use a bonus action to summon doves, rabbits, or elephants. And you can do this feature 3 times. We can do this feature proficiency bonus times per long rest. Doves. When I disengage as a... Okay, no. So this is not a separate cunning action. This does things on top of your cunning actions. So
that's an interesting thing.
Yeah, I like that idea quite a bit. When you disengage, I think you need to. I think you need to rewrite this to say whenever you use your cunning action, you gain. You do this, and this. Choose one of the following effects, and then specify. What comes from what. But yeah, don't be more. Yeah, change the way it's written up here.
And it's tightened a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they do?
Doves. When you disengage as a bonus action, a flock of doves stream forth, gathering around enemies' heads and impeding their actions. Creatures in a 15-foot cone, that's a weird shape, must make a wisdom save against your professional DC. On a failed save, they are blinded until the start of your next turn. On a success, they are not blinded. Okay, so basically whenever you disengage, you can blind people in a cone. Rabbit, when you hide, you can summon a big rabbit named Horus. Spaces within 10 feet of the rabbit are considered difficult terrain for enemies. The rabbit disappears at the start of your next turn, so you can make an area be difficult terrain with summoning a big rabbit. Elephant, when you dash as a bonus action, summon Beatrice, the elephant, to stampede forward 30 feet in a straight line. All enemies in the path of the charge must make a dexterity saving throw against your professional DC or be knocked prone. Okay, so I'm going to say something here. I think that all of these are kind of fine. The main thing that I think, and I'm going to say this with utter certainty now. I say this with the certainty of the gods, okay? I was comfortable with the professional DC being based on Dex when this wasn't actually magic. But
yeah,
this is actually magic. You're summoning creatures. So your professional DC should not be based on Dex. It should be intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. You should pick one. Because this is straight up magic. Now, proficiency, what do you think of this feature?
I love the idea here, and I think that the execution is interesting. I think that if you take our earlier feedback and you decide to make it less about real magic, you honestly probably don't need to put a ton of work into this, but maybe tune it a little bit to be like an explosion of confetti or something, right? Like you can flavor this to be something that you have pre-prepared and you always have ready, right? Maybe not the elephant so much, but you can get it into into a space where you don't necessarily have to make it magic. And I love the idea of this like buff to your cunning action. I think that's really cool. Genuinely, what it's making me want, but this I want an entire subclass built around this feature that's just like the totem room, right? Because this is really fun.
The pulling stuff out of a hat.
I mean, the idea of having like an infusion to your cunning action, I think, is really cool. It just independently of all of the flavor, the mechanic is neat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I mean, I really like the tying into your cunning action features. I think the things they do are pretty reasonable, especially for 9th level. Yeah, it feels pretty solid. Let's look at 13th. Sawing an assistant in half. For your next trick, you will show the brutality of magic. When you hit an enemy with your magic wand, you can have them fall apart in various uneven squirming chunks before suddenly yeah, it is good. Before suddenly reappearing completely normal. The assistant is incapacitated. Don't do this. Don't do this. Just call them what they are. The target, the creature. This is where it's time to be clear, not to use flavor text. The creature is incapacitated until the end of its next turn as it reels from the effect of this trick. Enemies within 30 feet of the assistant, again, the target, must make a charisma saving throw against your professional DC or become afraid. This should be a wisdom save, not a charisma save. Anything against fear is wisdom. Frightened enemies can repeat the save at the end of each of their turns to calm down. Enemies who pass the save are not feared and are not frightened and are immune to the effects of this feature for 1 hour. Enemy who is used as an assistant also becomes immune to the effects for 1 hour. This is just infinite.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is 3 features, each of which need independently limited, right? Like, this is infinite, it's passive, it's guaranteed incapacitation every time you land a hit. And then there's an AoE fear effect every time you land a hit.
Yeah, it's very strong.
You have the teleportation happening at 13th level.
Oh, that's true. You got the teleportation. Yeah, this is just way too strong. Yeah, this is just way, like, maybe if this was once per long rest, it would be okay.
I think you could get away with, if you sneak at 13th level, this is all you get. Whenever you sneak attack using your magic wand, they can make a save against your professional DC, or on a failure, be incapacitated until the start of their next turn. So they're not losing a turn, just the start of their next turn. And then you don't have to put a limit on
the only thing they're losing, but they're not losing anything then, because the only thing you get from incapacitated is no actions and no movement, right?
Reactions.
Yeah. Okay. So, but then
they're losing reactions.
Yeah. At that point, I would just say the target loses its reactions. I would just clarify. That.
Incapacitation also affects or some auras and stuff.
Concentration on stuff, I guess. No, that's not true. No, it doesn't affect. No, it doesn't affect that. It doesn't affect that. Unconsciousness.
It does affect. It affects paladin auras. I don't know if it affects concentration.
I don't think that's enough to merit. I don't think that's strong enough for 13th level feature though.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think you would need to dial it back almost that far to get it resourceless, right?
Oh yeah. It would definitely need to be something that was way less hectic. If anything, what I would do is I would probably give a resource-based punchy feature at 9th, and I would move the pull animals out of a hat thing to 13th, and I would just tone them all down a little bit and make that resourceless.
Yeah, that seems right.
That could work too. All right, let's look at for my final trick. At 17th level, you will make this enemy disappear. When you hit a creature with your magic wand, you can use this feature to instantly transport them through several planes of existence. At the end of your next turn, the target returns to space previously occupied or its nearest space. It takes 12d10 the psychic damage as it reels from the nauseating experience. The creature that experiences this is immune to its effects for 1 hour. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again for long rest. This is just the Arcfiend's 14th level feature, but better. What? Don't just cop. Okay, it is fine to take inspiration for a feature from another class or another subclass, but not for the capstone. Not for the capstone. It's just wizards throw through hell. This is too. It's make something new, make something different. The other thing that I would say is 9 times out of 10, at 17th level, rogues get an ability to actively deal more damage all the time, whether that is more attacks or higher sneak attack damage. But like, for example, one of the rogues, what it gets at 17th level is that its sneak attack deals 3d6 extra damage. Another rogue gets a thing where they can basically take 2 actions on their turn. So you got to change it. Okay. Overall thoughts. I feel like this is very strong. It needs some significant tune downs in a couple places regardless. But the thing that I keep coming back to, and it's what, Pat, you brought up initially, is that this is not a magician. This is a magician. Like, this is just real magic. So I would change your language to make it so it's not like parlor tricks and stuff. Like, it actually is legit magic. But yeah, I would. This thing has like 2 times as many features as it should have, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I also think that like I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and you maybe will disagree with me, but there already is a rogue that is roughly based on what if a tricksy little guy had access to magic, and it's the arcane.
You mean like what if
right?
a tricksy little guy had access to the arcane?
Yeah, as it happens, it is the arcane trickster, and the way that it accomplishes a lot of the flavor of magic is like mage hand, right? It's this invisible mage hand that you can use to do a lot of stuff, up to and including like pull things out of hats and hide things and secretly lockpick. But the arcane trickster also, I think, leans into being a rogue more than this class does. Like, there's nothing in here that says rogue to me at all, except the thrown weapon feature right at the top.
And it has a tie to cunning action, but the tie is not really dependent on cunning action. It's just tied to it.
No, it's just thematically relevant, which again I think is a cool conceit. And if that was the point where it felt like we were taking the rogue in a larger than life space and it was only at that point, then okay, that's fine, right? Like, not everything needs to feel really brutally rogue all the time. But when everything else is just kind of off in, this could be a wizard feature, this literally is a warlock feature, right? It just doesn't ground in the way that I think it should.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, JTB. Round of applause for JTB. Jitub.
Thank you, JT.
Jitub.
People keep saying that the concept would be a really cool bard, and I honestly, I agree.
Yeah.
As written, I think every feature fits bard a little bit better.
Oh, shit. It's Zach the Lit. Do you know what, people? I took a clip from a stream that somebody clipped. Skriz, I think, clipped it. And I made a YouTube short with it, and it was one where I was cursing a lot. And a lot of the comments were like, I have never seen Cinder curse. And I realized that I never curse in my videos, but I curse a lot on stream.
Go figure.
Yeah. It's because these guys drive me mad.
When you cut the... Yeah, right. You just get pissed off at all the men.
Back again with another ranger subclass. Let's fucking go. Anytime I'm not looking at a paladin, I'm pumped. Fuck paladins. Out of here. Everybody that just submitted paladins like, wait, why? Back again with another ranger subclass. This one is built around having an aura form that other abilities rely on to activate. Strange. Interesting.
Back again with the ranger with the paladin aura.
We'll see. How many? Salty Dog. You won't get banned from them. I'll just start ignoring you. So you'll just be giving me energy like a psychic vampire. But I won't be returning. I was gonna
say, like, you're gonna profit off of everyone who continuously says "May." You're just gonna stop engaging with them.
Yeah.
Ice Peak Mountaineer. That's a niche, right? Like, this is one of those subclasses that's like real focus for just
Frost Ranger, Ice Ranger. I like cold themed things. There's very little cold themed things.
I feel like it can be too overly prescriptive. It's like, well, what if I'm not in a cold themed supporting setting?
Yeah,
right.
It depends how it works, because there's like four. There's at least 3 storm themed things.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see what we're getting here. With winter comes death, and where winter doesn't end, death is constant. The Ice Peak Mountaineer knows this well. I feel like...
Okay, so right out of the gate, cut and where winter doesn't end, death is constant. I, for the life of me, can't figure out what it means. And with winter comes death, it's just like, just say that sentence.
Yeah.
Just say that sentence. That's an incredible 4-word sentence.
Yeah. What they're trying to say is, if winter doesn't end, death is forever. But it's like, all right, yeah, I would agree. Drop that.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Now I do understand what they're trying to say, but it's just
it takes away from the punch. It takes away from the punch.
100%.
Rangers of this ilk have seen the true terror of a cold night and come out of it fundamentally changed in body and spirit alike. They've bonded with the natural force which indifferently sought their doom and now use it to never again fear a frigid night. Each of these sentences has nuggets that are nice, but is too long and too wordy. I think you're trying to sound epic, and I think it's making you sound like you are trying to sound epic, and you shouldn't do that. With winter comes death. That is being epic. Sought their doom and now use it to never again fear a frigid end is trying to sound epic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's right. Honestly, I feel like you could just say, with winter comes death. Ice Peak Rangers know this well, and then shorten up that sentence and just end there.
Yeah, that could work. We get some spells. Let's see. Armor of Agathis rhymes Binding Ice, Feign Death, Elemental Bane, and Control Winds. All of these seem really solid to me.
Binding Ice, probably not core rules.
Definitely not core
Drapery
rules.
Dragon. So just be aware, you cannot legally publish this in most places for profit.
Yes, you can put it on the Unearthed Arcana or your friends' games, though.
100%.
Let's see. We get 2 features. So normally Rangers get one feature, at least one feature at 3rd level that gives them a little bit of extra damage, and then 1 or 2 other features that do minor cool things. And those things can be powerful, but they're not
cool
huge.
What?
What?
Cool things.
Oh, shut up. I was like, wait, what is he saying? Okay, Encroaching Ice, 3rd level. You've learned to instill frozen death in your weapon strikes. As a bonus action, you can empower your next weapon attack. If you hit with that weapon attack, the target takes an extra 1d8 cold damage and must make a con saving throw against your spell save DC at the end of each of its turns until it succeeds. Each time it fails, the creature takes an additional 1d8 cold damage. I think you drop the second part.
Yeah, I think just bonus 1d8 cold damage.
This is already more than any other ranger. Every other ranger gets a d4 or a d6 with their extra damage, so the fact that you're getting a d8 is already a buff, and it's kind of balanced by it being cold. If you wanted to do this thing, I would say that this extra feature you would have to like tie to a resource.
Gloomstalker gets a d8.
But they only get one per combat.
One per combat, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would just say
just the d8.
It is consuming your bonus action, and it is cold.
But
So
the
probably
Horizon
bonus
Walker,
action.
the Horizon
Yeah.
Walker, the Monster Slayer, they all get a D6. The Horizon Walker turns the whole weapon attack turns the whole attack into force damage, which is why there's a little
Horizon
benefit there.
Walker is a D8, and then at 11th level it increases to 2D8.
All right, so then I probably would make this increase to 2d8 at a higher level, but I still don't think you should. Maybe look, the other option here is if you're like, man, I really wanted to do that extra damage, then you don't increase it to 2d8 at a higher level, and you keep the con save. And if they fail the save, they take an extra 1d8 cold damage at the start of their next turn, but that's it. They just like 1 extra damage next round or something like that. That could also potentially work. Let's look at winter form. As an action, you magically alter your body to exude a freezing aura that extends from you like toothpaste. From a 10-foot radius. The form lasts for 1 hour until you dispel it as an action or until you fall unconscious or finish a short or long rest. I would say start a short or long rest. While active, you gain the following benefits. An icy film forms on the surface of water within your aura. It can be solidified as an action to allow you to walk across it as long as its borders and surface of the edge. If a creature is trapped underneath the icy film, they can break through it as an action, creating a hole in the ice directly above the creature that's wide enough to easily fit through. I don't think you need nearly that much language in this feature. Once that's
I will also say that if you don't kind of put these caveats in there, you're basically giving them an infinite 3rd level spell.
What's the 3rd level spell?
Water Walk. It's a little more limited, but if you don't put the caveats in, it won't be.
That's true. Once outside of your aura for 1 minute, the icy film melts. Yeah, so you basically can make a path on water.
Right.
I would probably not have it last a minute then. I might have it last less than a minute. I guess you could also make, what I would probably do is I would probably treat it similar to like the cantrip Shape Water and how it freezes water.
I would maybe do something a little bit different.
What are you thinking?
I'm genuinely thinking that like instead of no, I think an action to walk across it isn't bad. I feel like the thing that you're trying to sell here is that you can create kind of an icy path. I think that to limit it from being equivalent to an always on infinite use kind of spell, either Shape Water or Water Walk, I think there's probably something to be said about like it only happens in your aura. So if you're not creating like a bridge that lasts for everybody to come behind you, right? It's just you in this 10-foot space around you.
So you would drop the outside of your aura for a minute thing and just have it.
Yeah, I would. Just as soon as it's outside the aura, it melts immediately. And then I would also probably say that you use an action to start this, and then you like need to maintain concentration on it or something, right? Because again, we're kind of up against this being effectively a resourceless spell slot.
You could also base it off of your movement. So like you have to move at half speed so that the ice can freeze. You know what I mean? Like you could do
That's
something.
True. That could work.
Something like you have to move slower so that the ice can has time to freeze. Something like that.
Yeah.
The next feature is snow solidifies within your aura, allowing you to easily traverse it and preventing it from sliding out of place without effort. What does that mean? Once outside of
that's
your aura for 1 minute, the snow unsolidifies. Yeah. What is the goal of this sentence? Is the goal that you will not be in snow slides?
Terrain, I think. Yeah. I mean, there's just no mechanic for that. So I would say like you could say snow solidifies within your aura, allowing you to move through even deep snow.
Yeah, like you ignore difficult terrain created by snow.
Yeah. I think that's enough, probably.
Yeah, that's how I would phrase it too. Yeah. Yeah, people are agreeing difficult terrain. Yeah. So you have to clarify difficult terrain. Creatures that breathe within your frozen aura have visible breath, even if the creature is invisible.
That's so fucking cool, and I wonder if it's overpowered, but it's so fucking cool.
Well, it's not over. Okay, here's what I would say. I don't think it's overpowered because it doesn't actually give you any mechanical benefit in your attacks against an invisible creature. It's still, you still can't target them with any spells that require you to see the target because you still can't see them. You still are making attacks with disadvantage against them. You just know you're swinging at a place where you could hit. The main difference is when you're fighting an invisible creature that you can't see, then you more than likely there's a chance that you're just swinging in the wrong space. The other thing that I will point out, which I think is a little silly here maybe, is that of all the places where it would be useful to be able to see an invisible creature that breathes, in the snow is probably the least because you could probably see their footprints too.
Well, if it's
snowing, I'm just saying, if it's snowing,
the third thing doesn't require it to be snowing.
No, I know, but I'm just pointing it. I'm just pointing it out. Once you use this feature again, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or expend a second level spell slot.
There you go.
So I feel like if you want to make this work like this, and keep it having all of these features, none of them are crazy strong, but I do think it's got to be a 10-minute thing, not an hour thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I think that's probably
especially
right.
if you can keep casting it, because if you need it to last longer, you can keep casting it.
Is it a second level spell?
A second level spell to do all of this stuff? I would say all of this stuff put together is stronger than a second level spell for 10 minutes, but but not much. Not much stronger.
Okay. Cool.
Because it doesn't really hinder anyone else's movement. It just makes it so you can walk on snow, you can walk on water, and you can notice invisible things.
Mm-hmm.
It's not crazy.
Cool.
See Invisible is a second level spell, and it's not as good as this.
Chat has pointed out a couple of times they're taking issue with the phrasing "this form lasts for an hour" as opposed to change it to "this aura."
Yeah, that's true. Form. Good call, chat. I appreciate you being harsh with your language. Pat, did you see my big opening musical number?
No.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah. Fun.
I could show it again if we need to, but not right now.
All right, we'll see how it goes.
Cold Patches, 7th level. You gain resistance to cold damage. Makes sense. While your winter form is active, your resistance to cold damage becomes an immunity. Cool, I like that.
Okay.
Additionally, while in your winter form, you can heal yourself for an amount equal to 1d10 plus your wisdom modifier as a reaction to taking damage. I would probably change it from a heal yourself to a damage reduction feature.
That also makes more sense as you throw up like an ice break. Right.
Yeah.
Like you solidify the hit a little bit.
It's like an alternative to temp hit points.
Because you're also 1d10 plus your wisdom modifier is pretty goddamn good, especially if you don't change it down to 10-minute aura.
It's about as it's the same as Stone's endurance, but different. So we'll see how many times.
Stone's endurance limited? Yeah.
We'll see how often we get it. Yeah. You can still take this reaction if the damage would reduce you to 0 hit points without killing you outright, but doing so dispels your winter. Yeah, I think that would definitely make it too strong also. So we just drop that, make it so it's damage reduction. So if you get dropped to 0, you can't use this to stay alive. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. So wisdom modifier number of times during your winter form. So the only thing that I'll say here that I think is of note is that it's weird to put like a resource thing inside of another resource thing. Like we have a resource of the aura and a thing. If I were you, I would drop the immunity. If I were you, I would either drop the immunity to cold thing here, or just make you always immune to cold at 11th level. Just make it so you level it up, or 15th or whatever. And then I would just make this feature an all the time feature. I wouldn't tie it to your aura, and it would be wisdom number of times per day. You can, as a reaction to taking damage, reduce the damage by 1d10 plus your wisdom modifier, something like that. As you create a
the other thing that you could do The other thing that you could do is remove the limitation, tie it to the aura, so you have to have your aura up, and this is assuming a 10-minute aura, not an hour aura, and just make it reduced by wisdom modifier as opposed to 1d10 plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh, that's true. That could work too.
Just lower the amount of damage that you can reduce.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. There's other, I'm curious to see if they do other things with the aura, because there's other things that I was thinking about that could easily be done with the aura too. But let's see. 11th level, Obscuring Snow. You can utilize your winter form to obscure yourself from opposing eyes. Yeah, every time you say form, call it aura. While in your winter form, you can use a bonus action to kick up a snowstorm within the aura that lasts for 1 minute. Again, I don't agree with the things inside things. Like, I don't feel like that's the good design. You can use a bonus action to kick up that aura that lasts for 1 minute, or because now it's like I keep track of this for a minute and this for an hour, and this, it's just too much. And you might be like, that's not too much for me, and it's like, all right, well, it's too much for being a professionally written thing. You can use a bonus action to kick up a snowstorm within the aura that lasts for 1 minute or until you dispel it as a bonus action. While the storm is active, creatures within the aura are considered heavily obscured. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest.
This is pretty similar to the Critical Role's Oath of the Open Sea Marine Layer Channel Divinity.
Yeah, very similar. Very similar.
I don't hate it. I also dislike the keeping track of things.
It's another one where it's like, I don't think this needs to be tied to your winter aura. This could just be a once a day feature.
I feel more strongly that this should just be a once a day feature than I feel strongly about the last one. Like the last one I could see being part of your aura. This one should not be.
Yeah, I feel like this could just be a once a day feature.
There is an element of every single one of your class features is tied to your aura. And that means that you get to be this subclass for an hour a day without devouring second level spell slots.
Yeah, and it also means that it's like it also creates a dynamic where you are almost too strong for that hour and too weak for the rest. You're not in the middle ever.
Yeah.
Okay, but other than that, I think it's an interesting feature. I mean, it's not that exciting, right? It's like a minute of an area of heavily obscured around you. I feel like there's probably more interesting things we could do with that.
I will also say, as a GM, I hate running area of effect heavily obscured spaces, and while I feel like this isn't anywhere near as complicated as the Oath of the Open Sea, which has that sub aura of 5 feet that gives you light obscurement, so you can see them, but they can't see you, and blah, 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 blah. Not having that means that this is kind of a wash, right? Like you and your party are going to be equally disadvantaged against your enemies as they are to you. So for an 11th level feature, it's a little underwhelming.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the 15th level. The radius of your winter form extends to 30 feet and lasts until dispel. So basically, you're just always under your winter form spell. Yeah, I think that most of my feedback, honestly, is that you should not tie everything in its current situation. I don't think there's a compelling argument for these features to all be tied to winter aura, and I feel like you could just come up with a brand new avatar feature.
Well, and I think there's an element of that you're getting this aura that does a little bit of useful, I can see breath and walk on water and so forth, but then you're getting that for an hour a day, and then you're just completely you have the rest of your class features, subclass features, completely inaccessible to you for the rest of that day unless you burn second level spell slots, right? That is even putting aside Cinder's assertion that it's too powerful when it's on and it's not powerful enough when it's off, as far as I'm aware, there are no other subclasses that just give you such a kind of unilateral funnel for the things that you can do. It's basically like saying as a wizard, you get your spell book for 1 hour a day, right? That is
well, you still have your other spells. You still have ranger stuff, but that is a good point. But what you're saying is right. Yeah. Somebody in the chat said it's kind of like rage. It is, but I have to say, barbarians are pretty good when they're not raging. They're not as good as they can be, but like you still have danger sense, you still have reckless attack, you still are just like have more hit points than everyone else and the biggest weapon in the room. You're faster than you're one of the faster classes. Like you still have all of those features.
Yeah, you get a 40-foot move speed as a barbarian.
I think the idea here is really interesting. I think if you really want to tie it to this aura, I think you need to simplify and tone down what the aura does. And I think that even if you do want to tie it to the aura, I think that it would be worth your time to, I think, make at least half the features not tied to the aura.
Yes. Yeah, you just need to have a variety of tools. You need to be able to have the versatility of dealing with different kinds of situations.
Yeah. I think it's a neat idea, though. And
every individual feature felt pretty nicely in the pocket, right? Like I didn't feel like any of them were super broken. I didn't feel like any of them were like.
Can I tell you, in a weird way, I feel like it should have been a paladin. Because
I was right.
Well, because a lot of those features could have worked as channel divinity things that last a minute. Like one of the channel divinities could literally be your weapons deal extra cold damage. The other one could be you have this bubble of freezing whatever. Then you just get an aura at 7th or whatever, so you just have an aura. So I feel like it would actually have made a lot of sense. And then their 14th level was called an avatar. You are supposed to get an avatar as a paladin. I wonder if this was based on a paladin initially. You know, or like if some of the core mechanics were pulled from paladins to get it to. I don't know. This is where who knows.
Melipona Lord has said, I am both disappointed and amused by that joke, which pretty well sums up how I feel.
What joke?
The fact that it should have been a paladin. Oh. And we were saying at the top how it was going to be the paladin ranger after you praised them, because you were like, oh, thank God it's a ranger, not a paladin. And then they were like, based on an aura. And I was like, it's a paladin ranger. And then at the end, we were like, yeah, it really is just a paladin.
Zach, I'm going to say this very nicely right now, and I mean no harshness. If I see this subclass next week as a paladin from you, I'm skipping it. Because that's not enough time. It's not enough time. It's too much the same.
Weeks.
Too much the same.
2 weeks or more.
You'll lose your slot, and I don't want you to lose your slot. People that are new, if you send me the same piece 2 weeks in a row, I don't read it the second week because I don't believe rushing through fixing and changing something is the way to make it good. Hey, Cinder, this is an item for one of my players in a campaign that I'm running for a podcast called Reality Check. Not released yet. That's a cool title. Is it called Reality Check Not Released Yet, or is it just called Reality Check? Reality Check Not Released Yet would kind of be a baller title, though.
That's a pretty good title. It would be a little confusing, but I like it.
That's why, yeah, but it's a reality check. It works. It literally works. It works with the phrase reality check because it's a little, you see what I mean? Like,
very good.
Because it's the snake eating its tail. It's a fighter that focuses on dual wielding, and I wanted something for his offhand, so I made this item. Oh, I love a good item. Also, I'm a huge grammar nerd, but I'm unfamiliar with the intricate language of game design, so I ask for forgiveness if my language is off. Well, all right. You get nothing but forgiveness then. Do you guys ever read the Sandman books? You ever read any of the I know you didn't, Patrick, but you guys chat. You ever read any of the Sandman books? They're very scary, so they can be too scary for people. But what I was gonna say was when he said like that phrase, like I ask forgiveness, there's definitely moments where somebody's like, please, I just want to understand. And Sandman is like, you want to understand? You will understand everything. And the person just like goes crazy and sees like God and like runs around, you know, like like they get like sort of like being the like gifted madness type things. That definitely happens often. It's pretty great. Okay, these are the gauntlets of dueling. Yeah, the comics are good. The show's really good too. True. What is this? You don't. Okay. I think what you tried to say is it requires attunement by a rogue fighter, or paladin, or ranger. I don't know why you have all this other stuff up here. prerequisite of a dex of 13 or higher. There are very rarely items that have stat prerequisites. It's usually feats that do that, but that's not, it doesn't mean you don't have to. You can definitely do that if you want to. But I would put that up here. So what you would say is requires attunement by a fighter, rogue, paladin, or ranger with a dexterity of 13 or higher. All of that would be up here. That's the D&D Beyond system sucking. It's really unclear how to tag. Oh, that makes sense. People always get that part mixed up. This beautiful plate mail gauntlet is given to those from wealthy or noble houses who show promise in one-handed combat. It is often used in lieu of a shield or to disarm opponents. And then it has 2 features. Disarm, you should put these in bolded. I would say while, and then I would also say while wearing the gauntlet, you get access to these features. Like, write it out so it's clear write that sentence. Put that sentence in here. Disarm. Yeah. You can replace one of your attacks with an athletics check opposed to take an item from your opponent's hand. You can choose to hold or drop it, but you cannot use the gauntlet's features unless your offhand is free. Can I tell you something that's so funny? Chat, what's wrong with this feature? First person in chat that gets it wins. This is a bit. You might not. This is a stupidly easy and hard thing. Okay, Murray-Mon got it right. You can literally just do this. This is a rule in the game. In the same way that you can replace an action with trying to shove someone or trying to grapple someone, you can replace an attack action with trying to disarm a person. That's just in the rules. Anyone can do this. So this doesn't need to be an item.
What is that action called?
It's called a disarming action.
I am not seeing that.
Oh, it's maybe it's not called a disarming action, but that's definitely a thing you can do. Definitely a thing you can do.
Interesting. Because there's a whole disarming attack for the Battlemaster, which I know gets the bonus dice.
Well, and it also is an attack. It's also a whole attack. You're not doing an attack if you do the disarming action.
Sacrificing an attack. Yeah. I'm gonna poke around at that for a second.
Please. I'm confident that it's true, but I almost never see it used or talked about. Somebody says it's an optional rule, actually. Okay, there you go. That's probably why it's unclear.
Yeah, it's in the DMG.
Note: the gauntlet should have an apostrophe before the S. Hell yeah, they should. Who said that? Oh, Melipona, 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 Can you guys tell which one of my teeth is fake? Melipona. Thanks for the grammar check. Okay, one-handed block. Oh God, my screen's going crazy again. Here, where do we want to sit? Here, I'll sit with the fish for a little while. You guys gonna look at the sad fish. This is what I used to look like before I ate all of my siblings. One-handed block. When struck by a melee attack, as a reaction, you can increase your AC by a number equal to your proficiency bonus for that attack. Okay, so basically, you as a reaction can get a bonus to your AC equal to your proficiency bonus. This is pretty strong. I would probably make this limited in use, even though the logic isn't there, because it's like, why shouldn't I be able to just do this every turn? Because it's still pretty strong. So I would, yes.
Can I pitch a different way of handling it?
Sure.
Make it, and this is actually, I think, a little sounder just because this is a magic item. It doesn't really know what your proficiency bonus is. Make it a +2. You use your reaction to get a shield, and using your reaction is effectively buying you the versatility of having an offhand gauntlet that doesn't need to be a shield.
That's a good idea.
And you can also only do it once per round.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That works. I needed to get some water. I'm back, though.
Yeah. Man,
cool.
The cookies are coming out of the oven.
This is a fun item. Cookies. What's coming out of the item?
The cookies.
Send me one.
All right. Put your address in chat, and I will mail you.
Yeah, I don't think so. I fell for that one before.
Give me your social security number.
Dude, have I told you my social security number thing? I have a social security number story. Did I? I'm assuming I didn't, because you would know exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, 100%.
I didn't tell it to you?
No.
All right. Remind me to tell it to you off stream.
Okay. Valid.
I have a good social security.
Angel 9001, you fucking nerd.
What did they do? You wanted to
I
type
asked
the thing as your home, but then you're a big nerd? Listen, we're all big nerds. This is from Warden. What does Warden have to say? What's up? I really appreciate... Whenever anybody says what's up, I always turn into a surfer. What's up? I really appreciated the review of the Glacial Dwarf. I appreciate it if you take a look at the Basildo. And, if you have time, another of my adventure hooks could use some help. Thanks! I don't know why you became... it's because you said what's up. That's why. I do know why. You said what's up, so you became a...
there you go.
You know, you became...
Basilda. Oh, this needs formatting help.
So, let's talk about this for a second. Look how hard this is to read. Chat. Somebody said this scares me. This is really hard to read. You need to format this like a monster stat block. So, first things first. Any of this flavor text stuff, put it at the top. Under the name, maybe. Then you can do that. Then this stuff. But, like, even that, like...
This was copy-pasted out of something. You can tell by the way that the tabs are uneven.
But, like, look at this formatting, okay? This is like a monster. This is like a regular monster, okay? We got... This is actually someone's homebrew monster that I looked at the other day. But basically, you got the name, then you got the size, and then you got the stuff, and then you got the stuff, and then you get the stuff, and everything's bolded, and blah, 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 blah. It's like that. That's what you need. That's what you're looking for. Here, let me pull up. You can pull up a smaller monster so you can see what I'm talking about. I don't have anything. I don't have any of the books. I don't have any of the books. What's free?
Nothing, actually.
Is there no basics anymore?
Commoner. Look for the commoner.
Alkalite. Look, here you go. It needs to look like this. It doesn't need to be formatted like this in terms of the coloring. It needs to be like bold, italics, armor class, hit points, this order of information being given in this order. Then the skill says otherwise it's a headache. The other thing is, like, you need to have it so, like, bite is bold, and then this is italics, and then there needs to be an indent here, and then constrict is bold, and melee attack is like all of that. There needs to be no one is going to want to read this. No one is going to want to read this ever. And the other thing that I'm going to say, and I don't mean to be cruel here, but you're not going to want to read this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I am writing a monster just for myself, I might not format it totally, but if I was, this is going to be hard for you to navigate when you're running your home game. Just straight up. So if you're starting to make monster stat blocks, one of the most important things to think about is not just, is it cool? Not just if it has the vibe, but how easy it is for the dungeon master to actually navigate it. How easy it is to use as a tool. Like, think about it like this. The layout of your monster stat blocks is as important as the layout of a video game controller or a menu in a video game. But, like, if the controller is confusing, the game is going to be confusing. Doesn't matter how cool the ideas in the game are. If the controls are bad, it's not going to be good. And that's, like, it's a good way to think about it.
You are designers through and through.
Yeah, and now we got to move the fish. We're going to go to the sky. No, we're going to go to the worms. You guys get the worms for a little bit. Enjoy the worms.
What happens when you don't design your interface as well? You get the worms.
Yeah, enjoy them. I hope you guys don't mind them, because they fertilize things in the earth, aerate the soil. Okay, it's a serpentine creature with many legs. Okay, wait a second. It's a serpentine creature with many legs. Easily not mistaken for
a serpentine creature with many legs.
It's something. It's also they might think it's a basilisk or a bahir, which are both the serpentine creatures with many legs. But it's the progeny of the two's unstable love. These poor monstrous beings may have glowing eyes of a basilisk, but not the stony gaze. However, they do have the lightning breath of the bahir. Often roaming at night, they use their keen senses and smells for kobolds. Okay, so let's look at what they actually do. I'm skipping. I'm not reading the whole flavor text. You got to format it first. You want me to read the whole flavor text? Get that shit formatted. Okay.
Yeah.
It's got strength. It's got dex. It's got con. It is dumber than some of the dumbest things. It is a reptile. This is a reptile's intelligence, and not even all reptiles. Okay. I think you could go higher on the wisdom. Sunlight sensitivity, multi-attack. Let's see. So it has a +6 to hit on its bite. It does a bunch of piercing damage. It's got its constrict. Can grapple creatures. If it doesn't have one grappled, it can grapple one. And then it has its lightning breath. So how is this different from a normal Behir? So this is basically a Behir, but it can't swallow, and it's smaller. Is there anything else going on?
Hmm.
You know what's interesting? This is huge. How big is this? This is huge. What? I'm curious why. Okay, so the only difference that I'm seeing here is that this one is slower and has 30 less hit points and 1 less armor. All right. I mean, I guess that's...
There's nothing wrong.
Nothing
I was
wrong
going to
with
say,
that.
there's nothing wrong with making, like, reduced CR versions of monsters. Lord knows I've done that a billion times. But I don't know that it's... There's not a lot to critique there, right? Like,
I would say I don't know if it's worth your time to worry about whether it's balanced or not, because you can just use it, because it's basically just another monster but a little bit calmer. Yeah, I don't really have anything to critique on it either.
There's not a lot. Yeah, there's not a lot to critique there if it's just largely the same features.
Yeah, but there is nothing wrong with taking a monster and making it a little toned down for your game. I do think that if you want to make it feel like a hybrid between a basilisk and a Behir, it actually needs to have a couple basilisk features that, or at least one basilisk feature that feels quite prominent. And for better or worse, the only basilisk feature that feels prominent is the petrifying gaze. So if you are like, well, I did pull these things from the basilisk stat block, that's not enough to make it actually feel like it's part of a basilisk stat block. Corbin Jordan.
Corbin Jordan.
It's Corbin Jordan, guys, not Corbin Jordan. Come on now. Make sure you can see the image by going to the details page. The image is the cherry on top. I'll tell you one thing, Corbin. I might do that, but I'm going to tell you also, I hate being told what to do. So there is an element of me that just wants to say no. Also, there's nothing to click here. So there is no art. There's no art. So I don't know what art you wanted unless I clicked the wrong piece. I do that sometimes. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you might want to double check.
No, I didn't.
No, yeah.
Corbin Jordan.
Details page. What does it mean by the details page? That's just the page.
I'm on the details page.
Yeah.
Could be in the top right. Boys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, creatures of the night. We're at the top right. Unless we're trying to friggin' register. Are we trying to register?
If you make the window bigger, you might get the image. This might be a D&D Beyond thing.
I've made the window as big as I can on my computer. It's taking up so much space, I can barely read it.
All right. Then, yeah, I got no idea.
Yeah.
I accept.
I think the secret here is that the answer is that it was raw. The answer was in our hearts all along.
Something got missed. Yeah. Close your eyes and dream of the Cradger, and that's what it looks like.
Dream, not only dream of the Cradger, dream a little dream of me.
I mean, that's what we're all doing here tonight.
Yeah, it's true. These guys have to live with the worms for a while.
Yeah. What happens?
I need to make this smaller. Small. Oh, now it's too small. Now I need to make it bigger. This is why people come to the stream, Pat.
Yeah.
Is they really like watching me resize. The thing is, my OBS is so fucked because I have all these overlays that I don't use that
You gotta do some spring cleaning.
I don't have to do anything for my whole life.
I mean, I guess that's true.
I do need to do some spring cleaning. Both of my.
You don't need to look at that image though, because it doesn't exist.
No, and I can't. I won't. Not only do I won't, I can't.
All right, let's learn about Cragers. I'm interested.
Okay.
Are they crab badgers?
We're going to read about them first. Truly, the Cradger is a horrific beastie. Many adventurers have been drawn in near by their whims, only to return maimed, well, at least lightly. Don't let that blank stare fool you. I have no idea. Don't let that blank stare fool you. Cradgers are very, very clever. When I'm sure this is my guess is that this description requires you to see the picture because it's mentioning a blank stare, and it's like I don't feel like this thing has a blank stare.
It's not necessarily bad writing, like
No, I'm just saying that's why it doesn't make sense, because it's like there's no picture for us to look at to be like, oh yeah, totally. I won't let that blank stare fool me. That one. Cradgers are very, very clever. When working together, they often do. Some may even lay, strategic ambushes.
Chat wants the link. Chat wants the link.
Chat, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. I'll never give it to you until you subscribe. Like and subscribe. Gift. Hey, if you're new to the channel and somebody gifted you a membership, today's your day to gift someone a membership. Hey, if you're old to the channel, it's your day to gift yourself a membership. Hey, are you thinking, wow, that Cinder guy's pretty cool. I wish he wouldn't put worms on the camera. Maybe I'll send a super chat and he'll change the picture, but I'll make it more worms. Okay. Did I send the link? I think I sent the link. I did. Okay.
Yes.
Don't let these blank stares fool you, which they often do. Some may even lay strategic ambushes or uncanny crafted traps. While these traps are rather rudimentary, such as a crag lying in wait before you drop this example. It's too clunky in the middle of the sentence. It's not like they won't hurt at least a little. I think that if you want to get this idea across, you need to make this less clunky. Don't try freezing the thing or laying out rotten meat. These resilient things don't keep saying thing.
I think you need to assume that we're probably not going to be able to see the picture and get a little bit more specific about what they actually like look and feel like. Because right now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just picturing a badger.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's accurate, but I'm just picturing a badger.
Yeah. I would also say that if you look at the descriptive text of most D&D monsters, and a lot of Kobold Press monsters too, which is my opinion, some of the better monster designers out there, they have descriptions even if they have pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Who made this again? This was made by the wonderful Corbin Jordan. Corbin. Why is your name a tongue twister?
Jeremy Corbin.
Corbin
this was
Jordan.
made by Jeremy Corbin.
Corbin Jordan. Okay. Not all his hope is lost for the Cradger, however. This horrific abomination can in fact be redeemed for its wicked ways, being naturally social creatures to the extent of about 5 members of a social circle. Patient enough adventurers with enough tasty snacks could even be able to tame one of their own. I don't feel I'm gonna be honest. I don't I'm not getting the. You keep mentioning that they're like horrific, but nothing says here reads as horrific. Like I feel like you need to even the description is like not that bad. Like I don't feel like these are horrific creatures. You need to before you need to make us under. You can't start being like, don't worry, they're not that bad. We need to be bad before we're not that bad. Does that make sense?
I think the stylistic, like constantly referring to the fact that they're terrifying without actually acknowledging why they're terrifying can be funny. It's just I don't think this quite lands that mark. I think that you need to rethink some of the details.
Yeah. Maybe it's the structure, or maybe it's a little too one note. Like maybe it's kind of just saying the same point a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is that if we were to look at the picture, they're actually very cute. That would, otherwise, I don't get what the joke is. Okay, Cradger, CR 1/4. They can burrow. They're a little. I think they're probably a little burrowing creature. They're a bird of some sort. Plus plus 3.
All right,
are they just? Well, they can peck, so they're a bird. Unless it's a badger with a beak.
It might be. Yeah.
They've got a slow burrow. They've got some hit points. Do your math right. Fuck me, guys. This is okay. Here's the situation. You have a cute idea? Great. I love cute ideas. You have a crazy idea? Great. I love crazy ideas. You have something brilliant, something funny, something terrifying, amazing. If you don't do your math right at the most basic level, none of that will matter. None of that matters. Let me show you something here. Hey guys, what's this creature's constitution modifier?
Is it 1? I think it might be 1.
I see a +1 here. Do you see that +1?
I do.
What's going on up here? What's missing? What's missing?
Well, I see
oh my god,
some
a
4s.
lot. Yeah, so this wouldn't be 16 hit die. First of all, if 4d4, that's 2.5 times 4. 2.5 times 4 is... Somebody do the math for me.
Less than 12.
It's less than 12.
11?
11?
I think it's 11.
2.5 plus 2.5 plus 2.5 plus 2.5. That's basically 10 or 11. It's one of those two. So 10. This thing should have 10 hit points.
We're stupid. It's 10.
We're not stupid. We're gods. Okay? You know, somebody was giving me a hard time about grammar. It was Derek. I know you're here, Derek, and I don't mind calling you out because you know I love you. Derek was trying to give me shit about using words wrong on Discord, and I was like, Brother Bear, it's not my fault your systems are bad. Like, we don't have to abide by their rules. We don't need to apologize for not being good at their math systems. Their math systems don't account for too much to actually merit any value. Secondly, if you have a +1 to your constitution and you have 4 hit die, that means that this number should be 4d4 plus 4 because you get to, just like a character, and if anyone else is writing monsters, you better remember this. Just like a character, if you get a +1 to your con, you get a +1 at every hit die. So it's the same thing. So this should be 4d4 plus 4, aka 10 plus 4, aka 14. I love that you made a fun idea, but Lord help me. It should still be good. You know, we should still do the right math. Now I don't trust any of your math. Okay, it's got Keen Sight, it's got Mimicry, it's got Pack Tactics. It can punch you. So for example, it has a, why does it have a +1 to its pack and a +2 to its claws? Where do those come from?
Yeah, literally neither. It should be plus what, prof? +2 each?
It shouldn't be either. It should be, this should just be.
For damage?
Yeah.
I was looking at the hit, which is also wrong.
Oh, the hit is also wrong. So if either they are using their strength, and if they're using their strength, this is a +0, and this could be, I would probably make it a 1d4 or just 1d6. If it's dex, this would be +2, and this would be 1d6 plus 0, or just 1d6. So you have to do your math right. You have to do your math right.
If it's strength, wouldn't it be -1?
You can't have negatives to attack rolls or damage.
Oh, today I learned.
Look at a rat. Rat stat block.
I'd rather not, but fine.
The rat stat block.
Yeah.
I got into this argument with somebody on stream on YouTube Shorts about it. But you can basically, if you look at like 2 or 3 different, if you look at the rat stat block and compare it to the crab stat block in terms of where stats sit, it basically shows you without saying that all monsters, unless specified, basically use strength for their attacks for the most part. Not all of them, but it's usually, you can tell. You can sort of back engineer it.
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense as to why they.
But it's why a creature can have 1 strength and still have a +0 to hit.
Fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's an interesting idea, but so far there's not really anything unique about it. Let's look at Thrash. If grappled or restrained, the Cradger thrashes and gains advantage on all escape rolls. That's interesting. How long How long does it have advantage on them? Until the end of its next turn. All creatures within 5 feet of this vicious beast must make a DC 12 dex save or suffer 2d4 slashing damage. So if somebody attempts to grapple or restrain it and like freaks out, deals 2d4 damage to everything, and has advantage on its next on rolls made to escape grapples. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean,
escape rolls aren't a thing. What you would say is advantage on strength and dexterity checks to break grapple.
Oh, Cinder, did you check the multi-attack?
Oh, yeah, just drop multi-attack. It shouldn't have it. Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Also, Dirt Swipe is not a feature that you gave it, so it can't do that.
Yeah. Yes. Also, I don't really know why it has damage resistance to cold and necrotic. That's a little weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Didn't notice that either.
But in general, like, I like the idea of like a cute little beastie with a little bit of damage output on a weird situation. Literally, if you try to pick this thing up, it does 2d4 slashing damage, which is not bad for a CR. What did we say this was? 1/4. Like, that's a fun little moment. I think that totally warrants, that moment alone probably totally warrants having the stat block. It definitely does not warrant 3 or 4 paragraphs of flavor text. Like, this thing is an ill-mannered rabbit. I do not think that I need 3 paragraphs to explain to me why it is a terrible, horrible, awful creature that shouldn't exist and will kill me.
Somebody pointed out something interesting. So this is a beast, which means that you could technically use it to wild shape into if you were a druid. I think if you got rid of the multi-attack and got rid of the pack tactics, it would probably be fine. Somebody
do the math.
Somebody is saying that necrotic and cold is weird. Other people are saying it's not weird. It makes sense. What I would say is that there are beasts that are resistant to cold damage, I think. There might not be, actually. I would just check. Actually, here's what I'll say. If the polar bear is not resistant to cold damage, then this should not have resistance to cold damage. Polar bear is what we're checking it off of. Polar bear. Okay, so this was what I was going to say. Beasts in general don't get unique elemental magic damage resistances because even though they might be able to survive, yeah, and it's like you might be able to eat carrion, you might be able to eat rotting flesh, but that doesn't mean that you're better at facing it. So what I would say is, it goes against the traditional structure of building things for beasts to be able to be resistant to things. The quick fix for that, though, is just making it a monstrosity. Easy. Monstrosities, if you ever have a monster that you want to basically be a beast, but it goes against the norm of beasts, then
it's just a little magic.
Yeah, then make it a monstrosity. Links don't go through that you post, so I can't see it. I apologize. But thank you very much, Corbin Jordan. I encourage you. Yeah, you think I can trust you animals to just start put link in whatever the fuck you want in the chat? No, I don't even have the option to let you do that. YouTube just doesn't let that happen. I could post them and mods can. But yeah, make it a monstrosity. It's a fun idea. I think that just if you want to make monsters, whether they're fun or scary or whatever, you have to really make sure you're actually building them correctly. Hey, Lore, what's up? Where's the sound? I'm a moron. Oh, shit, it's the mod. It's the fucking mod. Let's see what he's going to say. Oh, God, I'm going to lose my horses. Don't lose your horses when you hear this is a vessel class. A half-caster class that's themed around having a symbiotic bond with an otherworldly entity and letting them manifest from out of you. Think Venom or the Parasite. I know you don't have enough time to review a class, so I'll be specific. I'm going to look at the first level features. You say entity origin first level. I'm going to look at the reason why I say that is because if it's a class and you're like, hey, I just want you to look at the 7th level feature, there's no way I'm going to be able to judge that 7th level feature. So we're just going to look at the first level. We're just going to start reading it. I need feedback on the thing is, I will read what you say here, but the truth is by choosing to give a whole class, you're basically saying, look at whatever you want because I'm actively going against what has been asked of me. You need feedback on power of entity manifestation and the design of the subclass for the vessel. Yeah, we're definitely not going into subclasses. I'm wondering if I should give the player one subclass feature and put the rest of the subclass features to their entities. Also wondering if being able to choose between summon and transform is necessary for the class. I'm especially worried about summoning. I'm going to tell you what, I'm a moron. I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer any of those questions. It really depends on what I get to and how it's formatted. What I would say is, here it is in the chat. What I would say is, if there are small mechanical features that you're like, I want to know if I can make this work, and you could also pull aspects of them and try to fit them into other things. You could also, it's like, oh, could I make a subclass that uses built around this mechanic that I want to incorporate into this class so I can just see if it works first, tied to something that we know works. Like if you know a mechanic can work as a fighter subclass mechanic or as a druid subclass mechanic, it makes it easier to start plugging it into its own class if you like test it in smaller doses, if that makes sense. It's because summons are based on subclass, so you can just look at the subclass stat block. But maybe, dude, there's no rules when you send me a long document. You know that. We're not going to read the flavor text. We're not going to worry about it. Okay, fine. We'll read the first sentence. Vessels draw their power with a symbiotic power immediately. Don't use power twice in the same thing. Come on now. With an otherworldly entity or sentient spiritual force. Okay, so it's like you got a thing. So at first level, you get something called otherworldly magic and entity original. It looks like you are a warlock in terms of spellcasting. Yes, you're a warlock in terms of spellcasting. So what that means is, are you as powerful as a regular warlock? I guess we don't see how many spells we have prepared. All right, whatever. We'll get there when we get there. Otherworldly magic. Let's see what we get. We're at an 8. We got 8 hit points. We are light armor. No things. Otherworldly magic. At first level, your connection with an otherworldly entity bestows you with the knowledge... with bits of knowledge on the arcane, which allow you to become a conduit for their vessels. You know 4 cantrips of your choice. You learn additional ones at additional levels. 4? 2, I think is what you meant to say. I would change this to 2 also. Okay, got some cantrips. That's the old spellcasting system. Then why is it here, dude? Why? All right. So what should I read? I don't know what. So I mean, do I skip spellcasting? Why are you sending me shit that's not ready for me to look at? Look at entity manifestation. Where? No, dude. I can't judge a 3rd level feature without understanding the 1st and 2nd level features. Am I being crazy? Pat's being quiet. He doesn't want to be a part of it.
Little. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't disagree with your assertion, but like, chat rules is rules, right? Like, the piece needs to be the one you meant to submit. The piece needs to not be a class. If the piece is a class, it needs to work from the drop.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna read. What do we get at 1st level? Just spellcasting? All right, I'll read the 2nd level feature. At 2nd level, you have special skills with your symbiotic entity that relies on it to succeed. When you gain this feature, you choose between martial, expert, or sage. You either get weapons and armor. You get expert. You get extra skills, extra proficiencies, sage. Okay, so I will give you some feedback here right now. You have to be very conscientious of how diverse the options you make are, how quickly you make them that diverse. So at 2nd level, you basically already can be a pretty good fighter, a pretty good spellcaster, or essentially a pretty good skill monkey.
Yeah.
My guess is that it's going to continue to give you branching powers that continue to grow. The reason why the Mystic class failed, the reason why there is no Mystic in D&D, was because this is how they designed the Mystic. They did not design the Mystic thinking, where should this fit into the game mechanic system? They designed the Mystic thinking, this should be able to fit anywhere into the game mechanic system. And it created a class that could do what every other class does, and often better, because it could sort of pick and choose from options. So it could be a spellcaster it wanted in some ways, martial in another. I ran a couple sessions with somebody playing it, and they could do everything that every other character could do, but just a little bit better a lot of the time. And when I see from the get-go, from the base class, getting not just a bunch of different fighting styles to pick from, or not just a handful of different types of magics to be, or different types of skill types to lean into, but you can be good with all the magics, or you could be good with the magic or the fightings, or you could be good with the skills and the knowledge. That's where my head goes. My head goes in this might not have a specific spot that it sits in, and it might have I'm concerned when I see that.
I also will say that, kind of 2 levels in, mechanically alone, I don't really know what the core kind of tentpole of this class is. Where it's like, what is the thing that ties all of these disparate approaches together? If I am a martial, what makes me feel a vessel? If I am an expert, what makes me feel a vessel? And to say that like it's where you get those abilities from has not yet been mechanically substantiated, right? And so we're kind of at that second level, and it's like, okay, well, where's that feeling like these things all anchor to the same point?
I'm a Moron said there's something about otherworldly magic that needs to be read in preparation, but you told me to skip that, dude. I don't I think what I'm going to suggest is just send me the right version next time. And don't tell me tiny features to find in larger features, or to read a random thing in the middle or at 3rd level. If you want me to read a class, be prepared for me to read the 1st, 2nd, and maybe 3rd level features if I think the 1st and the 2nd are strong enough to exist on their own. That's what I'm going to say. Because I can't we're not going to be able to help too much more, other than unless we like do a deep dive, and it seems like this isn't the right document. So thank you very much. I'm a Moron. As always, you're a champion, even when you do send the wrong document. Lord Goose says, sorry for the at. No, you're not. You wouldn't have done it. I'm just wondering, I was MIA for a while, and I thought that was the second voice in the guest or something. Is he permanent? Who is he? Who's the second voice?
What a good question.
I don't know. I think you're just hearing stuff. It's just me.
Are you going to start gaslighting fucking chat?
So, you guys, I don't know what you're talking about. That's Patrick Perini. Patrick Perini is my dungeon master for the podcast that we make called Rally, and he and I write all the homebrew for Rally together. If you want to get access to it, you can check out Rally's Patreon, and or we post a lot of it on Reddit as well. But yeah, he's my homeboy. He's my dungeon master, and he has a very I think our powers combined, we have good thinking about D&D. Where's the sound? Oh, we got Malachi. Malachi's in the house. There's the sound.
Can I just say there's something great about like the nonsense like insurance and diaper ad that you're currently like earning views for on the Wheel website.
They deserved it. They deserved it. I didn't have time to install my ad blocker on my alt account. Besides, who doesn't need diapers and wheels and stuff?
I mean, everybody needs a wheel. Melapona wants to know how long this particular wheel took to make.
Asking it how long did this wheel take to make? Oh, years and years. I remember for a while back before back when we were back when there was just like the ocean and the land, we didn't have too many mixes, and we were using more of a hexagon. And then a while before that, there were these like giant fissures, and like molten water basically shot up and like crashed into land and created like a separation between the two. And we were using cubes back then. And then I do also remember
the cubes were a weird time.
Yeah. So I don't know. It took a while, but we're into it, and we're here.
Sometimes mix the hexagons though. Not a lot of randomness. They were pretty stable.
Back before the wheel people bribed their way to the front of. Yeah, you can't bribe your way to the front. I did that for like 2 streams, and it didn't feel good. It was stupid. It was a bad idea. Listen, we're all learning as we go. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Okay. Wait, I do want to turn the sound of the wheel back on. I missed it. Okay. So this is Malachi. I'm curious what we're gonna get, because Malachi says I have not ever played 5e, and I only have books from 2e. So please be understanding if my homie misses if my homebrew misses some well-known to you rules or formats. Other than that, rip away. Well, this is going to be an interesting thing, because
we're on an adventure.
Don't know how we're going to review this piece, because we don't even know what it's going to be. So we'll see. So I am going to point something out here. This is a lot of text. So I am going to give you some feedback that neither requires knowledge of D&D nor knowledge of any game rules at all. And in fact, this is feedback that I've given before, but this is a perfect example of where that feedback could be needed. Formatting. Okay. I don't want to repeat myself too much, and I basically said something like this similar tonight, so I'll say it in a slightly different way. Whenever you are writing something, you should assume that people do not want to read it. Whenever you are writing something, you should assume that in order to make someone read it, you have to convince them to read it. You have to basically sell it to them like you're a door-to-door salesman and they're not interested in purchasing. And the way to sell somebody on your writing is by making it aesthetically pleasing to look at before you start reading it, and aesthetically pleasing to look at while you're reading it, on top of it having like good flow and stuff like that. So when I look at this, the way that it's formatted, I almost feel like I have to start reading an essay. Like, the first thought that I have, and chat, if you look, you can kind of see similar vibes. The first thought that I have is, oh, this is going to be work. That's what this looks like to read. And you do not want somebody going into your writing with a headspace of, oh, this looks like work. You want them going to your writing with the headspace of, I am excited. I should keep reading. I should figure out what this is about. Because if you don't do that, 9 times out of 10, people just aren't going to read your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if you want to make an artifact, which looks like this is an evil artifact that goes by many names, then you need to think about what is the goal of this thing. So the goal of an artifact is to be a powerful magic item that is unique. It is singular in existence, and usually they kind of break the mechanics of the game. So the way you do that, you get a paragraph or 2 at most that are flavor text that are essentially the story of the artifact. Where does it come from? What creatures are trapped inside it? Where has it been lost? Who created it? What great demon did it defeat, or whatever? Like basically a story, but the story has to be really short. We're talking 6 or 7 sentences, 8 at the most. Then, if the artifact has any special things that are required to attune to it, Then you put those, and you make them a new paragraph, separate thing. And I would even put bold in front of it and put like attunement requirements or something. Then after that, if it's an artifact, usually say it gets this many major and this many minor properties, because usually artifacts get that, and there's tables in the DMG for that, so that's the thing you can do. And then after that, you list all of the individual powers that it has. And the way that you list them is you start it with a bold, like the way that you would do it is you would be like, you would put in front of this paragraph, you would put like Shadow of the Spirit Seeker, and that would be in bold. And then you would have the whole feature listed right after that, Shadow of the Spirit Seeker, pop, 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 pop. And then another paragraph separate, or an indent separate with like a in between. Ice cream maker of the damned, and then you would describe what the ice cream maker of the damned features do. And that way,
zero in on that feature for a minute.
Well, we can talk about ice cream till the cows come home. Hey, so they can make some ice cream.
It seems like a good unit of measurement for that time, actually.
Yeah, I mean, is there? Oh, God, that's true. Could you wait a minute? Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
So time is bullshit. Like we acknowledge, like we set time. Different cultures that base time on different things experience time differently. Like if you don't use the hour clock but a different clock, time literally feels different. The way your mind thinks, the way your mind processes is different. What if there was a society that was very built around the cold and dairy? And
so the English, yes, go on.
No, but more so, like Mr. Freeze.
Okay.
Yeah. But their clocks, their sense of time was entirely built around how long it would take to make homemade ice cream. So like, you don't have to make homemade ice cream every day, but how long is it going to take to cook the chicken? 3.5 pints. How long is it going to take to drive to the school? About a gallon. The new school we're dropping Timmy off at that he's staying, like he's going to boarding school across the road. That's going to take 3.5 gallons.
That's very good. That's very good. I love that. And now you've got me wondering whether or not churning butter has ever been like a genuine way. Because like that doesn't rely on the weird coldness and is a thing that people used to do for like hours a day.
It is.
Right?
I think that churning butter, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if people timed things in their life around it. Like I gotta let this sit in the sun until I'm done churning the butter, But societally, I feel like we have the sun.
It never got to that point.
And the sun is like a bit, it's like the sun is a lot. Like you can't deny that the sun is like a pretty active part of the experience of people that are churning butter.
I don't like to talk about it, but the sun is very deeply personally important to me and all other carbon-based life forms.
Yeah, it's pretty solid out there. All right, should we try to read some of this wall of text?
Listen, man, it's your stream.
I'm gonna read this.
Okay.
And then we're probably gonna be done with it because I actually think the most important feedback for this person is the formatting, because that's a barrier that if you don't get over, it doesn't matter what you write, no one will read it. I wholeheartedly recommend that you go look at how artifacts are formatted in 5e normally, because all the stuff that Cinder just said is like in a visual. You'll see the visual layout. You won't have to remember him saying it, right? Like, yeah, and you could also look at it while you listen to me say it, so you can listen to my dulcimer tones.
Dulcimer? That's impressive. Your voice is made of Irish folk instrumentation.
That's me. I'm a dulcimer. You didn't know that?
No.
I have a crank in my belly button.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about this?
That makes sense. I don't know why you need a crank.
You know what the cool thing about a dulcimer is?
Cinder, I think you might be thinking of a hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah, I am thinking of a hurdy-gurdy. I have a hurdy-gurdy in my belly. Hurdy-gurdies are cool because they're one of the only instruments where your quality as your skill as a performer is based way less on the performance and way more on the instrument preparation.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
No,
I
it
mean,
is.
there's still a
It is
lot of
right. I watched a documentary on PBS about hurdy-gurdies.
That's cool. That's cool.
And it was about, they were like, oh, this guy builds his own with this type of wood in this place, and you can, like, he does these extra tweet, and everyone's got, it's because like you set them up to play a song, and then you just crank it, push buttons, and the song plays.
More or less.
This stream is not unhinged. Okay, you think this is unhinged? Here, Patrick, you're not going to be able to hear this, but this is here. Look, they can all hear this. They're just watching it. That's unhinged. I could just do that. I can just make that happen. That's
very good.
Now we're gonna get it, because I don't think you're hearing it, Pat, but they're all hearing stuff when I do that. It's going, and you guys are trying to figure out what those words are. I bet you're never gonna figure it out. Here, guys, you can hear. We'll just do it one more time. Here's the intro. If you missed the intro. Anyway, that's that. Get over yourself. Okay, let's read this. Historically, this ring has been found in many guises, as it uses illusion to hide its true appearance. It always has a gold band, but has been described as adorned, engraved, embossed, and even set with gems of various sizes and types. I feel like you are doing a little bit almost over visual description here. You don't need quite as much words. Upon detection, what does that mean? Does that mean when you find it? Does that mean when you see it? Does that mean when you cast a spell that notices it? The ring will display a weak magical aura. If the caster rolls a critical success on their detect magic, so there is not a critical success in detect magic in D&D. It's just the spell, so it just happens. There's no roll connected to it. Yeah, so in 5e when you cast detect magic, it just goes. It will display a powerful aura. So you might notice it's quite powerful. The nature of the magic is it shows elements of illusion, enchantment, necromantic, etc. If detect magic is okay, so these are all just about casting detect magic on it. What does it actually do? So I think we're gonna stop here. The fact that I have to can't figure out what it does. We're not gonna go on a treasure hunt to understand your homebrew. I hope that you understand, and I hope that you don't mind, because there's a million things that we can work on in the world. What? Yeah, so it's just a different game. But I think that the formatting feedback is still apt. Thank you very much for sharing, Malachi. Click. Oh, it's Kerbix. Classic Kerbix. Pat, did I tell you that I'm watching my sister's dog for the next 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks or so? So my sister's dog is 1 second. I don't think your volume's weird. Some of your sister's dog is my sister's dog is
my sister's dog.
My sister's dog she's a sweetie, but she's like really bad at going on walks. She like barks at other dogs a lot and is not fun. No, I can't take her down right now. She's upstairs. I don't want to go get her. But she'll probably be around for she'll be here for my Tuesday afternoon or for my Wednesday afternoon stream when I'm streaming during the day, because she gets tired. She's like a lazy old dog. She's a border collie. Bring the camera to the dog. I love that you guys think I have some crazy nice setup where I can do that. I use a shitty webcam that is got like 4 feet of wire. But I'm watching her for the next little while, and at some point on stream I'm gonna have to take a break and go let her out to pee. I don't know when, but in a little bit. I was worried that she wasn't going to go to the bath. I was taking her for a walk before stream started, and she wasn't pooping, and I was like, God damn it, Petunia, you got to poop before stream. You got to poop before stream because I'm going to be gone. And then she did poop, and it was like, nice. Here, I'll tell you what. You guys keep reaching out, and we'll see if she gets here. Kerbick says, it's another devil fruit for a One Piece campaign. Y'all fucking love your One Piece campaigns. They are meant to be strong, but not completely game-breaking. What was that noise?
She said, nerd.
Yeah, they are fucking nerd. One Piece.
Anime nerds.
More like Two Piece.
Nah, that was nothing.
No, it was definitely something.
I don't think that was anything. I think we could put that one in the vault.
Okay.
Neko no Mi bottle.
Ah, the classic Neko no Mi.
Lord have mercy.
Why is everything fucked?
It's a good question.
There we go. Just trying to get the formatting a little bit better. Okay. It's a Neko no Mi model tiger. Enemy of the sea. So these are cursed items. So basically, if you eat some of these fruit, the sea is bad for you. You get incapacitated if you go in water, and you suck in water. Which is interesting that it's a pirate show. Let's see here. By eating the Neko no Mi model tiger, you become a tiger man. Okay. You can access to 2 forms, animal and hybrid. You have a number of devil fruit charges equal to half your level. Okay. You have advantage on perception and stuff related to smell, beast form. As a bonus action, you can spend a devil fruit charge to change into one of 2 forms. The transformation lasts for a minute or until you fall unconscious. You can end the transformation early at any time. You gain the following abilities while transformed. While transformed into an animal, your AC becomes 11 plus your dex modifier, and you can't hold or use an object. Do you have stat blocks? What is happening here? So are we actually turning into an animal or not?
Good question. Also, what is the novice situation?
Well, sometimes if you're just getting started with eating devil fruit, you're not really used to it yet. You've just, maybe you open it wrong, or you make it really messy and it gets all over your shirt.
Not really, no.
My assumption is that they want this to be something that grows with you over time, and the language people are freaking out. I didn't post the link. I just shared the link. That they want it to grow with you over time, and maybe in the show there is an element of using that. I'm a novice devil fruit user. I haven't unlocked form 2 yet. I've unlocked form 2. That means I'm a master.
It's so hard for us to judge when neither of us have ever watched one.
Yeah, it is weird language though, because it does sound like you're better or worse at eating a fruit. I will say that.
Well, also, when I see awakening, I think awakened, and I think like artifact, right? And so I'm thinking like, is this a D&D thing that I'm not understanding, or that they didn't do quite right, or is this a completely unrelated form of expansion that they've designed for these kinds of items?
Yeah. All right. Good night, Michael. So first thought. If beast form, if you want us to actually transform into a tiger, you need to give us stats for that tiger. If that is just flavor text, then I would remove the part that makes it sound like you're turning into a tiger. But basically, this is what happens. When you transform, you get a boat. Your AC, in theory, gets okay. It gets not as good as leather armor, but that's fine. You get beastly hide. When you turn into one of your beast forms, you gain a number of temporary hit points depending on which form you change into. You gain plus 5.
I thought we already picked the form.
Yeah, I'm confused. Wait a minute. So
also, yeah.
When are we using this feat? I am confused. So, yeah, what? What the fuck? Wait a minute. So we choose a beast form and transform, and then we choose something else? And then
I don't know. But then the next ones are both form. Animal form only. So we have a hybrid form, a beast form, and an animal form, I guess.
So you need to, okay, main feedback for this piece so far, there needs to be some organizational clarity to be had. My guess is that you maybe pulled this from looking at like a werewolf or a were-tiger stat block, where they don't really have language for the organization of that. It's just like, this is an attack you get in beast form. This is an attack you get in humanoid form. This is an attack you get in both forms. Because that's how those are written. But that's okay because those are monster stat blocks. If you are trying to make something usable for a person, you need to make it very crystal clear. This, the way that it's written, does not sound like it should be one of these things. It sounds like it should be somewhere up here with Tiger Man, maybe. You gain +5 plus your level temporary hit points when transforming. Yeah, these should just be, this shouldn't be down here. This is just weirdly formatted that this is down here. So you just get a bunch of temporary hit points. Also, your feline agility. What is this? You can double your movement. Okay, so you basically get the tabaxi feature of super fast. You get some natural weapons. Your attack deal additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. I can't really tell if that's good or not because I guess this is what the feature is. I don't know. It feels weird. I feel like you don't need to do this. If you're getting a natural attack that does something, you don't need to adjust that natural attack in its own separate feature. You can just make it everything that it's going to be here. And then pounce is what tigers just get. Deep wound.
Also, chat has pointed out, and it is accurate, that feline agility is just a copy paste of the tabaxi.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Even down to the name, it's literally just called feline agility. So
yeah. So maybe change it, make it unique, distinct.
Maybe change that a little bit. Yeah.
Here, you know what we need? There we go. Okay. Once per turn, when you finish a claw attack, you can use a deep wound. The target must make a Constitution saving throw or start bleeding. A bleeding target takes 1d8 necrotic damage at the start of each of its turns. At the end of each of its turns, the target can make a con saving throw. On a success, the condition ends. I think the bleeding condition is cool. It does not come up that much in D&D, but I think there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, I like it quite a bit, and I think it fits well here. This is a pretty well organized this feature is solid. I do think in general, though, I'm not sure what is actually happening here because. At first, I thought we were transforming into animals, but now it doesn't seem like that. Now it seems like we're just sort of entering a state, like a mode, almost like a barbarian rage.
I think someone pointed out in chat that some of the shifters in monster stat blocks have humanoid form, both forms.
I said that
animal
too.
Form and hybrid form. And
I said that too.
The idea is that you're just turning into a shifter, but it's not organized well.
Yeah. So I think that you can't base the way that you built this off of monsters. You must build it as your own. You could look at, there is a shifter in D&D, a race of shifters, and they have language for shifting modes that is pretty good. But yeah, that's what I would say. I think that right now, organize, clarify is the main things that I would say.
Also, I would generally agree with chat's assessment, which is like giving a new race as a magic item is interesting, but I don't think kind of shares well to other people, right? Like in your home game, that's a totally cool way to like narratively facilitate swapping a player's race for another, but like you actually do want to do the race swap under the hood, right? Like you don't want to have a magic item that while you're attuned to it gives you a second race kind of over top of your current one. And those were all pretty much racial features.
I'm unfocused. I'm back. Yes, I was also one thing that I'll also say is I know that they're probably making this specifically for a game where like everyone is going to get a devil fruit. That's my guess because it's like everyone getting like their superpowers. So the only other thing that I'll say is the only thing that I know about One Piece is that the devil's fruit give you really crazy powers. And I think that it will be a challenge to make all of these devil fruits be so different, but be balanced against each other. Like I could very easily see, because I don't remember what the last one was. The last one might have been the zipper guy. Somebody sent a zipper guy devil fruit. But some of those features, like there are features that you would get from Devil Fruit. Like you will most likely find yourself in a situation where some will be so much stronger than the others that you just gotta have to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Somebody's saying this is so much less stronger than the Zipper one. Yeah. Yeah. Because the Zipper one was crazy strong. Crazy. And that's how it goes. Millions of people. You know that song, Patrick?
I do. I feel like in general, the point of One Piece is to not have a lot of narrative rules. And I've never seen One Piece, so I could be very wrong about that assessment. But like from seeing pictures, it seems like it's kind of just picky, and that doesn't work super well in D&D.
I think it has a lot of plot, like a very in-depth story with very layered, complicated characters. But from an aesthetic standpoint, the powers really are what's the most obscure idea that we could translate into a superpower. You know?
Right. And like that's fine. I think that's very fun for that narrative universe. But when you're running a D&D game, you are balancing against the improvisational agency of probably realistically at least 3 players and maybe up to 10 at a time.
It's the same reason why like the SCP Foundation stuff doesn't really work in D&D. It's like
100%.
when you're dealing with like actually it's the same reason why even something really simple like the Avengers. You couldn't really do the Avengers in D&D because at the end of the day, you can't have the Hulk. You know?
Yeah.
You can't really have Thor. You can't really have Iron Man. Like we're not built for that extreme level of power in all directions.
So, to be fair, you can use that as a good place to start. And this is something that Cinder says pretty much every stream, which is like when you're taking inspiration from a piece of media, it is probably not a good idea to try to replicate that piece of media. You should instead be inspired by it and let it guide the gestalt of what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Somebody said D&D Avengers is hilarious because Hawkeye is basically just a level 3 fighter.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from Ben.
Ben.
This is a Shapeshifter Ranger. Cool. Inspired by the Moon Druid. It works slightly differently. Oh. Like you keep your original hit points. It should scale and multi-class better. If it was checked out by Reddit a while back. Made some adjustments, mainly buffing some later features. I was reminded about it by a short you did. Yes, it's true. I did make a short about shape changers recently.
Fun.
I'm going to have to pee soon. What time is it? I actually, you know what? After this piece, I'm going to go pee and let the dog out.
Cool. I'll probably roll out at about then.
Word. And then we'll make everybody fucking just sit in silence for a couple minutes and think about their lives and the things they could have been doing with them. Shapeshifter Ranger. Your connection to the wilds now manifests with you being able to take on animal forms. You can choose your own origin for these abilities or determine it by rolling on the origin chart below. So you have some nice origins.
That's fun.
And then it looks like we have shape-shifting almost the same way that what's your who's it? What is it?
We will get into the nuance of that, but I will tell you right away.
Yeah.
Not only do I think that this is feeling way too close to Wild Shape to be fun and distinct for a ranger, I also hate the way Wild Shape works. And as it happens, Wizards of the Coast is getting rid of it in 1D&D. Because it's just not good.
All right. Fair. Let's see. Okay. Your ranger level determines the number of beasts you can turn into. So it's not the same as wild shape exactly, but you pick a couple beasts. You learn 2 beast shapes of your choice at 3rd level and additional ones at the ranger level shown at the table. You can change 1 beast shape. Okay. So you get at 3rd level, you can know 2 1 CR monsters. 2 1 CR beasts. At 7th level, you get 3, and one of them can be 2 CR. 11th level, 4, 3, 5, and 4. People are saying, also, people got a lot of feelings in the chat. So that's nuts. So people are yelling about Hawkeye. Okay.
A lot happening.
Yeah, a lot happening. You stay in this form until you use a bonus action to revert back to your normal form or into another beast form. There should be a limit on this, probably. Yeah. Your game statistics are changed, but you retain your alignment, current hit points, hit dice, hit point maximum, personality. You use the strength, wisdom, all the other stats of the creature. You also retain. Oh, so you also gain the mental stats of the creature. That's different than wild shape.
That's probably really bad for a caster, but okay.
You also
I'd be fine.
well, you're probably not casting spells when you're a parrot.
I mean, you're not, but I'm trying to think like because the druid explicitly doesn't do that so that you.
Oh no,
are
you
affected
use
by
whichever are
spells.
higher. Wait a second. Wait a minute. But that's true for all of them. If your strength, dex, con, if any of those are higher, you use those. Interesting. So it's quite a bit stronger than beast shape, at least so far.
Yeah.
At least, or wild shape so far. It doesn't have a time limit.
Yeah.
It doesn't just replace mental stats. You can also retain all of your skills and saving throws. Use your proficiency bonus instead of the creatures. If the creature has any legendary layer actions, you can't use them. You can't speak or perform blah, 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 blah. You retain the benefit of any of the features of your class, race. You choose whether your equipment...
The rest of it's pretty standard.
How often can you do this?
Just whenever, it looks like.
So I would argue that that's probably too much.
Well, it says beast shapes known. So I don't know if that means you pick 2 monsters and then those are what you know and you can always turn into those 2.
That is what that is. That is what that is.
Okay. Yeah, that's
so
crazy.
if I picked, I could pick like a spider and like a python, and then I could always turn into a spider or a python, for example.
I like the idea of limiting to a number of creatures. I think that is an interesting mechanic, but you absolutely also need to limit the number of times per rest you can do this.
You need to limit the number of times per rest, but the other thing is that if you are keeping all of the best parts of your character, you still get access to all of your abilities, whatever the stat... Like, the reason why Wild Shape isn't broken in a lot of ways, in some ways it is because it severely limits your strength. You don't get access to any of your other stuff. So by like somebody saying this could be broken in so many ways, immediately my first thought is multi-classing, like
which they called out as being a design goal for them, is to make this more powerful on a multi-class, and I think you hit that target and blew it up for space.
Yeah, I think it's too much, too strong is what I would say. And I also think that whether or not this might be like Patrick isn't a fan of Wild Shape, so he might just generally not like that. This is just
my problem with Wild Shape for Druids specifically is the unbounded CR system. It is really clunky. The limitations that they have to put on it mean that you're really just kind of penned in for a very long time. I haven't dug deep into the 1D&D approach, so I don't think it's going to end up really solving this problem in an elegant way. But the way that Tasha solved summons, which had a similar CR problem as well, just giving you a stat block and saying, here's some flavor, right? Like you pick what it looks like, here's the stat block, is a better approach to doing things.
Yes, and somebody in the chat is saying, like infinite uses of this Wild Shape is too strong. But keep in mind, they're not getting new hit points every transformation. So I do understand somewhat of where they're coming from, but this would work so much better and be so much simpler if you had 3 forms that you could turn into. And it was like, there is this form, and this form. And you treated it like the new form of Wild Shape. Or like the summoning, like the Beastmaster's Beast Companion stat blocks or something like that. Like, I wouldn't use those exactly, but I feel like that would just be such a better way of handling it. The fact that you keep your hit points, so at least the Wild Shape is not a de facto heal. Yeah. That makes it a little bit better. You are not transforming into an animal at that point. It's dumb. I don't know if it's dumb. That's a little harsh. I feel like it's a solid way of imagining a person who is sort of fluid in nature, where it's like they're like one mass that is just shifting shapes. Like, I get that vibe. I just think that there's better ways to accomplish it than this. Let's look at the 7th level feature. Starting at 7th level, your attacks in your beast form count as magical for the purposes of overcoming resistance and immunity. That's fine. Also at 7th level, when you use your bonus action to change forms, the next 5 feet of movement doesn't provoke opportunity attack. I think that's fine too. I think that's interesting. Yeah. It's not huge vibe, but I get it. Like it's almost like, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of how Ant-Man fights. Like, where like he
Yeah.
like punches somebody and then gets little and then big really quickly to like avoid getting hit, you know?
Yeah. I actually think
it's pretty solid.
especially if you're not limiting how many times you can do this, right? It's just part of baked into the action economy. Like that's a fun little loop that you set up there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. I like that.
Yeah.
I would even say that depending on how if you take our advice and you make straight up stat blocks for the beast shapes that you can take, 7th level could also be where you get access to a new stat block. Like maybe you had 2 options before, and now a 3rd one is introduced here.
Which, to be fair, that's what they do with the current system. Is
isn't it?
You get to pick 2, and then at 7th level you get 3, and then 11th level you get 4.
Yeah.
I think you could totally keep that. Just instead of giving me access to every beast and having to put those limitations on and so forth, like build a stat block that you can balance things around, right? That you can make sure that the stats work across the board. You can make sure that the abilities, and then also that you can build more variety into. You can explicitly give like a tiny creature and a large creature right up front so that you can lean into that Ant-Man style fighting if that's something that you think is fun.
Yeah. As somebody in the chat, Zelmel said, this doesn't seem nuts with some tweaks. I agree. I don't think this does. I think this becomes very interesting with some tweaks. Let's look at Bestial Banter. Starting at 11th level, you can now speak in your beast form. You can also perform verbal components of spells in your beast form. I'm going to encourage you not to do that. Even though this is very different than the druid. That's like one of the biggest deals when the druid gets the ability to do that. And they don't get that until like 17th level.
Yeah.
So you don't want to step, like, you're already sort of stepping on the druid toes by building a subclass that is very similar to the only thing that really makes druids unique. So I would encourage you to not do that too closely. So I would encourage you to not do that. Also at 11th level, you can make it a single attack from your beast stat block as a bonus action. All right.
So I have 2 thoughts here, one from chat, one from this. I love that, assuming that I get a stat block, right? Like this to me indicates it's like even more of that push of like, I am not becoming a badger. I have a badger form, and I can use the claw attack off of that without having to turn into the badger, right? It's almost like the beast barbarian, where it's like I have a monstrous energy to me, a bestial energy to me that allows me to like kind of weave into that. I think that's really cool. And also another strong recommendation as to why you should veer away from the CR, kind of approach. And Kat has mentioned a couple of other ways in which, like, if you have access to spider stat block and then double dipping into like a rogue and getting this incredible, kind of like sneak and high dex situation, when you have the open-ended access to the monster manual, it's impossible to cover your bases.
Yeah. Matt Thorne says at 11th level, you can now make 4 attacks in beast form. How is that? Did I miss something? I don't think you get extra attacks. I guess they're assuming that the beast form that you have could make 3 attacks.
Potentially, if you depending on the beast that you pick.
Well, to be clear, it's actually in this feature you can never get more than 2 attacks with your beast form based on the way that this is written. Unless I'm misreading it, and this actually means you get more
if you have
attacks.
extra attack and use multi attack, that's if you have multi attack and extra attack, you get 1 more.
Oh, so if your beast form has 3 attacks and then you have extra multi attack, you get 4 attacks.
And then at 11th level, 5.
So you get 4 attacks at level 3 then. Or 5. Yeah, so I would drop that. I would make it so your beast gets 1 attack, and then when you have extra attack, your beast gets 2.
Again, a thing you could do if you just write the stat block.
Yep. The thing is that the amount of work it takes to make this work is not worth it for the openness to beasts. All right, let's look at the final form. At 15th level, you ignore the somatic and material components of spells in beast form that don't have a gold cost. I guess feels a little redundant. I would just drop this entirely. When you transform into a beast shape, you may also choose to become 1 size larger or smaller than the original beast. if a feature, okay, so basically it can be bigger or littler. I think being bigger or littler is a cool capstone, but again,
I like it.
I also think that if you were to have specific stat blocks of monsters, you could get even cooler with the capstones.
Yeah,
like if you had one stat block that kind of filled the role of like the bruiser monster, one stat block that kind of filled the role of like the, I don't know, whatever you want. You can come up with 3 or 4. But overall, I think the idea is interesting, but I do think that the core mechanic you've built it around is flawed in a way that could use the amount of work it will take to make it work is not worth it to just do it a different way. Like it is cheaper to buy a new car than to fix the old in terms of that mechanic, I think.
Agreed. But if you, again, I think you even lit on something that Cinder had pointed out, which is this like Ant-Man style of fighting. And this like kind of bobbing and weaving into and out of partial, kind of B shapes and sizes and so forth. Like that's a really cool aesthetic. I think you can lean into that if you tighten up your edges a little bit.
Yeah, people are saying that it's quite powerful. I think it's pretty powerful. It's definitely too strong in its current state. I don't know how OP. I don't actually think it's worth it to worry about that too much, because I think that if you make the changes I think you should make, you will be addressing a lot of those issues before they become issues.
And that's the thing is it is probably overpowered, but it's overpowered because there are people who spend a lot of time studying the monster manual to figure out how to break CR based stuff. And it's just like there's a lot of surface area there.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to keep going.
All right, I am going to bounce. Ben, thank you very much. Cinder, thank you very much. I will see you soon.
All right, I'm going to pee, and I'm going to let the dog out. Both.
All right. Take it easy, chat. Have fun.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Pat. Thank you very much. Love having you.
Absolutely.
Remind me to tell you that story about my Social Security card later.
Social Security. All right, cool. I'll text you right back.
All right, let's get some music going, and then I'll give you guys a song or 2 to listen to while I go pee. What kind of music do you guys want? K-pop? Really, you want K-pop? All right. You say so. Jesus, that was loud. Why didn't anybody tell me? You know? I bet you guys were yelling about it being loud, huh? Did I miss anything while I was gone? Anything fun happen? Uh-oh. The video's just going. Should I just let it go? Should my head just be in? Is that gonna be crazy? Whatever. Let's spin. Matt Thorne. All right, Matt Thorne. Here, wait. Let's go back. Oh, yeah. Let's be the donut for a little while. All right, Matt Thorne. Let's see what you got. This is a modified Helm of Brilliance. I created it because it annoyed me how it essentially a consumable item despite requiring attunement. I made it significantly weaker with situational spells focusing more on the light motif. All right, let's take a look. The Dazzling Hedge. I'm planning on streaming probably for like I don't know. Hopefully a couple years. I'm really enjoying it so far. I haven't really figured out how to make it totally sustainable yet, but if I can, I'll keep on going on and on. But yeah, I'd like to do it for at least a year or two. Well, tonight's the night. If we can figure out getting sponsorships, that would be a big deal. A big deal and a big difference in my life. But I don't really know how to do that. Kind of an idiot. Let's look at the Dazzling Helm. Donut! You guys want to see something? You guys want to see something weird? Hi, guys. Did you see that? Did you like that? I hope you liked that. You didn't like it? All right. Dazzling Helm. This shining bronze helmet is set with a bunch of amethysts, beads, and garnets. Any gem pried from the helm crumbles to dust. While all gems are removed or destroyed, the helmet loses its magic. You gain the following benefits. My question is, why are you keeping this element if you don't want it to fall apart? You can use an action to cast one of the following using the helm's gems as a specific component. Color spray, see invisibility, illusory terrain. The gem is destroyed when the spell is cast and disappeared. Okay, as long as the helm has at least one amethyst, you get this. As long as the helm has at least one... Oh, I see. You made it so you don't have to attune to it. I got you. I got you. Okay, I am going to say something here that I think you're not going to like. But let me finish reading what actual abilities we get other than that. So we get color spray, see invisibility, and illusory terrain. We get blinded. We're immunity to blind. We get dark vision. And we get minor illusion. So the question that you need to ask yourself, and I don't know what the answer is, but let's assume we get medium rolls, okay? So let's say we get 15 amethysts, 10 beads, and 5 garnets. Is a magic item that lets you cast color spray 15 times, see invisibility 10 times, and illusory terrain 5 times. I feel like that, even if it's just a one-time use item, I feel like that's pretty strong to not require attunement. Like, I feel like it needs to be, well, it's fiddly to track with the other one too. That doesn't really matter. Like, they're not trying to solve the brilliant helm's core issues. They're just trying to make it not require attunement. It has enough charges to warrant attunement. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, I don't think this solves the problem. I think that if you want to be able to use, if you want to use numbers this big, these abilities need to be less powerful than first level spells. Or you need to make it so there's a lot less of these. Otherwise, I think it's too much. But I do think that this is a very decent way of toning down the Helm of Brilliance. I just think that it still is not dealing with one of the key issues of where I see the attunement coming in, which is it's just a lot of spells. Like, you're just getting, even if it's color spray is not that useful, but getting to cast it 15 times is you're gonna get some use out of it. You know what I mean? It's still saving you some stuff. I think you can make a number of smaller gems, but have the ability to replace gems. I mean, then you're sort of turning it into a whole other little mini game, which could be cool. But I don't think that's what the author's goal was here. Yeah, so I would say lower these numbers significantly, and or cut these powers down even more. Like, none of these, maybe the most powerful can be as powerful as a first level spell, but the rest I would keep at cantrip level. You're going to have this many options. Yeah, so if you wanted to have like a bunch of options still, or a bunch of uses, then each of them should be able to get basically cast cantrips. That's what I would do if I were you. But I think it's a cool idea. You just got to work around that the amount of spell casting it gives you. Oh shoot. The Royal Bunny. Hi, Cinder. That's me. I need to clean up my friggin' desktop at some point. This is a subclass I made for a player at my table, inspired by a subclass from the Scion class by Kibbles Tasty. If this is a Scion subclass, I will not be able to give you much help, but hopefully it is a not Scion subclass. I'm just not familiar with Kibble Tasty's Scion, although they are a good creator. My goal here was to create the mechanics for a hit-and-run Gish type character while having the flavor of a dimension-traveling nomad. Thank you in advance. You're welcome in advance. A sorcerer. Interesting. Curious to see how this works. Gish is shorthand for basically like a sword slinging magic user. Somebody that is sword and sorcery is a Gish. You're casting magic and swinging a sword. Often known for being hated by the Horizon Walker Rangers and Oath of Watcher Paladins for their habit of creating tears in reality. That's funny. I would drop this middle part and just... Your sentence gets too long with this middle part. Plane drifters are among the most mysterious incarnates of sorcerers. These are individuals that just aren't quite rooted in the same reality as everyone else. They find it more pliable and slippery and prone to jump through on the right occasion. How they get their powers varies. Some were born, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Flavor text is good. I'm not reading the whole thing because I trust in it because the first paragraph was solid. I was thinking Gish are short corrupted version of Gestalt. No, different. Rangers and Hexblades is, yeah. This is good flavor text. This is good. If you're gonna, none of your flavor text should ever be for a subclass should be much longer than this. And if you look at what they did, they split the first half into like sort of like story element stuff about it, and the second half into like this is how you become it, and that's good. Okay. We don't get any special class ability. We don't get any known spells, but it looks like we get 3 first level features, which is way more than you normally get. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to need to drop at least one of these. Starting at first level, proficiency in martial weapons and light armor. Also starting at first level on your turn, you can replace your movement by teleporting 5 feet in any direction to a space you can see. The distance increases by 5 feet at 6th level to 10 feet. 10 feet, 10th level 15, 14th 20 feet becomes equal to your movement speed at 18th. This is a cool feature, but I'm gonna tell you that it's probably too much to have this and Rift Charger. What I'm seeing, what I'm gonna guess what's happening here is you have a lot of ideas that you're trying to figure out how to fit into something, and you are trying to put them all in. So let's see what happens. This wizard still lacks proficiency in some simple weapons. That's true. You should get proficiency in simple weapons too. Rift Charge. Also at first level, once per turn, immediately before or after you cast a spell of first level or higher, you can step through a space, traveling up to 10 feet in a straight line, leaving a spatial tear behind. This movement counts as a teleportation. Thus, it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. You can pass through creatures, but cannot pass through objects. Any creature in the path of this tear must succeed on a dex saving throw against your spell save DC or take force damage equal to the number of d8s, triggering the spell's damage. That's very strong. Alternatively, you can use, because spells, yeah, that's quite strong. That's essentially getting like a mini upcast of the spell's damage every time you cast it. Alternatively, you can use an action to expend, I think you mean, sorcery points to use this feature without casting a spell. When you use Rift Charge in this way, the damage equals the number of d8s equal to your sorcery points. Okay, so you should just drop Flicker Step entirely, because Rift Charge is cooler and basically does the same thing, but damage on top. This is teleport for free. This is teleport plus damage. I think you probably need to... there needs to be some... I'm not sure how I feel about the extra damage. I think... I have thoughts about it. I would maybe drop the extra damage that you get, and I would probably have it so that you could teleport based off of the level of the spell. So maybe you get 5 feet of movement or 10 feet of movement plus an additional 5 feet for every level of the spell or something like that. Yeah, I would just drop all this extra damage stuff. I don't think it fits. It fits fine, but like it's a lot to give a sorcerer armor and weapons and teleport that deals special damage. 1d4 for 2 points is better. I don't know about that. That's kind of 1d4 for 2 sorcery points. Are you fucking serious? That's terrible. Okay, Simic, you don't know what you're talking about. That's too much. I think that distance you can teleport should depend on the level of the spell. That's what I mean. I think that would make sense. That's what I said. Did you not hear me when I said that? Starting at 3rd level, your Rift Charge... Oh, and we're also getting 3rd level features? Yeah, then we definitely need to drop these. At least this. And I would drop the damage for sure. Starting at 3rd level, your Rift Charge is modified when you use meta magic options on the triggering spell. It's modified in the following ways. Careful spell, choose a number of creatures equal to the affected... Wait a second. So at careful spell, choose a number of creatures affected by Rift Charge up to your charisma modifier. Those creatures automatically succeed on their saving throw and suffer no effects. Okay. A distance spell, the distance you travel is farther. Empowered spell. I'm going to be honest here. This is a fun idea, but it's doing too much. It's doing too much. You are giving this sorcerer too many things. If you want to have your sorcerer have unique ways of interacting with meta magic, I think that can be really interesting, but it's really strong. It's really strong to get all of this on top of the other things that you're getting. So what I would do if I were you is I probably would make it so... Oh, man, I don't want to tell you to just drop this whole thing, but I kind of feel like you need to just drop this whole thing. If you want this to work, this essentially needs to be the 6th level feature on its own, potentially the 14th level feature on its own. It's very strong. And even then, I can, just from reading them, they're beastly. They're beastly. It doesn't matter that you'd only have a few meta magic options. You're not getting all of these things, but to have all of your meta magic this significantly improved is not small. That's very big. Doesn't matter that you'd only have a few of those options. It's still that you would still have all of them that you would pick meta magic for. Drop all the meta magic. If it's kept in, it needs to be like super core thing when you... Yeah, exactly. It's just too much. Let's look at 6th level. Your experience... Fix the spelling there. Your experience with the Rift grants you special talent that improves your Rift charge. At 6th level, you gain one of the following features of your choice. You can choose an additional one of these features at 14th and 18th. Okay, the way that this is designed, you just couldn't figure out what things to not give this. That's my guess, because this is just... Everything is you're getting options on options on options. You don't need to do that with every class, every feature. You get Rift Slash. When you use Rift Charge as part of your action, you can make a single weapon attack as a bonus action. Alternatively, you can expend a sorcery point to make a single weapon attack against any target you pass through. You can make this attack against the target once per turn. Rift Dance. When you use Rift Charge, you gain an illusory duplicate as per the Mirror Image spell. You have a maximum of 4 duplicates with this feature. Additionally, your first attack before your roll in the next turn uses Rift Charge gains advantage. When you use your Rift Charge, you regain a number of hit points equal to your Charisma modifier. Right after you use your Rift Charge, you can immediately Rift Charge again with the same action. This second Rift Charge deals the same damage as the first one, but loses any additional effects granted by meta magic. I feel like this is just... I feel like this is doing too much. This shouldn't be 3 things on top of the meta magic and everything. All of these level things feel like they should have picked one and focused the subclass around it. I do admire the customizability. So I admire the customizability too, but you have to keep something in mind. This actually isn't customizable. It's just more options that you're getting. Because you're not customizing your meta magic. You're just getting more stuff based on the meta magic you pick. And this isn't that customizable because you're eventually going to have all of these but one. So it's not actually, you're just, it's like, it would be customizable if at 6th level you picked one of these 3 features and that's what you got. This is 10 or whatever slightly different subclasses in one. True, something more could be done to make customizability, make it both unique and more simple. Yeah, the way to make it unique would be to be like, when you get 6th level, pick one of these 3 or 4 features. And then you get them. And then don't worry about the others. Astral Communion. At 6th level, in addition at 6th level, when you finish a long rest, harnessing the ethereal currents of the astral plane, you can replace one of the meta magic options you have for a different one on the available list. So being able to switch a meta magic on a long rest is not a small deal, but it's not a huge deal either. I think it's actually a pretty cool feature. I don't think it fits the vibe of the subclass at all. I think the only reason why it fits the vibe of the subclass is because you tied Rift charges to meta magic. And my opinion is you should just drop that. So I would probably just drop this other 6th level feature as well. Let's see. This seems like it's unnecessarily complicates things when combined with everything else. It is fairly complicated. It would be, some of these features are confusing and sort of sit in a space where you're like, huh? How does that work? Specifically, I would argue this one and this one. Like Rift Dancer, I feel like could just be just cast Mirror Image. We don't need to make it too much more complicated than that. What class is this for? This is for Sorcerer. Starting at 14th level, you understand how to traverse space, expand to previous comprehensive scale. Blah, blah, blah. You gain the ability to cast Plane Shift and Teleport. You can cast one of these spells once without expending a spell slot and material components. After you use this, you can't do so again until you finish the long rest. Can you cast Plane Shift at 14th level? Did I spell Plane Shift wrong? Is it 2 words? Plane Shift is 7th level. Can you cast 7th level spells at 14? Yes? I don't know. I want to check. I don't remember. 14. Yes. So at 14th level with this, we basically get. Oops, did I leave your? There you go. At 14th level, you get 2 new spells that are pretty high level and free castings of them once per long rest. That's fine. It's not. I don't know. Plane Shift is a really, really strong spell, but Plane Shift and Teleport once a day, I think, is fine. Beginning at 18th level, the Magic of the Plains grants you the ability to not just... I will say this. This is a perfect example of like, oh, this is kind of a mediocre ability. This is not exciting. You like these crazy things? This could be where you start tying some of this stuff. If you really want to keep it, you could put some of it at 14. Beginning at 18th level, the Magic of the Plains grants you the ability to not just travel through them, but to create your own. Okay? You learn the Demiplane spell, which does not count against the number of your known sorcerer spells. This use of Demiplane is special. Rather than opening an empty room 30 feet in each dimension, it opens a spherical Demiplane 1 mile in each dimension. Holy shit. While in this Demiplane, you can spend an hour creating and shaping it as you like. It's basically just like a little world you can make. So it's like Magnificent Mansion, but a mile long. I mean, I think that's fine for an 18th level feature. I don't think that's crazy. If you felt like that was crazy, I would just make it like 500 feet. But I don't know. I don't feel like that's huge. If you die outside of your Demiplane, roll a d20 on a 10 or higher, you discorporate with 0 hit points. Instead of dying, you fall unconscious. I would drop that. That just seems like extra for extra sake. You're still getting a giant room. I don't think you need the rejuvenation thing. This just has too many things. This is just too strong. Too many things. I would drop all the meta magic stuff. And I would lean into the idea of opening planes and traveling through planes. And I would also try not to lean so hard on spells that already exist to do that. Give them some abilities that feel unique in their own way. Like, I don't think Demiplane, Teleport, and Plane Shift is what we should be getting at our higher level features. They should feel more unique, I think. Those are my thoughts. Everyone loves... How many teleporting subclasses have you been reviewing? I don't know. 6 at least. Everybody wants to make teleporting subclasses. I've actually 6 at least. And all of them are overpowered. And overcomplicated. Oh, it's Derek Silverstone. I made this based on an idea I had for a wild magic creature that changed its creature type around stuff. Why is it so... I hate my computer. I decided to use an aura to mechanically represent that change. That creature that changes its creature type around randomly. Why do you need an aura to do that, I wonder? That's weird. All right. I'm curious to see what you made that I'm curious how an aura is going to be what represents that. Let's see. Okay. It's CR 1/2, so it's a little guy. Not that many hit points. Not that much life. It has true sight to 10 feet. That's kind of fun. Knows all languages. Can it speak them? If it can speak them, I would just say all languages. If it knows them but cannot speak them, you need to clarify that. Changing creature type. The wild magic wisp shifts in its nature as time and magic flow through it. Anytime it is encountered, the DM rolls. I would say upon rolling initiative, something like that. There's nothing wrong with a big stat block for a low CR monster if it's interesting and works well. Anytime it is encountered, DM rolls a d10 to determine its creature type. The DM may also choose the creature type of the wild shape from the options below. This is a good use of the word may. Everybody give Derek a high five. This is a correct use of the word may. So if you ever wondered when you can use may correctly, this is it. Somebody pointed out there's no beast option. I'm wondering if they dropped beast because there weren't enough and they were trying to figure out which dice to tie it into. A magical aura. The magic wisp emits an aura that extends out from it for 10 feet in every direction. The nature of this aura is determined by its creature type as detailed below. All right, so I'm probably not going to read all 10 auras. I'm just going to skim, and we'll see how they feel. Aberration. All attacks made by creatures within the aura against the wild magic wisp are rolled at disadvantage. All saving throws the wild magic wisp makes from creatures within the aura are rolled at advantage. Celestial. When a creature within the aura other than the wild magic wisp is magically healed or magically gains hit points, that healing or temporary hit points is cut in half, and it gains them. This is higher than CR 1/2, just so you know. Construct. All creatures within the aura cannot make any attack roll at disadvantage or advantage. A dragon. They have a frightful presence aura. Elemental. All damage dealt within the aura changes to one of the following damage types. Oof, I would not do this. I would just pick one. Don't put a dice roll inside a dice roll thing. That's too much. That would be tedious. I wouldn't want to have to do that as a dungeon master. Fae. You're already rolling and reading all of these things each time. There's no such thing as a D3, but you can ask someone to roll a D3. A D3 is a D6 divided by 2. But D3s are used in the officially published content at least 3 or 4 times. So totally reasonable. Totally reasonable to do. Fae Aura. Aura of Taboo. Anytime Wild Magic Wisp takes damage from a creature within the aura, it can immediately use its reaction to deal force damage back, equal to the damage taken. Oof, buddy, this is definitely higher than a CR 1/2. Fiend. Aura of Pain. Anytime the Wild Magic Wisp deals damage to a creature within the aura, it can deal additional 2 force damage to each other creature. Monstrosity. All creatures of the Wild Magic choice within the aura have advantage on their first attack. Aura of Ooze. Aura of Aberrant Ground. Don't use the word aberrant because you have aberration. Just confusing. Each creature that starts its turn within the thing must make a saving throw or have its speed reduced, and the undead one is anytime it deals damage, hit points are reduced. Yeah, man, I think that you should just pop this up. This is what I would do if I were you. I would boost its stats a little bit, not a huge amount, a little bit, and I would make it a CR2 monster. That's what I would do if I were you. Not crazy. Keep its HP low. Keep its AC decently low, but I would probably up its dex, and I would probably up its charisma, and I would probably make it so it does... Actually, I mean, maybe this is fine, but I maybe give it 2 attacks instead of 1. This is pretty neat, though. I really like the idea of a monster that changes dramatically every round. And when you first said that you were going to be doing like auras as the transformation, I was like, I don't know if that's going to be a good idea or not. But it seems like I think it works pretty well. And I will say that all of these things feel decently interesting and troublesome for combat. I would say that I think the ones that I think are the least interesting are the advantage disadvantage ones. And if you can think of alternative mechanics that aren't advantage disadvantage, I think that might help them feel more like evocative. Like aberrant ones specifically, like that really doesn't feel aberrant to me. But overall I think it's pretty solid. I think tweak it up, tune it up a bit. I like the idea of it changing it around. Like the aura that it is changing, and it is kind of staying the same. I think that works pretty well, actually. Yeah, man, it's good. Just make it a little bit beefier because these features are cool, and I don't want you to have to tone these features down to make it a CR 1/2 monster. Does that make sense? Like, in order to make it a 1/2, you would have to cut too much of the meat out of it. But I would definitely use a monster like that in my game. Those types of monsters can be really fun. If it was CR5, if you wanted to make it CR5, he'd have to, like, pretty majorly change it, I think. But that's definitely a mood. We have Kale. I'm relatively new to D&D. That's okay. I'm relatively new to D&D, and I wanted to make a feat based on the phenomenon of hysterical strength and the effects it has on a person. I know it's probably not balanced, especially since this feat was made with a level 20 barbarian in mind. All right, well, let's see. Hysterical strength. Hysterical strength. In dire situations, you can tap into your body's true strength at a dire cost. As a bonus action, you can set your strength to 24 until the end of your turn. When you make a melee attack this turn, you take bludgeoning damage equal to 6d6 minus your con modifier. Why would you do that? This damage cannot be reduced or resisted or by immunities. I disagree with this piece's fundamental core design. So the main thing that I'll say here is even if it's just for a turn, you shouldn't give them something that a barbarian gets at level 24. That sucks. I would also say that that amount of damage I don't understand why it is that amount of damage. That's the kind of thing where, like, if you took this feat at fourth level, this would just kill you a lot of the time. And then at higher levels, it would still be pretty shitty. I am not a fan of being like, oh, this is a really strong feature. I need to give it a really big downside so that it's balanced. I don't think giving a really strong feature a really strong downside balances it. I think giving a really strong feature a really strong downside creates a situation where you have a feature that's too strong that you need to deal with, and then you have a downside that's too negative that you need to deal with. No feats give you your stat becomes X. No. If I were you, the thing is, there are ways in D&D that represent hysterical strength, and it's advantage, man. It's advantage. Like, you might not like it, but that's what it is. I would not. Yeah. There's a lot of things that I disagree with about this. I would say that the move here would probably be, if you wanted to, I would say, you know what you could do? You could do something like this. You could do something like, as a bonus action, when you make an athletics check, you can add +5 to the check. Make it tied to athletics checks specifically. It's not attack rolls, athletics check. Let it so, and then, like, you could do that a number of times per day, or you get to a level of exhaustion or something like that. Like, that could work. You don't hate the idea personally. The idea is good. I like the idea of straining yourself for big strength, but making it so that, but the mechanical representation of that being your strength becomes 24 is not good for the solution to make it happen, and the 66 minus your con modifier damage is not the good solution for the negative. I would make it something like, look at the observant feat, for example. Make it so, just make it so you get like a plus, you can get a +5 to an athletics check. +5 is huge. I just think the damage taken should be reduced, but it takes one full round to activate. I strongly disagree, Melipona. I just would. There's no way I would ever use something like this in my D&D game, ever. I don't think it makes sense. There's also, like, it kind of fucks with a bunch of magic items. Like, there's a lot of I don't know. Not for me. If you seem like it could work for you, then it could work for you. But yeah, I think that the move here is not to have I would not make it so your strength becomes a static score. I would make it a bonus or something, and I wouldn't make it deal damage. That's me, though. All right, those are my thoughts. Click. If you have a big group that might be half hour or more waiting to activate, that's true. Well, you have to make it take a while. The issue for me isn't it not being instant. I think the instant is fine. The issue is that I think it's not good design to take a piece of a class's capstone feature and put it into something that you can get at level 4. I also think that there are several magic items that do similar things that, I don't know, like there's just like feats never set something to like a static, like that's just not how feats work. Feats don't work that way. That's almost like a special move that you would see like on a magic item or a pathfinder maybe. But feats are much more flowy, and rely a lot more on your specific stats and abilities. Like they might change it so you can do something different with your hit die, or you get a bonus to your passive perception, but they don't set your passive perception to a certain thing, you know? Phoenix, rising from the ashes. Let's see if you're strong enough to rise out of these. Let's see if you can rise out of this. Let's see. When making homebrew, it's really important and really hard to ensure you aren't stepping on the toes of another already existing feature. And if it's just for your home game, it doesn't really matter because it just needs to not step on the toes of the other players. What matters is it's just it needs to be balanced for your table. But I'm not balancing stuff for your table. I'm balancing stuff as if you want it to look good for anyone. And you should keep that in mind when you send me shit. What's up, Arcane? And in my opinion, okay. Hey, Cinder, hey. And in my opinion, where magic comes from in D&D doesn't necessarily have a lot of weight to them. Did I miss part of I think you missed part of your sentence is missing, buddy. What is he talking about? Weight to them. Weight to who? And in upcoming campaign of mine, I want to make the sources of magic matter. I don't know if I'll be available to elaborate on stream, but something to note is that further down the list, the rarer the type of magic. Phoenix, buddy, you know that as soon as you send me a list of stuff, you know I'm not going to look at it, right? You know I'm going to look at one thing on it. That's the rule. That's what I tell you. I say that every time. Here it is in the chat. So I'm not sure what you want me to read, but I'm going to tell you I'm probably going to read this. Because you didn't give me any directions. In my world, for an upcoming campaign, there will be different kinds of magic, mages, and even warriors to use magic and can pull from it. Here's the list. Further down the rare types. Okay. It's all italics and that font. You don't like the font? People don't like the font. Got some font problems up in here. Dragon magic. If you fall under one of these conditions, you have a draconic heritage, you have an item that contains a dragon soul, you have an item that is made from a piece of dragons. Then what? Please write in full sentences. If you have one of these conditions, there needs to be more full sentences. This sentence doesn't end. There's no beginnings. Okay. When you use that item or cast that magic, you are using draconic magic in some shape or form. Those with draconic magic feel a sense of familiarity if they come across a sculpture or artisan representation of that particular dragon they pull their magic from. Users of draconic magic have a scaling amount of damage reduction to the type of damage the type of dragon they connect to inflicts with their breath weapon. Guys, today seems to be the episode about formatting, right? Am I the only one that's like confused as hell by this and knows that I shouldn't be? This is not a clear sentence. Users of draconic magic have a scaling amount of damage reduction to the type of damage the type of dragon they connect to inflicts with their breath weapon. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Does that mean that you take less damage from breath weapon attacks? And it scales with your level? Killer Mech is saying red equals fire damage equals fire resistance. That probably is what they're intending, because that's literally the example they give here. But they don't give any mechanics, and this sentence is so confusedly worded, guys. Bruv. You gotta start reading your shit out loud. And it doesn't explain the scaling. So here's what you would say. If you use draconic magic, you gain the following features. 1, you sense the familiarity with sculptures or whatever your dragon. 2, you gain resistance based on your damage type. Based on your dragon's dragon color. Check out the chart below. This changes from damage resistance to damage immunity at a higher level. Something like that. But it needs to be explained. And this sentence, come on. I'm not being fucking crazy here. Read this sentence. Users of Draconic Magic have a scaling amount of damage reduction to the type. Just listen to this. To the type of the damage, the type of the dragon. You should know that you don't need a sentence that your sentence shouldn't say that. Come on now. Okay. Let's keep reading. You become a dragon in addition to your existing creature type. This is not a bonus, just so you know. This is a downside. So that is something that you should think about. If a Draconic Mage uses Detect Magic in the presence of a user of Dragon Magic, you need to think of shorthand. You can't be writing this every single time. They will see vague shadows behind the user of Dragon Magic of the dragons that the magic they wield comes from. Like, that, bro, that sentence sucks. Come on, we got to fix this. You know, they see shadows of that user's draconic heritage. You know, something like that. Something like that. They have more draconic items. They see more dragon outlines, and the larger the outline, the stronger the dragon comes. I mean, the idea behind this is cool. So the idea behind this of like people that use magic of certain types being aware of each other, being to sort of vibe each other is really cool. And I encourage you to keep working on it. But don't show me this again until it's reorganized, because the biggest issue you're facing right here is organizing and clarity. Flavor text should be one place. Mechanics should be somewhere else. And mechanics should be clear as mechanics. Use bullet points. Don't write in italics unless you need to. Everything should be done with intention. Everything should be done with intention. You're pretty tired when you're initially writing these. Man, I don't care. I love you, and I am going to read the things you write, and I'm going to do my best to treat you like an adult human with respect. But saying I was pretty tired when I was writing these just means that you didn't put that much care in, but really hope that I will put care in. And that's stupid. Don't do that. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, if you're really tired when you initially wrote those, then that's great. Then rewrite them before you send them to me. You know what I mean? Because if I'm just saying shit that you... Here's the reason why I say that. It's not to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean here. Here's the point. Here's the point. If I spend 10 minutes giving you feedback about something that... If I spend... No, you work on them whenever you want. You need to wait at least 2 weeks before you send them to me again. Either way. But when I spend 10 minutes talking about formatting, but you know that the formatting is bad, that 10 minutes I spent is not helpful to you. It's wasting your time and it's wasting my time. Wouldn't you rather have 10 minutes of feedback that actually help you, that point out things that you actually can build on and can grow from? If you know that these changes were needed, and this goes for any of you, if you know your piece needs changes before sending it in, make those fucking changes before you send it in. You know? Because otherwise, I'm not helping you anymore. I'm just saying something that you know already. All right. It is a cool idea, though. It is a cool idea, though. I get that. It's not supposed to be rude, and I didn't think you were trying to be rude. I didn't think you were trying to be rude at all. But what I'm saying is, regardless of whether or not you're trying to be rude, it is rude to expect me to put time into something that you didn't put time into. Or to expect me to put time into something, but also expect you to get a benefit out of it. Like, it's actually not that rude if you send me a half-assed idea and I give you a bunch of feedback and then you just, you know, don't say shit. But as soon as you start making excuses, it's like, well, fuck you. Why are you making excuses then? You do the right answer. You know? It's not rude. It's not it's very easy in this world that we live in. It's surprisingly easy to be unintentionally rude. And I do not think you were being rude, but I do think that sending something when you know there's things to fix is not the time to send it. You know? Get that shit polished first. That's half the reason why I have a peer review channel, so that you can send stuff to the peer review channel before you send it to me. Because if you posted that shit in the peer review channel, Arcane, you are digging a hole and you are deciding to dig deeper. I'm not saying you didn't put time into it, but look at what you just wrote. I was just putting a bunch of word salad onto a page without understanding how to fix formatting. That's fine. But you also mentioned earlier that you didn't put that much thought into this initially. Don't fucking backpedal. Own your mistake. Move on. You know, you don't have nothing to be ashamed of. Grow. Decide, all right, next time I'm going to work on this a little harder. Next time, if I don't understand how to do this kind of thing, I'm going to post it in the peer review channel first and ask for feedback back first. Or if you don't want to do any of that, because you don't have to, just shut the fuck up when I read it. Don't make excuses. Because I won't know how much work you put into it. I only know that you didn't put that much work into it because you said you didn't put that much work into it. I'm not saying you didn't put that much time into it, but you didn't put enough time into it. If you acknowledge that there were things that needed to get fixed, then you didn't put enough time into it before sending it to me. So it doesn't matter if you put a lot of time in. I'm making a video right now, a YouTube video right now. It's taking me weeks to make. I'm putting a lot of time into it. Is it going to be good? I have no fucking idea. It might be terrible. Me putting a lot of time into it, though, like, so for example, if I could post it right now, but it also is unfinished. Just because you put a lot of time into something doesn't mean that you're done putting time into it. Especially if you're making something large. One of the reasons why I suggest to people not write a full class, but to make something small, is because it is easier to finish a small project. It is easier to get all of the rough draft of the small project done without eating a mountain of time so that you can start to polish that small project. If somebody spends 3 weeks building a class, and then I spend 5 minutes talking about the first level features and why they're not good and they should start over, that person is going to get really upset with me because that person is going to think, fuck you, I just spent weeks building this class. But that doesn't matter. Because regardless of how much time you spent building the class, the first 2 features don't work. You know? That was a rant. Arcane Phoenix, that rant was not really at you. That rant was at everyone. You just sort of took the spear. You basically you were the first into the you were what's his name? You were the first guy that leaped into the ocean as the Red Sea started to part. What was his name? Started with an N. Whatever. You're the first guy that leaped into the ocean. But you're fine. I love you. Please keep writing. I wasn't trying to be mean or shine a light on you specifically. I just want people to understand that when I'm looking at stuff when I'm looking at your work, I'm assuming it is as ready as you can make it. Otherwise, why am I seeing it? You know what I mean? Did you post the whole thing into it, or did you post one section and say, hey, I'm not sure how to format this? I would post it in smaller pieces. I would say, hey, guys, I'm working on a compendium of alternative magic systems, and I'm going to do one for every monster type or whatever. Here is my idea for the dragon one. Do you guys think this format will work for all of them? And then everyone will read that one. People will read that one because they're not reading 30 things. They're just reading one thing. One thing is much more enticing to read than 30. And you'll get better feedback or more feedback. Remember, one of the things that I said at the very beginning of stream today, and I think it's really important to remember, is you have to convince people to read your work. Even in the peer review channels. People are more likely to read in the peer review channels, but if you send a document, and I've seen this happen before, there's a couple people that have reached out to me privately and like complained about it, where they're like, hey, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get a lot of strong feedback in my homebrew. And then I go look at what they posted, and they posted a Word document that is solid text and 25 pages. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, that's why, because who wants to read that? Send the first paragraph. I bet you'll get a lot of feedback. And I bet that feedback you get in the first paragraph will be helpful in the rest of it. Anyway, suffice to say, you always have to think about the person that is reading your stuff for a couple reasons. One, you have to think about what is somebody going to be likely to read, especially if they don't have that much free time, especially if there's a lot of stuff to pick from. And then the other thing that you have to think about is like, this one is separate, but like, just like who, you know, how you decide whether or not you want to listen to them. But you got to sell them first. And everyone wants to have something to say also. So a lot of times people will like look for a problem in a piece, even though if it doesn't really have one. This is a upgrade to Counterspell. Why does Counterspell need an upgrade is my first question, but I will keep reading. I plan to give this to a bad guy and then let our party's wizards learn it. I mean, if you want your party wizard to learn a more powerful Counterspell, that's crazy. Not crazy bad. That means you're a psychopath. That means you're the kind of guy that's like, yeah, I want to make my job real hard as a dungeon master. Yeah, that's workshopping. Exactly. All right, there you go. There it is. Let's see. Corrupt Counterspell. It's a 5th level. It's a reaction. 30-foot range. As a reaction, put a comma after that. When another person or creature casts a spell, you can reach out and take control of the spell. Roll a d20 plus your spellcasting modifier and your proficiency bonus. The DC is 12 plus the spell level. I would, as much as you don't want to copy Counterspell entirely, this is a weird language. I would, like, take control of the spell is unclear. You need to be very specific about what that means. So, like, if somebody cast Polymorph on somebody else, what does that mean that you can take control of that polymorph? Does that mean you're choosing what the person is turning into? Can you redirect it to something else? What if somebody's casting, I don't know, suggestion? Are you picking a new target? Are you deciding what is being said? What if somebody's casting Fireball? Is it just Fireball? Does it just happen exactly the same? Keep reading. I'm going to keep reading. But I'm also going to say that this sentence should be rewritten because the way that it's written right now, because we don't have language yet for take control of the spell, and we aren't going to have language for it until we're down here, it makes this sound choppy. If you succeed, you take control of the spell. Again, we are already, like, I still don't know what that means, and now I've heard it twice. If the spell targets an individual, you change the target. In fact, I think I can think of a better way. I would say this. Instead of saying take control of the spell, I would say manipulate the spell. And then I would say, if you succeed, you manipulate the spell in one of the following ways. And then you list this. That's how you do that. If the spell targets an individual, you can change the target to a creature of your choice within range. Within range of the counterspell, within range of the spell, you got to clarify. If the spell targets an area, you can decide the area. Again, this needs to clarify. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean I can pick 35-foot squares if it takes up 35-foot squares in a circle? Like, how much control over the area do I have? Or do I pick the point at which this spell emanates from? If you're messing with spells, you really got to be clear on language because spells, almost more than anything else, the language of spells is very specific. It directly impacts mechanics a lot of the time. If the spell summons a creature, it acts as you summoned it. If the spell requires concentration, I think I mean concentration, it uses your concentration. For spells that have a duration, put a comma after the word duration, the original spellcaster can make a saving throw of DC plus spells using their spell's ability to regain control of the spell. Man, I don't know. Mixed feelings. What do you guys think, chat? I think this should be higher than 5th level, personally. I think this should be a higher than 5th level spell if you want to keep it. Badly needs spell check and as a more minor point, yeah, definitely needs spell check. I think the feeling of it is you control the spell as if you cast it. Regardless of what the feeling is, the intent, if that might be the feeling, but it's not clear. If that is the feeling, then it should be. People are saying 7th level. I feel like 7th level could make sense. 9th level is a little high. I don't think it should be 9th level. 7th level feels like it makes more sense. This is not counterspell though. This is completely different than counterspell. This is you lose that spell and I gain it. It doesn't say what happens if you fail. I'm assuming if you fail, you should clarify if you fail. If you fail, the spell should probably just work as normally. This could be very cool for wizard duels. It could be. I think it depends on how you play. It could also just be tedious. I mean, I feel similarly about counterspell. Counterspell can be really cool for wizard duels, but it can also be kind of tedious. Arcane Trickster, the spell. It is basically Arcane Trickster, the spell. That's true. It's a good point. Counterspell is 3rd level. Yes. What is your point? Would counterspelling a corrupt spell technically do the same thing as corrupting a spell? I think it would just counterspell it, no? But 9th is an auto success? Maybe. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have it be an auto success if it was a 9th level spell. I might have it be an auto success if it was a lower level spell. How will your party's wizard feel such a spell niff? The fuck is a spell niff? I think you spelled something wrong there, buddy. 100% you need to spell check? Yeah, for sure. Unless it's upcast. I think this would be better for wizard duels than counterspell. I guess. I don't know. It's an interesting idea for sure. I would say the things that you should look at, in my opinion, are the things that you need to think about is you need to clarify everything. You need to make sure that everything is clear about the new version of the spell. Where is the point of origin considered? Right? So like what's the range, etc. Like if the spell is a range of 30, if the spell is a range of 60 feet, when I counter corrupt it and I can change it, am I casting it now within 60 feet of myself or 60 feet of the original caster? That kind of stuff. All that stuff. And like, again, like just this is, I understand what your intention here is. Like if it's a fireball and it's cast over there, I can make it cast over here. But that is not, but that needs to be written more clearly. So you need to write out like if the spell, targets if the spell is an area of effect, you can choose the point of origin or something like that. But even that gets kind of weird because what about spells like Agazar's Scorcher? Because Agazar's Scorcher is an area of effect, but it is intentionally, it has to start at you. So if you did corrupt spell with Agazar's Scorcher, which is an area effect, but also has to start from the caster, how does that work with that? So you see what I mean? Like you gotta keep all that shit in mind. And if you're like, whoa, that's a lot of stuff, I can't keep all that in mind, then this doesn't need to counter every spell. Figure out what you can figure out how to control and make it work with that stuff. As written, I can take a self spell and make it 1 million creatures anywhere in the world. That's a lot of creatures. It's a neat idea. The main piece of feedback is you need to clarify the mechanical language if you're going to be messing with spells. Whenever you're messing with spells, mechanical language and mechanical clarity becomes much more important. Especially if it's a spell like Counterspell, where it's not just the spell, but it's a spell that interacts with potentially any other spell. Certified Big Man. I made these at 2 to 4 a.m. and I think it's still somehow my best work as Blood Hunter as my favorite class. Is this for the Blood Hunter? Oh man, you're gonna be so upset with me. I'm not gonna be able to give you very good feedback on this. I am not that familiar with Blood Hunters. I've never played with one. I think I don't really know. I guess I'm familiar with them a little bit, but not much. We're gonna see how helpful we can be, but it's not gonna be able to be crazy helpful. Blood Hunter, Order of the Witch are those that have been had their blood tainted by horrible influence of a hag or some other similar evil. They make use of the evil within them to get better of the horror on the edge of society, keeping them at bay by afflicting them with horrible woes. It's not yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not here to I don't need to do my personal soapboxing on this stream. We'll save that for Wednesday when we're doing more of an answer question stream. But I am not a fan of Blood Hunters. And this is coming from someone who wishes they could play a werewolf well. I do not think that they are super well put together, and I don't think that they do what a new class should really do in D&D, which is they don't feel distinct and different enough from other martial classes, in my opinion. Rite of the Blighted. When you join this order at 3rd level, you can learn Rite of the Blighted as part of your Crimson Rite feature. When you activate the Rite of the Blighted, the extra damage dealt by your Rite is poison damage. Additionally, while the Rite is active on your weapon, you gain the following benefits. Let's see. You can force... You don't need to say when you activate this feature again. I mean, unless this is only when you activate and not when it's constantly on. You can force one fey creature that you can see within 15 feet of you to make an intelligence save. On a failure, the creature is afraid of the weapon on which the Rite is active. The creature repeats this saving throw at the beginning of each of its turns. If a creature is already frightened... That's cool. It's interesting that the weapon is frightening them. I'm not sure mechanical things that would do, aside from, like, I guess you could, like, throw the weapon somewhere if you didn't want them to be able to move in that area. But I think it's fine. Resistance to poison damage, fine. When you hit a fey creature with a weapon for which the Rite of Blight is activated, you roll an additional Hemocraft die when determining the extra damage. It is very fey focused so far. Let's see if the other 3rd level feature is less fey focused. If it is not, I'm going to say that probably you need to make it feel a little bit more open. Additionally, at 3rd level, your understanding of how to harm other creatures with your tainted blood grows. When you hit a creature for which you have an active Crimson Rite, I'm sure there's a better way to write that. When you hit a creature that is afflicted by one of your Crimson Rites, something like that. You can use a bonus action to cast the Hex spell on the target of your attack. However, you cannot transfer the Hex to another creature once it drops to 0 hit points. Does it require concentration? If you target a fey creature, you can select another creature within 60 feet of them to make a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the Hex spell. So that means you can affect 2 people. You can have a number of creatures affected by the Hex spell equal to your... Wait a minute. So if I target a Hex creature, if I target a fey creature, does that mean that I can target another fey creature? Or does that mean if there's a fey creature present, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to link it. If there's a fey creature present, I can use them to target lots of creatures. So I could potentially have a Hex with like 3 or 4 creatures in it, depending on my proficiency bonus, but only if one of them is a fey, so I can trigger it off of them. I'm not sure what your goal is with that. Hags are different depending on the hag. I think I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to stop with here. I don't know enough about Blood Hunters to give good feedback. I can tell you my gut reaction initially, which is that I think that it's a little too fey focused, and I think that this is a overly complicated way of essentially allowing you to cast Hex a number of times per day for free. And I think that this feature also, I would probably strongly encourage you to clarify what is going on. And if the goal is that if you target a fey creature, you can just target any other creature, that's weird. Like, it shouldn't be like, oh, I hope there's a fey in this fight so I can target a bunch of creatures. It should be like, you're better at targeting fey or something. I don't know. It's weird that the fey has to be there to affect non-fey. I feel like that doesn't jive. This is only viable in Feywild centric campaigns. Seems a little underpowered. I like Blunt Hunters in theory. The Night Hag is a fiend. What's your favorite class, subclass? My favorite class to play is probably Barbarian. I also really like Warlocks, and I like Sorcerers. To be fair, those are also the classes that I just have the most experience with. I've never played a fighter. Outside of one-shots, I haven't played a lot of things. I haven't played a fighter. I haven't played a bard. I haven't played a rogue. I haven't played... I guess I've played most other things. I haven't played a monk. I've played a cleric. I liked cleric a lot. I played a druid. I liked druid a lot. Druid's really fun. Barbarian is my favorite for fun. Rangers, I haven't played, but I really want to. I played Rangers in one... I've played every class at least once in a one-shot. At this point, a couple times. But for like a campaign, ongoing campaign, the classes that I've played the most are Barbarian, Warlock, and Sorcerer. And I enjoy them all so much. They're friggin' great. But yeah. I think you got to clarify your language a little bit. But I do think that my question that I would ask you is, what does it mean to be the Order of a Witch? Does that mean you're a witch hunting, or does that mean you have witch powers? Because the way that this is worded right now, it seems like you are hunting fae. But I was kind of thinking that it was going to be like you get hag powers. And the only way that we're seeing by level 3 that we're getting hag powers is the hex spell. And I don't think that's enough. Like, you get the hex spell if you just pick a hexborn. There's a race that gives you that. You know? My least favorite class is Bard. I don't like bards. I've never had an interesting idea for a bard character that I wanted to play. I don't mind bards in games. I like playing with... Actually, that's not true. Bards and artificers are my two least favorite classes to be. Bards and artificers. But I do think that they're fun to have on my team. I just don't want to be them. No, I know they're great. I just don't find them fun. I have no interest in being the support character. I have no interest in inspiration. I have no interest. Their spell list is boring to me for the most part. That's not true. Their spell list is not boring to me. What's boring to me is I'm a performer. I do that. Being a performer is what I do for a living. I don't interest in doing it while I'm playing D&D. And then Artificer just feels like it has a lot of interesting ideas, but none of them feel cool enough. It feels like too many little pieces of puzzle. I don't know. I like big fancy pa moments. I have a Glamour Bard who had an amazing lockdown combo. I don't know what that means. What is a lockdown combo? You missed the Bard hate? I don't hate Bards. I just have zero interest in playing one. I don't know. Stun locking? I don't know. Anytime that somebody has a character, anytime that somebody mentions that they have a combo and that combo does not include actively using the other players, I kind of roll my eyes at it. Because I feel like D&D... Yeah, so hold person plus unsettling words. It's like, all right, yeah, like, I don't know. I'm completely uninterested in that, to be honest. I feel like combos that don't include other players don't happen most of the time. Or they turn into situations of one player being like, guys, nobody touch anything. I'm going to do something cool. And everyone being like, okay, Jonah, I guess we're going to watch Jonah do something cool. As opposed to being like, you do this and I'll do this. And you're like, yeah. And you high five, you know? I feel like team combos are so much cooler. Okay. Cedric has a piece for us. First time homebrew, please help. Thought of making a late game item and any input on. Okay. You should always start with not late game stuff if you're new, but that's okay. Cold embrace. The whole point is letting other people wail on them, I guess. But it still requires, like, all right, I'm casting this spell, and then I'm doing this thing for a minute. Nobody touch them. Nobody say anything while I do this thing. I don't know. It just seems like I've had players do similar things, and it's just, I don't know. If you are having fun and your table's having fun, that's all that matters. You don't need to listen or agree with anything that I say. But in my table experiences, whenever somebody does something that directly includes other people in the trying to make it work or trying to get the combo going, it's much more exciting than the players watching one player get the combo going and then like reacting afterwards. Cold embrace. The burden of purpose. The bindings of a curse, what determines the weight one carries but their own actions. That is not a sentence. I think you were trying to make something sound epic here, but you overstepped in trying to make it sound epic, and now it becomes meaningless. This sentence literally means nothing. I get no meaning from it other than confusion. The burden of purpose. The bindings of a curse, what determines the weight one carries but their own actions. It's not poetic. It's trying to be poetic, but when things are poetic, they hit you in your chest. They make you feel something. This doesn't feel something. I think it's supposed to be 2 sentences split up to the word curse. That wouldn't make sense either. The burden of purpose, the bindings of a curse, period. What determines the weight one carries but their own actions? Neither one of those are complete sentences. Yeah, so fix that. You have a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls with this magical weapon. The weapon deals an additional 2d8 damage of its base type and counts as magical for the purposes of overcoming. Why not make the damage cold? It's a cold weapon. Overcoming resistances. It's a magical weapon. You don't need to say it counts as magical. It is magical. Moreover, you can cast one of your cantrips in place of your attacks, if capable of making more than 1 attack per action, but only limited to 1 per turn. This is a little bit weird. So this item now, in order to use this ability, you need to have multiple attacks and spellcasting. So if you want an item to require spellcasting to use a feature, you should make it require attunement by a spellcaster. Otherwise, it's not a useful feature. The other thing that I will say is a +3 weapon that deals an extra 2d8 damage and lets you replace one of your attack rolls with a cantrip is stronger than most legendary weapons already, immediately. Stronger than most legendary weapons immediately. So you might just want this to be an artifact, or tone some of these features down. Honestly, the extra damage doesn't really do anything to make it feel like anything, so you could probably just drop that. Blade Singers, yeah, Blade Singers get extra attack. There's a bard that gets extra attacks. There's lots of spellcasters that get extra attacks. Did I say they didn't? I'm sorry if I did. I didn't mean that. During an attack action with the weapon, should the wielder miss without the capability or resources to force the reroll, the wielder is subject to the bestow curse spell without concentration. Roll a d4 to determine which effects take place. This is also a very confusing sentence. So here's how you would say this. If you make an attack and miss, you are subject to the bestow curse spell. The reason why I say that is because you don't need to be... The amount of resources you have to reroll are regardless. Because if you use them and you hit, then you hit. And use them and you miss, then you miss. So it doesn't matter. So just make it on a miss. And then you roll a d4. This says roll a d6. Oh, I see. These are different things. Okay, so while cursed this way, they have disadvantage on ability checks with that. So you can get disadvantage on ability checks. The target of your hex has advantage on attacks against you. Who is the target of your hex? What's missing here? While cursed, the wielder must make a wisdom saving at the start of each of its turns. On a failed save, its only actions should be a bonus action or move. Legendary items should have a higher DC than 15. It should be a DC of 17 minimum, I'd say. 17 or 18. While cursed in this way, the creature affected by your hex deals... This is not... What hex? What hex do we get? So I'm assuming that this is very specifically intended for a Hexblade Warlock? Right? I guess. While cursed in this way as part of your attack action, the blade casts hex on the target of your attack. This is doing so many things. This is doing too many things. This is doing too many things that aren't distinct. So, like, what are we needing to keep track of to make this item work? I have a +3 weapon, okay? I miss with my attack. I roll a d4 and I get a hex. And then something happens. And then one of these things, and then it's just too many. There's just too many things. It's just too many things. It's just too many things. I think we're going to stop here. My suggestion would be that if you want this to include things like hex, then it either needs to give you the hex spell or like require a hexblade warlock. I'm doing a lot of things that'll primarily raise damage, but it seems like this cursed item that casts bestow curse on you and it does stuff, but they didn't take the time to adjust beyond just copy pasting. Is this just the chill touch of artifacts? Why do you keep saying chill touch? This is not chill touch. This is very different. It's not doing any of the things chill touch does, except for necrotic damage. Oh, like major clickbait? Oh, I see. I don't know if it's clickbait. But I do feel like this. I'm not sure if you copy pasted stuff or not, but I will say that it should not be this confusing to get through your magic item. I would strongly encourage you to take a look at some legendary items that exist already. I would strongly encourage you to look at some artifact weapons that exist already, and look at how they break down abilities and features and how they clarify everything as they go through it. So, like, you shouldn't make reference to the target of your, your hex target if we don't know what the hex target is. Like, you're introducing concepts that aren't in the item, and they're not building in a way that is logical. It's just sort of bouncing around in different directions, so it's a little hard to follow. But I'm a big fan of cursed items, so that's cool. I also wonder if the curse is like too strong, because part of me was like, this seems like it's not that bad because the blade casts hex on the target of your attack, so you're getting free hexes. So like, some of these curses are good and some of these are bad, and it kind of makes me feel like you should just scrap this whole thing and just make it an item that does some good things and some bad things on a dice roll, and not make it a cursed item. Just make it a random item. Other than the other nonsense of curses, this isn't the worst curse weapon I've seen. I guess it's supposed to be you're hexed all the time. Yeah, I don't really know. It's confusing. It seems like this weapon, because this curse, like, this is good. So like, what? I don't know. I don't think it needs to be like, figure out what your bad things are, and then your good things are, and then your bad things are, and then your good things are. It's confusing. List all the good things, then list all the bad things. And don't require me to have to figure out what you're talking about to understand what you're making reference to when you're using them. Like, at least give a bonus along with the curse, which is much more homebrew than cursed items. I mean, they are getting some bonuses. It's just hard to find them because this one's like randomly down here for some reason. And then is this one bad again? While cursed, whenever you or a friendly creature within 30 feet of you make a saving throw, the creature gains a bonus to the save equal to half your charisma modifier. So this is also positive. So it's kind of weird that like there's some positives after the negatives. And then this feature, I would say, I genuinely don't know what your goal is here. If you wanted to make it so you deal your creatures that you hit with your weapon count as being hexed, then I would just say that. Or if you have the only reason is just to do more damage, then just let it do more damage, you know? Like, somebody pointed out, a lot of these features just do more damage. I think those positives are probably supposed to help your enemies, but I suspect it's all copy-pasted without reading right. I don't want to assume it's all copy-pasted. I mean, at least a little of it seems copy-pasted, but it's probably not all copy-pasted. Anyway, yes. Not a bad first start, but definitely simplify and clarify. I don't know why it's called Cold Embrace. It didn't do cold damage at all. It was weird. Oh, it's time for crids. Good old crids. Nope, that's the wrong. This is my first homebrew. I wanted the gods that my players follow in my upcoming campaign to have an impact in combat. I have tried to make them balanced while still being something of a god would give you, but I'm kind of stuck on law's perks. So I'm curious. Just let's take a look. So are these like special boons? So I'm gonna say the one piece of feedback that I'll give you before we even read this. So the most important thing to think about when you're making homebrew for your table is just like, are you okay with trying it, changing it if you need to? Does it sound fun for everyone? But in terms of like learning how to write homebrew, the best way to learn how to write homebrew is to start simple. If you want to learn how to make monsters, start with some low challenge rating monsters. If you want to start with if you want to make boons or special things like that, look at the boons that are in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Or better yet, look at feats. Feats are a really good power scaler to think about for like what a boon might be. Or if you want to make a magic item, before you start with an artifact, start with a rare or an uncommon, etc. Perks from gods, choose one. Pray for the day / 24 hours to regain use. Wait, does that mean? What does that mean? Pray for the day. So normally if something requires a full day's of work, it means it requires 8 hours of work. That's usually how it's written. The other thing that I will say, is like, please write in full sentences. Especially if you're describing features. All right, let's see. Mother, roll a number of die. Ooh, welcome to the very cool channel, Quatus. You're champion. Mother, roll a number of die equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded up, and the die is the same as your hit die. So what you say is roll a number of your hit die equal to your proficiency, half your proficiency bonus. You then gain an amount of HP and in temp HP, or give someone else in a 20-foot radius. So what you're saying is you can roll a number of your hit die equal to half your proficiency bonus, and then you can either gain that much hit points, gain that many temporary hit points, or give someone that many hit points, or give someone that many temporary hit points. You need to write all of that out in full sentences and make it clear. A once-a-day feature that does that, I think, is for a boon is totally fine. Boons can be super strong, and that's not crazy super strong. Crusader, creatures within a 10-foot radius or a single creature range 60 feet. So again, you have to use all. Please, for the love of God, this is hard to read. It's hard to want to read when it's not written in full sentences. All creatures within 10 feet of you, or a single creature that you can see within 60 feet, must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become frightened. Period. And then you write saving throw equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. If it is a single target, you can ignore one resistance or immunity of the creature that you have frightened in this way. What does that mean? So how does that work? So how do you know what immunities, resistances that creature has? How long does the creature remain frightened? Can the creature make subsequent saving throws on later turns to break free of that frightened condition? All of these things are things that you need to keep in mind. And all of them will determine how powerful of an ability this is. The idea that you can frighten a creature, and then if it's frightened from you, you can remove some of its defenses is cool. But you need to think about how you actually are going to use that. Like, what if I'm having my players fight a new monster, okay? They've never seen it before. It's like a big, weird, sort of liquid metal-looking spider creature. And they use this ability on it. And it becomes frightened. Now, am I required to tell the players what damages it's resistant to so that it can choose one? Because I don't like that. I like players figuring out as they go or having to use them brains. So I don't know. It's not clarified. And then you got to just deal with ending. Like, they have to be able to get out of the frightened. It can't last forever, etc. Okay. Builder, summon 2 holy protectors for 1 minute or until you dismiss them and give them a command. It's hard to judge, man. Getting 2 monsters for a minute? That's pretty strong. Let's see. Fate. You can roll a number of rolls equal to your proficiency bonus on the maximum number of times You can reroll a number of rolls equal to your proficiency bonus. The maximum number of times you can reroll one roll is 2 times. So, again, I want to burn this house to the ground by the lack of grammar that's here, but this is also very strong. Yeah, this is a good example of a piece that I think also could have been a little cleaned up before being submitted. Could have been a little cleaned up. Pilgrim, you get getting this many rerolls seems like a lot. It's also basically the same as the lucky feat. You gain 15 extra feet of movement speed, and when creature makes an opportunity attack against you, you can ignore that attack and make an attack against them until your next turn. What does that mean? Do you mean, so I think what you mean is you get 15 feet of movement, and when a creature and you are immune to opportunity attacks, but you could use your reaction to attack other creatures. This is what I think you mean. Okay, so main feedback immediately is both the power level of these is wildly all over the place, and the clarity of these is non-existent. So like, how long do each of these features last? How do we activate them? Like, it looks like you can do this once per day, it looks like, but like this sounds like it's just on. This sounds like it's not a once per day thing. It's based on like other things. So like you gotta think about this. Like how there needs to be an element of symmetry to these features. They don't all need to be the same, but if they are all things you can use once a day, then they kind of all need to have a time limit on them. They need to have an action economy. Like, is it an action, bonus action, whatever, to activate them? Like, and if you can use them once per day, then having it, having them, why are you getting extra time? Why is it describing how many times you can do them per day? Like, it's just unclear. It's just unclear. This requires a lot of clarity. I strongly would encourage you, if you want to keep working on it, to post it in some of the peer review channels in my Discord. People will more than be likely be able to help you out. But yes, this seems like it's very much still in the idea phase. I know you wanted me to give you advice for the law piece, but I'm going to be honest. I think it just needs work for, because I don't have enough to go off of to have a sense of like what it should be. Because it was a little, there was enough to work on that you don't need my help yet to come up with a new one. It's Melipona. All right, Melipona, let's see what you got. I created this with the prompt of the damage per hit. I don't know what that sentence means. I do intend to throw this at my players with some vague hints, the murder of an NPC, and the prompt to run. I'm relatively new to Homebrew, and this is the first Homebrew I've ever submitted here. Well, welcome. You're definitely in the chat today. I saw you being pretty active. That's fine. The May rule is different now. I just need to make you understand how wrong it is once. And then I need you to try to never do it again. Okay, this 12-foot tall beast has a pale featureless face and large veined axe-like horns. That is a cool description. Its chest is a large rib cage, and some organs are showing at its pale green. There's a grammar missing here. Showing at its pale green is weird. Space partially rotted waste. I think you can cut some of these descriptors out. It's making your sentence sound choppy. It has 6 arms, made of simply bone. Just say made of bone. It is known far and wide as one of the largest threats out there. This sentence doesn't mean anything. Cut this whole sentence out. Religions call it a punishment of the gods, a being with no intelligence that lives only to destroy, able to strike down sinners and rot them with but a touch. Dude, so many people did this tonight. They did like a with but for a. Don't write like this. Don't do that. This is not normal human writing. This is like if you want to sound poetic, which I think there's a time and a place for. But the time and the place for it is in like italics quotes above the description. Arcanists and studiers of the plains. Studiers of the... Don't use that. Just... Studiers is not a word. Studiers of the plane believe it to be a beast from another plane. Again, you don't use the word plane and plane. Just say a beast from another realm or a beast from a far realm or something. Capable of destroying the most dangerous of monsters. I would probably drop this part. The people tell tales of it. What people? The people, just say people, unless you have somebody specific in mind that you're referencing from earlier. People tell tales of it, able to strike down dragons in seconds, supposedly born from the hate and malice of people nearby. Don't use the word people twice in one sentence. No matter who speaks of it, however, they say it's very, very, very deadly, very, very... Okay, so there's too much flowery language here. There's too much the people tell tales of, however, they're saying, and, able to strike down in seconds. There's a lot of able to strike down. You say able to strike down twice, actually, also. So, like, change that too. So, yeah, clean up the flavor text. Why did you say students, Philip? Okay, it's a CR20 monster. Did you say this was your first piece of homebrew? What level are you here? You're here. What level are your characters? If your characters are not high level, don't throw this at them. Also, don't make a CR20 monster as your first monster. It's gonna not be that good, probably. Okay, armor class 16, chunk of hit points. The stats are so bad. Okay, these stats are garbage. So if you want to have a CR20 monster, it needs to have fucking wild stats. Oh, you're not even... Are you... Please do the math right. Please do math right. Please do math right. Please do math right. Okay, you're doing math right. Okay. I was about to rip your fucking throat out. Actually, you're not doing math right. So you have to do math right when you make monsters. Why is the intimidation plus 25? Their wisdom, their charisma is minus... Their charisma is 2. So... If you want their intimidation to be plus 25... That means that they need... Oops. That means that they need to have a charisma modifier of plus 19. Which means that they probably need to have like a 45 in charisma. And in D&D 5e, monster stats cannot go above 30. So gods, like the most powerful representation of the most powerful gods in D&D will only ever have a 30 stat at the highest. So you're going to have to fix that. This is an impossible thing. The other thing is people in chat are saying like you should look at other CR monsters, and I agree. You should look at other CR20 monsters. Yeah, that doesn't... it's not even that you didn't get to... Like, no, Melopony, you're missing the point. It's not that you're going wild. It's that you just aren't building it properly. Like, monsters need to be built following the rules. Monster stats work the same way that player stats do. So, for example, why does this have a 19 to hit? Where did you get the number 19 from? Why does this have a plus 19 to hit? Chat, can anyone guess where it comes from? I know where it should come from. I don't know where it does come from. Your plus to hit should be your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus, or your dex modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So this creature's bonus to hit should be plus 9. Or if it's this, plus 10. So you got to, and also like a D100 is not a dice that we ever use for monsters for damage. It's just not. If you want to represent big monsters having more attacks or more damage, the way that it usually works is you give them more damage die depending on their size. So like a medium monster will do 1d8 claw attack, and a large monster will have 2d8 claw attack, and a huge monster will have 3d8 claw attack because it's representing the more dice are representing their claws being bigger. But yeah, there's a lot of things here that to me show that I think what you really need to be doing before anything else. I mean, you can run this for your party if you want to. That's fine. That's totally fine. But if your goal is like any sort of public usage, you really got to learn and focus on the core mechanics of building a monster first. Where does this DC 29 come from? There's just a lot of stuff that it's like, oh, there's not anything behind this. We need to build it right. So what does this monster actually do? It has an attack. Why is it getting these minuses to hit? I don't understand that. I would drop that. So it basically can attack 3 times. It can hide as a bonus action. It can headbutt. It can screech, and it's scary. This does not feel unique enough for a CR20 monster. One of the things that I will say time and time again, is that the more big and beastly you make your monster, the harder it becomes to make the monster feel like it merits existing, that there is a point to it. This monster doesn't have any distinctly unique vibes. It has undead fortitude, frightful presence, and shadow stealth, so it sort of feels like an undead dragon, I guess, a little bit. But it's just basic movement, very basic attacks, and it can blind and frighten creatures on top of it already frightening them. So I don't think it does enough. So, Melipona, what I would strongly encourage you to do is to not worry about homebrewing a giant monster yet. Don't worry about it. There are so many high CR monsters in D&D that are really cool. And I would just use one of those to start. That would be step 1. Step 2 would be like, all right, but let's say we want to friggin' make some monsters, man. Think of a vibe that you want to have. I want a monster that can transform between a liquid and a solid and a gaseous state and fight differently in each of those states. Cool. That means you need to build 2 things. You need to build a mechanic. 3 things. You need a mechanic for them to shift between forms. You need 1 special unique feature that they have that's passive when they're in each of those forms, and 1 special unique attack when they're in each of those forms. You can like set a goal, and then you can work towards the goal. And when you design with that perspective of like, I have a goal that I'm designing towards, you end up with something that has a lot more coherence and where everything feels like it makes sense being there. This feels like it's a lot of stuff sort of slapped together. Also, invisible is not a condition that you need to get immunity to. I don't understand why that's there. So if I were you, I would probably not use this monster in a game. I probably would use a other high CR monster that just seems cool. And in terms of practicing writing homebrew, I would both look at monsters that already exist, and when you're looking at them, see if you can figure out what their goal is. That's always a fun game to play. You look at a monster and be like, what's the point of this monster? Why was it designed in this way? Not just from a math perspective, but like literally, like why are these collections of features put into this stat block? What is it evoking? And does it do a good job of evoking it? And then ask the same question for yourself. What thing do I want to evoke? And then what features do I need to put into that thing to make it work in that way? Does that make sense? I hope so. Thank you very much for sharing, though. I do think that the main thing that you should do is be focusing your ideas and make sure you're getting the math right on your stats and stuff. Also, somebody said that this is a Pathfinder feature. I would not give your monster this. Just let them make extra attacks forever. Just make them make the regular attacks. Players don't get this penalty. Monsters shouldn't. Cool. Yeah, it's a fun idea. I think that you got to focus your skills a little bit. And lean, there's like and if you want to make up a monster, that's fine. You totally should. But especially if it's for your home game, I would strongly encourage you to base most of it off of a monster that already exists. The math is wrong, but the monster can be run. Sure, you can always run a monster with the wrong math, but I'm never going to tell you to do the math wrong. That's not my job. My job is to try to encourage you to do the math right. Heavy the Mondo. This is the last person to submit a piece. This was the last person. See? Bottom of the Excel sheet. Looks like there's somebody that's been trying to do it for a while, too. Hey, Cinder, tried getting this homebrew reviewed last week, but then I'd forgotten to put it public. Well, there's another chance. Previous description. This is your first homebrew spell. It serves as a plot point for your adventure, where the party comes across an agricultural reason, but they're on the brink of starvation. You don't need to. I don't want you to have to explain this much plot to merit a spell existing. If you have to explain this much plot to merit a spell existing, then it might not need to be a spell. Just want to say, the duration of spells inspired by true polymorph. Just want to say thank you for a very unique style in your content vids. Oh, you're very welcome. I really love blah, 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 da, 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 da. Okay, nice compliments. You're nice. Okay, if even though your feedback based on the text helped a bit, I'd like you to take a look at the actual homebrew to see whether those are mechanics to throw at a party. What? All right, I'm not worrying about. Oh, I think you just want me to look. I think you were saying look at the mechanics, not don't worry about the flavor text. I think that's what you're saying. I'm going to read this whole spell. It's not that long. Create fog, 3rd level spell, duration 10 minutes. So I'm okay. My first question is, we have a create fog spell. It's called Fog Cloud, no? But that's okay. Let's keep going. 10 minutes. Casting time is 1 minute, so it takes a minute to cast. The range and area is touch. I think that if it emanates from you, the range and area is self. As you cast this spell, fog rises from the ground in an area around you. Yeah, the range is self. The fog reduces dark vision by 1/3. Don't write it like that. Don't write it like that. That's I know what your goal is. You're like, it's dark vision and regular vision, but just don't write it like that. That's not the way that spells are written or mechanics are written. Rounded up, this decrease in range also applies for light sources, and the sun's light never gives more than dim light as long as the fog is there. Okay, so this should be a couple sentences probably. So I would say, and I also wouldn't do 1/3. I would do half. Don't make people divide by 3. This should be its own sentence. If cast outside, the fog doesn't reach into buildings or caves. The shape of an affected area is chosen by you at the moment of casting. What does that mean? The range is a circle with a radius of 2 miles. What? So that's not the range. So it's self with a 2-mile radius. If you concentrate on the spell for the duration of the effect becomes permanent. The water and diamond get consumed by the spell like usual, but the water skin fuses with the ground. An anti-magic field or disintegrate spell as well, getting rid of a water skin. However, hit. Okay, so a 2-mile fog that lasts 10 minutes is I actually think is a pretty fun idea for a spell, but that's definitely like 5th level minimum. 2 miles is huge. In fact, if you want it to be 2 miles, it might need to be 8th or 9th level. 2 miles of permanent fog, that just straight up might be an 8th or 9th level spell. Like, what level is control weather? Because this is stronger than control weather. Control weather is 8th level. And takes 10 minutes to cast. It affects 5 miles around you, but it's not permanent. So this needs to be, so if that, I hope that works for you, because this definitely needs to be minimum an 8th level spell. No need to make rules for reduced vision. Lightly obscured already does that. Oh, perfect. You're right. You're killing all agriculture. So wait, does the duration take 10 minutes? Does the spell last 10 minutes or does the spell last 1 minute? Does the casting it take 1 minute or does it take 10 minutes? Also lasts 8 hours, not 10 minutes to permanent. That's true. You only need 10 minutes to make it permanent. The fog obscures all. Yeah, so this is an 8th level spell, probably. And you need to clarify just your language because it's a little sloppy in how it's written. The range should be self with a radius of 2 miles, etc. The way I read it, it takes you 1 minute to cast it, then you need to concentrate on it for 10 minutes to make it permanent. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's not, I mean, I'll tell you what, it's definitely the kind of thing where, like, I don't think this needs to be a spell. If the goal of this is you have something you're working on in a campaign and you need there to be a conflict that it has a character that has an ability like this, or an arc of a team, like the villains have access to something like this, you can just let them use this. Dude, I disagree. I'm a moron. Fifth level, certainly not. 6th level, not. It's not just fog. It's permanent fog for 4 miles diameter, and it's not just blown away by gust of wind. So it's way stronger than normal fog, too. I would make it 8th level. I don't think it matters, because I think if you're not planning on giving this spell to your characters, then you can just make it an ability that the monsters use. And if you are planning on giving it to your characters, I would not give it to them because it's too strong. I would give it, or at least I would make it into an item or something that they could access, as opposed to, make it an artifact. This feels more like an artifact ability than a spell, in my opinion. If you ever have a feature that you really want to be crazy, you really want it to be like, man, I kind of want to break the rules and I want it to be okay, make it an artifact. That's the secret. Oh, it's time for the quispy. It's time for that quisp. 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 I know this has some issues, especially with the hit points of the puppets, but I just wanted it reviewed to get some more opinions. Alright, well, I hate when people know things need to get changed and then they don't change them before they ask me to review them, but I will look at it. But I will look at it with an annoyance in my heart. Because now I don't know what things I'm supposed to focus on, because if you know it needs things. Alright. Artificers who specialize in puppet masters channel their magic into marionettes or other dolls with articulating joints. Puppet masters have the ability to assert control over their creations, using this as practice for controlling living creatures. Puppet master is one of the oldest artificer traditions and has been passed down from master to apprentice. Okay. I don't know if Quispy's still here. You get Woodcarver's tools. Let's see. Unseen Servant command, Mirror Image, Crown of Madness, Tiny Servant, Antagonize, UA spell. Summon Construct, Charm Monster, Animate Objects, Dominate Person. Okay, so we're going for like a mind control-y puppet vibe. I feel like this spell seems pretty solid to me. Mirror Image feels a little out of place. That's okay. Animated Puppet. At 3rd level, you've learned to imbue your magic into puppets under your control. When you complete a short or long rest and have wood carving tools, you can create an animated puppet. If you use this feature again, the previous animated puppet disappears. The puppet uses the homunculus servant stat block. You son of a bitch! If you're not going if you don't include the fucking stat block in here, I'm gonna stab you in the eye. But does not have access to any actions or reactions from the stat block. In addition, then why use the stat block? In addition, the puppet has an amount of hit points equal to your level plus 5. This is just not the homunculus stat block. You're like, hey, this is going to use the homunculus stat block, except it's not going to use any of the features of the homunculus stat block, and it also is going to use different hit points in the homunculus stat block. Just don't fucking use the homunculus stat block. Come on, what are you doing? Yeah, Somebody made a monk thing. Somebody made a monk puppet master. Yeah, Tuesday did. I'm just annoyed when people keep doing stuff that I think is stupid. That I like. Come on, you're making this harder for yourself. The animated puppet shares your initiative but acts after your turn. Okay, I'm assuming, I don't know if you did this, but I'm going to hope that you just copy the language from like the Beastmaster's puppet. Or the Beastmaster's sidekick. Okay, let's see what it gets. When you create a new puppet at the end of a long or short rest, you can choose what happens when it dies. Do you have language for? You can just make one. Doesn't cost anything. Okay. When you make a new puppet at the end of a long or short rest, you can choose a different option than your current puppet. Spellcaster's Assistant. When you cast a spell, you can choose to do it from the space of your animated puppet, so long as it's within 60 feet of you. You can still see your target and the puppet. Casting a spell this way uses the puppet's reaction, and you can cast the spell this way a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier. Okay, so it gets like Warlock Patron casting. The animated puppet is able to wield simple weapons and have a heavy or two-handed property. The warrior's assistant puppet has a strength score equal to 10 plus its proficiency bonus. Again, don't not give us stat blocks. That's the biggest piece of feedback, is if you're going to give us a thing built around a creature that you're having all these changes to, just give us a fucking stat block. Stat block template. Stat block templates are so easy. So much easier to understand. There also literally are spells right now in D&D. Like there's at least 3 or 4 spells that literally work like this, where they summon a monster, and then you pick one of 3 types of monsters, and then within that stat block, there are rules where it's like these type only, these type only, these type only. It's very easy. Just look up summon Fae, summon Construct, summon Beast. Like all of those do that. Just do that. Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just going to tell you that, change this to make it whatever I just said. Change it so it's in the stat block. Your animated puppet can help you craft magical and non-magical items as if it were an artificer as the same level of you, and use your proficiency and or expert. What does that mean though? Does that mean that it cuts down on the time it takes to make magic items? I don't really understand. I'm not sure how that feature actually functions mechanically. Better puppetry. Your experience controlling others has grown, granting you the following. So at 5th level, you should not be getting anything stronger than an extra attack or like an extra bit of damage. That's what you should get as 5th level as an artificer. That's what artificers get at 5th level. When issuing a command to any creature under your control that requires a bonus action or action, whether verbal or telepathic, you could just drop that. You can issue, you son of a bitch. You can issue commands to all creatures under your control as part of a single bonus action. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you only have 1 puppet at a time, right? Like, what is this affecting? Chat, did I miss something? Chat, tell me if I missed something. If you get more later but that doesn't matter. You shouldn't get a feature. That's like getting a feature that says your laser gun deals an extra 6d10 damage, and you get that feature at 3rd level, but then you don't get the laser gun until level 10. So why do you get that feature? Yeah, if you don't get a thing that lets you do multiple extra attacks until level 9, then don't put this here. I don't know. I don't think it's enough. I don't think the Unseen Servant qualifies it makes sense being there enough. When your animated puppet is within 100 feet of you, you can see, hear, and speak through it as if you were in its space. Whenever you speak, its mouth moves and you can choose its voice. All right, that's cool. I will say this. I have also made a puppeteer subclass. If any of you are in my Patreon, you can actually see it right now. But I made a creepy puppet-based subclass for bards. And one of the things that you can do with it is you can throw your voice through the puppet. So I like that feature a lot. Finally, when your puppet is within 30 feet of you, you can see it. You may, God damn you to hell. You can use a bonus action to switch places with it. This is just an Echo Knight feature. I wouldn't give you an Echo Knight feature. That's such a key Echo Knight feature. You can do this once and regain the abilities when you complete a long rest. None of these really feel like 5th level features. This one kind of does because you would be getting more action economy, but like again, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't actually come into play. So I'd probably just do a full rewrite of the 5th level if I were you. Unseen Servant is not a creature. That's a good point. The one problem with that now that I think is that about it, they could multi-class into Beastmaster or Drake Warden. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't really multi-class well. At 9th level, you can have 2 puppets at a time. Your animated puppet also gains the following features. Let's see. The range of your spells cast from can be 120 feet. So you can cast within 120 feet. And you get a bonus to your attack and spell save DC. That's huge. I would probably drop that. Maybe not drop it, but maybe make it limited in use. Warrior's Assistant. It's now can have all sorts of weapons. And your puppet can use your intelligence modifier for attack and damage rolls instead of its strength or dex. I think that's fine, but you already gave it a whole feature that ups its strength. So, like, now that makes that whole feature redundant. The one thing that I'll say is all these, and I don't love that. Artisan's Assistant, when helping to craft a magic item, it takes your puppet a quarter of the time. Okay, so I guess that is what the Artisan's Assistant was for. It's just helping you make magic items. All right. Master of Puppets. Starting at 15th level, when you take damage that would reduce you to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to cause one of your puppets to take the damage instead. You can do this once and gain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. Additionally, you can cast the spell Mass Suggestion without preparing it, expending a spell slot or providing material components. You can cast the spell in this way once and regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. I would probably not put both of these features at 15th level. I would probably figure out a way to sort of switch that out a little bit. I think that the main thing that you are missing here, and it's really shooting you in the foot hard, is you decided to not make a stat block for the puppet. I think that would help so much in both the clarity of how it's written, but also like in your design focus. There are definitely some things here that work nicely, but there's a lot that I think needs some work. I think the 5th level feature just needs to go. I think that these are fine, but I want to see how they look on a stat block. I think that will help a lot with figuring out how they're going to work. And Mass Suggestion once per day is incredibly strong without a spell slot. So I probably would not do that and something else. I probably would just do one or the other. I also, if Mass Suggestion is above an Artificer's normal, is Mass Suggestion higher than 5th level? I probably actually would not let them cast Mass Suggestion because Mass Suggestion is it's not 5th, it's not 8th, it's 6th. Look. 6th. To be fair, that's based off the Alchemist capstone, but that's a fire suggestion. I mean, okay, if it's based off the Alchemist, then maybe if they get a 6th level spell once a day, then that's probably fine. But normally, yeah, so I don't know. Do that if you want to. But yeah, the thing that's really shooting you in the foot is like, I feel like this is just not. It's missing the pillar, and the pillar needs to be the stat of the stat block of the puppet. And you got to get rid of some of this other stuff here. Yeah, the 5th level feature really needs to go. But I think it's a cool idea. I just think it needs some clarity. And for the love of God, just give it its own stat block. Come on. Come on now. Spino Gunner. Spino. I believe this needs a lot of buffing and balancing. All right, we'll see. Oh my God. What is going on here? Reorganize this. Reorganize this. Make these next to each other. Make columns. Make it easier to read. This is not easy to read. Who's out of here? Good night, Tuesday. All right. Let's see. Valentine says Alchemist gets a free casting of Greater Restoration, which is a 5th level spell. Aha, yeah. I knew you don't give spellcasters spells higher than their spell level. I knew that. I knew I wasn't being a freaking crazy person. Dude, Word documents are really easy for formatting too. There's a template on the Discord. So a whole Word document template to make stuff look really nice in Discord. Okay, 2nd level spell. It's an action. It's touch. It lasts 30 minutes. No save or attack. You absorb and fuse with another player, creature, NPC, etc. When you cast the spell, you must touch the object or character you want to fuse with. You fuse yourself and another willing creature together into one creature. You take the higher. Why are you repeating yourself? Don't repeat yourself. You take the higher of your stats and in combat initiative, when you fuse, your gear melds into your new form and you choose what gear to keep. You also keep the class features from each other, along with any feats the players choose and what character proficiencies they want. If you want to make a spell that does something completely crazy, there's nothing wrong with that. Sorry, here, I'll send the link. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to decide you are willing to put the work in to write it clearly and mechanically soundly. This feels like a stoner's talking to me about it. When you fuse your gear, you choose your new form. What gear you keep. You also keep the class features from each other, and if anything along with any feats players choose, or what character proficiencies they want. Like, it doesn't. These things need to be frigging much clearer. If it's player on player fusion, you take the higher of the two characters' HP and then add half the hit die of the other two characters become one, and it means the two fused characters must agree on actions during combat. Okay, so I'm gonna stop reading this right here. First of all, it shouldn't be a 2nd level spell. That's dumb. Obviously, it should be higher. The second thing is, what this spell basically seems like it's doing is you are taking the strongest pieces of two separate classes and putting them together. So if you have the most hit points, I have the most intelligence, you have the most strength, I have the most wisdom. We become one character, we double your hit points, but we have both of our strengths and intelligences now and access to all of our features. So what you're essentially doing is deciding to give up an aspect of action economy so that you can make a new Megazord character. The tricky part about balancing this is twofold. One, it is entirely dependent on what characters mix together and how they choose to mix together. Like, this could be so abusable. So abusable. The other thing is, it's a lot to keep track of. Like, literally, it's hard to manage at the table. Like, you basically need to quickly write a new character sheet, or every time you interact with anything, both of you need to decide. You need to, every time anything happens, you're like, who's got a higher dex save? Oh, I do. Okay, I'll do it. Who's got you don't need to. It's just going to eat up time. I guess my question for you is, why do you want to do this? Like, what is your goal? What is your outcome goal? If your outcome goal is, I would like to make all of the characters mush together into a super character, I think you need to figure out a much more concise way to do that, and maybe even make it a separate stat block and have it get certain features depending on what two classes are fused together, but not let the players pick. So like, and that will still be a lot of work to do, but it will make it much easier to manage. So like, for example, if I combine, like let's say you have like, you know, if you combine, if a wizard goes into the mix, then the new stat block gets spellcasting, or some, you know, gets these 3 spells. If the new stat block puts a barbarian in the mix, they get resistance to some damage types. If it's a druid into the mix, they get some nature-y shit. I don't know. But that way, it's not really based on your individual character sheet. You don't have to do that work for the whole thing. It is based on what class you are. You could even simplify it further, and you could make it martial versus spellcaster versus half-caster. Because that's because it's just too much. It's just too much. Just too much. I don't think it's worth it to try to balance it in its current state. I would try to reiterate it into something new. But it is a fun, wild idea. It is time to look at William's piece. Alright, let's take a peek. First time Dungeon Master. First time DM, and like to do subtle homebrew, just to adjust base content for my campaign. First submission here, welcome, welcome. We love having new people. This piece is a longbow version of a sunblade that I plan to give my bow-focused rogue as a gift. Alright, let's take a peek. Sounds interesting enough. Let's see what we're working with here. Right. Here we go. Post that there. Let me post it here. Okay. Longbow of the Sun. Is it basically just the sun bow? Let's see. Got a +2 to attack and damage rolls. Deals radiant damage. No need for ammunition. So it's literally just the sunblade as a bow. I mean, yeah, that can work fine. Here's what I'll say. I don't really have much feedback to give on something like this, just because there's not much to say. It's just a ranged sunblade. So the only thing that I would add is that you might want to lower the damage a bit. Maybe instead of having it do 2d8 damage, have it do 2d6 damage. That might help a little bit, just because there's an element of empowering that it gets solely from it being ranged. And they're already doing sneak attack, so it's going to crit quite hard. So I might lower the base damage a little bit, but I don't really have much feedback on that. I think it could work really well. It basically is a laser gun. It's pretty cool. I'm into it. I think it's pretty neat. You know what? On the contrary, there's a handful of things that you get from it being a blade that no longer really matter here, like it being light. That doesn't really have an impact. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's totally fine to just keep it as is. It's a neat idea, though. I say go for it. High five. What accent? What are you guys talking about? You're all losing your mind. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's time for Dave's Golf Pro. He is a pro. His name is Dave. First brew, originally made for a 7th level rogue in an old campaign. I'm now working on gemstone themed weapon and monsters. I have under the item box a more in-depth intention for the features. I'm curious what that means, but I guess we'll see. There's the item. This is a lot of words. Let's see what it does. What about what? Why are you saying gaslight? I use electricity. You fuck. Okay. The kinetic quartz dagger. The clear quartz, a rare item, requires attunement. The clear quartz blade of this dagger is from an age long forgotten. You gain +1 to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. The weapon has the thrown property, the normal range of 30 feet and a long range of 40 feet. Immediately after the attack, this weapon flies back to your hand. I wouldn't say immediately after attack. I would say when thrown after the attack. Make sure that's thrown. The other thing is that range doesn't work like this. So ranged weapons scale together. So if the short range is 30 feet, the long range should be a multiple of 30, whether it's 30 times 2 or 30 times 3, but it should be a multiple of 30. Okay. Once per turn, you can do one feature below. You don't list the item as having charges, so don't mention charges here. Also, all of these features need to require action economy if they're not tied to something. So what you could say is, as a bonus action, I wouldn't make it a bonus action because that's silly, but you could say, you know, at the beginning of your turn, I would say make it a reaction. As a reaction, you can gain 15 feet of additional movement until the end of your turn, something like that. Static strike. Before making a melee attack with this weapon, you can expend 1 charge. Again, expending a charge is not anything in D&D. You need to make this a part of the action economy. If you want this to be a charge-based item, you need to say this item has 3 charges. It regains 1d4 minus 1 charges at dawn. Before making a melee attack with this weapon, you can spend a charge on a hit. The attack deals an additional 1d6 lightning damage. Energy eruption. Before making a ranged attack, you can expend a charge on a hit. Deals 1d6 lightning damage. These things do literally the same thing. So why not just tie these together? Why not just make these the same abilities? Instead of tying it to a melee attack and a ranged attack, just say attack. Where does it say it has 6 charges? Am I missing something? I see nothing about 6 charges here. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Down here. I see. When one of your attacks, melee or ranged, hit, if it's both melee and range, you don't need to clarify. You gain 1 charge to a maximum of 6. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I missed it. I got lost in the sauce. This needs to be more prominent, I think. Or just I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, I think it's a pretty neat item. I mean, the main thing that I would say is you split a lot of stuff up that you don't need to split up. That text is misleading because of the note listed, though. What do you mean? Note, in order to gain a charge during an attack, the damage must be lethal. Otherwise, it is assumed you are not making contact with the blade, thus not getting a charge. Okay, yeah, that's confusing. Yeah, that shouldn't be in a note. So, if you need to kill a creature to gain a charge, you need to say that. Whenever you hit a creature and drop them to 0 hit points, you gain a charge. That's how you write that. Unless you mean that you cannot choose to deal non-lethal damage. Is that what you mean? Either way, write that in the thing above. Don't put a note. It's like, don't explain half of the mechanic up here and then write a bunch of stuff and then like, oh, I forgot about this other part of the mechanic. Just put all of this is part of this. Just put this with this. Okay, the other thing is that this is just ranged attacks and this is melee attacks. These should just be both the same feature. Okay, so what does this item actually do? It gives you a bonus to attack and damage rolls. It gives you the ability to do bonus on top of bonus attack and damage rolls, and it gives you the ability to move quicker. I feel like that's pretty solid. I feel like it's pretty solid. I don't have a lot to say other than I think that your formatting can use a little bit of a rearrange. The other thing that I would say, actually, you know what? I would probably... Actually, it doesn't really matter. You should clarify if it comes with any charges or if it gains any charges on its own. But if it doesn't, then you don't need to add anything there. You say they gain a charge on a hit, but now they don't, only on a lethal one. Yeah. I yelled at them about that already. They should know that. I think it's an interesting item. It doesn't do a whole lot of crazy stuff. But you know, it's pretty solid. I think that you just need to reorganize a little bit. Reorganize a little bit. And clarify what you mean by lethal damage. If you mean dropping a character to 0 hit points, or you mean deciding to attack non-lethally? Or not deciding to attack non-lethally. Sergio or the Jade Ranger or just the Ranger. Classic. Okay. I'm going to read this, but I'm probably not actually going to look at that much of this piece based on this. This is a pre-alpha for Oblivion Oddities. I don't know what Oblivion Oddities is. It's long, around 69 pages. I will read some of the first page. There are grammar errors, but I have dyslexia. There's nothing wrong with you having dyslexia. And there's nothing wrong with having grammar errors. I'm going to point them out, though. My phone I work from has a broken screen, and it randomly capitalizes the first letters to the words. It's getting proofread, and I'll even send it to you whenever it's done being proofread. I'm sorry for the errors. You don't need to apologize for the errors, but I am going to say that I wonder if you're sending it to me too early. That's my initial thought. My initial thought is you're probably just sending this to me too early. I would love if you focused on the game mechanics because we are already working on the grammar errors. We haven't stopped working. I will see. It really depends on, well, it depends on quite a bit, really. Because I'm not going to read a mountain. One thing that I've made very clear is that I skim if I'm given a long document. I'm not sure what mechanics I'm supposed to be looking for. Is there a table of contents? Like, surely you understand why this is hard to navigate, right? I'm not being a crazy person. Hey, Larry. Like, I'm not sure what I should be looking for. No, I know it's 69 pages, but, like, I can't tell the difference between mechanics and not mechanics. Like, is this mechanics? Is this mechanics? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to read this, buddy. I don't want to. This is genuinely not me trying to be hurtful or rude or anything. Page 3. All right, I'll look at page 3. I'm not even sure what I'm looking for here. Okay, the pre-alpha starts now. Don't forget to share. Okay, fuck you. Sorry, you can't. This is not you. Sorry. This is not time to promote your product. Your product's not done yet. Calm the fuck down. This is time for you to ask for help. Okay. D30 system works in a lot of ways is similar to the D20 system. You use your D30 or 30-sided die for all your base rolls, the skills, etc. The main purpose of the D30 isn't to replace the D20. It's actually for roleplay purposes. At a certain point in the game, you're going to be able to describe things that'll push your character to their limits. You might find yourself with skills modifiers so high that you'll be able to succeed without rolling. In situations like this, you succeeding is just fact. You literally can't fail a roll. That your skill modifier is 3 times higher than success. Now your D30 has a new roll to determine how successful you are. Okay, so if you are in a situation... Okay, so let me see if I understand this. If you're in a situation where it is impossible for you to fail a check due to your bonuses being so high, then you take out the 30-sided die and roll that to see how much you succeed. I think that's what you're saying. 1 through 10 is a fumbling success. A 11 through 20 is a basic success, and a 21 through 30 is a masterful success. Okay, please note luck modifiers are applied to these rolls. A D30 is your friend. The advantage-disadvantage systems no longer work exactly the same. Why? I still don't understand why we're using a D30. I guess. This is very similar to Blades in the Dark system, which uses D6, but has a degree of success. And I'm wondering why a D30 is the choice. I mean, you could go if maybe it's just because it's cool and you think it's cool. But if there's a 20% chance, if it's split into thirds, then mathematically a D6 is the same as a D30, because a 1 through 10, a 10 through 20, a 20 through 30, that's the same as a 1 to 2, a 3 to 4, and a 5 to 6. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'm not sure why the need of the D30 is, unless you're leaning into the idea that it's not that you can, like, it's about the fact that you could roll higher than a 20. Like, it's like I feel like a D30 makes more sense if it's like it's a D20 system, but you have a special move where you can choose to roll a 30-sided die instead of a 20-sided die as like an alternative of getting a boost. That's kind of cool. Like an alternative power where it's like, okay, I'm going to use my Super Saiyan laser cannon arm, and I'm putting all my Saiyan points into it. So instead of rolling a D20 for this attack, I'm rolling a D30. I feel like that would make a lot of sense. I mean, this could totally work. It could be very cool if you want. I just feel like I would need to see it more, and I would need to see a little bit more of it first, because the other thing is, like, I don't know if this is a brand new gaming system. I guess my thought is, like, you mentioned that your stats can get super high, but like but that doesn't necessarily mean anything depending on how high the skill challenges can get, you know? Like, if I can get a plus 45 to my attack roll, that is only strong if the bad guys can't get a plus 45 to their armor. If the contests you're facing against stack with the numbers, then yeah, your numbers, like Pathfinder, that's how Pathfinder works. So Pathfinder, you can get crazy high stat bonuses. You can get like a plus 15 to stuff. It's very casually, but challenges stack really high as well. So there is this element of, like, it sort of balances itself out. And in many ways, it's the same as D&D, except in D&D, it's like you're sort of sitting between, you know, for AC, you're sitting between like a 10 and like a 25 is like the highest for like monster AC. In Pathfinder, you're sitting between like a 10 and like a 60 or like a 50 for AC. So it ends up being the same thing, but in terms of feel, you just have more numbers to play with. So I guess my first thought with that is, like, is this intended for the bad guys to scale with you in the same degree? I don't know, but that's what I wonder. There is a theme 3 throughout the game. It splits the dice 3 ways, as there's always 3 choices. If you're rolling multiple d6s, you will get at least a 5 on rolls. You will at least get a 3. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. But you won't always get at least a 5 on rolls if you're rolling a d6. The system that I was thinking of was uses 2d6. And basically the way that it works is you roll 2d6, and I don't remember the breakup exactly, but I think like a 10 to 12 is a success. A 9 through 7 is like a partial success, and a 6 below is like a failure or something like that. I think that's how that system works. Yeah. So in Pathfinder, yeah, your character's top speed is over 1,000 feet in Pathfinder. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I think this is pretty cool. I think the main thing that I'm gonna say is, I would strongly encourage you to make more clear splitting up of stuff, because it's hard to navigate it right now. And maybe you don't care, and that doesn't matter. You're still really early in it. But at a certain point, I would say that's going to matter a lot. Layout is going to be big here, especially if you're trying to make like this be a game system that you need to explain. One of the most important things about a game system is understanding the rules and being given the rules in an order that makes sense. So one thing that I give a lot of people a really hard time about is if they explain a mechanic for a feature before they introduce the feature. So, like, for example, with the puppet artificer that we just looked at, you had a 5th level feature that didn't really have an impact until 9th level. So it's like, you shouldn't give that 5th level feature at 5th level, because that 9th level feature you need first. It doesn't make sense to talk about how you can do multiple attacks with multiple puppets if you don't have multiple puppets. So that is going to be one of the things that you need to think about in more of like an esoteric sense. So if this is a new system, what you need to think about is what is the most important aspect of the system that you can to understand, and that you don't need any other parts of the system to understand. That should be the first thing you introduce. And then when you introduce new things, you will have that as the backbone. So like, does that make sense? Like, I guess part of why I don't know exactly how to feel about this is because I don't have a sense of the scaling system of skills. So talking about a system for like super skills before we talk about the skills themselves feels odd to me. Because it doesn't give me a good feel yet. Does that make sense? I hope so. I needed something out to prove I'm working on something. You don't got to prove anything, buddy. Dude, you don't got to prove anything to anybody. As long as you're working on stuff, that's fine. That's the D30 flavor system. Skills are covered in abilities. No, but Sergio, what I'm saying is this paragraph, which is the first paragraph, it makes me feel like there is something else I should be reading first. Or you don't actually explain it here. You introduce it here, but you don't get into the weeds. Because now that we're getting into the weeds, I'm starting to wonder about other mechanics. But if you just do the little explanation, like, hey guys, this is a D30 system. We use a D30 system because we want you to really be able to do crazy things. We want you to be able to live out wild things where you can get up to a plus 40 in skills. Like, elevator pitch it there. That's what I would say. Elevator pitch it. Because the other thing that's going to be really important here, and this is going to be really, really important here, is if you are looking to have this be something that you want to sell or share publicly, and you want other people to use it, the ease of use and the ease of understanding it is going to be more, listen very carefully what I'm saying. I'm using very specific words. The clarity and ease of understanding, the flow, the direction, the order in which we are given information, and the way that information is conveyed is going to be more important than the mechanics. I know that that's probably not what you would think, and it's probably not what you think I should say, but it's true. For better or worse, if you are trying to build something big, if you're trying to build something massive, something new, you need to be able to do two things really well. You need to be able to sell the idea in a sentence, in 2 sentences at the most. Hey, this is my new system. It is awesome because of this and this. It is unique because of this and this. Boom. And those need to be short, concise sentences. That's really important. Because if you can't sell it in a way that is going to make people go, no one is going to read it. People don't read new systems if they aren't sold those systems. Now, you can also sell it in another way, and this is the second point. The other way that systems are sold is it's either through having a really interesting core mechanic that you can explain very quickly, which is basically what I just said, or having really good vibe and presentation. So I'm talking layout. I'm talking the way we learn how to use the rules. Are there visuals? Are there maps? Like how interesting in it and engaging in it is it to actually read? That is also going to be more important than the actual rules you write. And the reason for that is, at the end of the day, the longer the piece you're working on, and the more divergent it is from things that already exist, the less likely people are going to want to spend time on it. And that doesn't mean you can't change them. You can, and you should. That's what we're all out here trying to do. And we change them by becoming better writers. But you are going to have a big hurdle when you start. And that hurdle is going to be, why should I spend my time reading this? And now that I've decided to spend my time reading this, how are you going to make it so fun and easy for me to learn the rules that I decide to actually read enough to understand the rules? Because if you don't do those two things, I'm not going to read the rules, so the rules don't really matter. So that's what I would say. That's my main thought looking at it so far, is that I think you really need to figure out what the elevator pitch for this is and get that in the front. Jesus fucking Christ. You actually scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Dude.
That's the fun of it.
I need to like do give me a second. I need to like do push-ups or something.
Take a moment. We have very important questions to ask.
Okay. Fuck me, guys. Sorry about that. Holy shit. Derek, I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. Derek, are you double dipping on streams? Is Derek watching you too?
Derek is double dipping, but
what a sensual beast. That's
thing.
okay. We can be poly-streamerists.
So today,
yeah,
we attempted to make monsters hot. Okay.
Okay. Wait, should I go to your stream?
Yeah, if you can, because at the end here we like to have a vote on which one I get to finish, because they're all like 15-minute sketches, right?
Uh-huh.
So I was wondering if you would be interested in both you voting and your chat voting as well to see which one we finish today.
Yeah, let me get on Twitch.
I'm on Twitch. I'm also on YouTube. You know, we got both.
Oh, let's go to fucking YouTube. We'll go to YouTube.
YouTube boys. YouTube boys.
YouTube boys. YouTube boys. Give me that boys. The YouTube boys.
The YouTube boys.
Okay.
Boys.
Oh, look, I'm covering myself perfectly.
Yeah, you are.
All right, so guys, this is Orakami. She's my friend,
Hello.
and she's a great streamer, and she is the person that we're playing the Tangled Mystery with on
yes
on Tuesday.
2 more days.
Hopefully
we'll finish it. Hopefully we'll be smart enough.
Let's Sergio, I have much faith in you, but I would say don't rush yourself, don't beat yourself up, but take your time. But I would also say, if possible, try to get people, try to practice elevator pitches on people, not in terms of like talking, but be like, hey guys, does this sound like an interesting system? And then write it in 3 sentences and put it places and see if people are into it. Because I do think it's a noble pursuit if you want to try it. Okay, sorry though. Yes, Ori, what's up?
No worries.
What's up, my dear? Are you by yourself on stream tonight?
Yes, Mars is a little under the weather, and so we want her to be alive for Tuesday. So
she is so selfish.
I know. How
is she watching right now?
How dare she? No, she's probably asleep.
She is so selfish. No, I love her. I'm just kidding.
She's only got to see a few of them, so she's missing out too.
All right, so what are we looking at here?
We have multiple monsters hot. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 hot monsters here, right?
Okay.
And we need to pick which one I finish. So it's coloring and shading and everything like that.
Okay.
All right. So first we have this chain devil. Very spicy. I didn't realize the chain devil has actual chain jorts in the official imagery.
Okay. Do you want me to? Are you looking for thoughts or no?
No, we're looking for. This is option 1.
Okay, so chat.
Option 2.
I'll keep my mouth shut for now. But option we're gonna pick favorites. Option 1 is.
Yeah.
Can you
option 1 was chain devil.
Zoom in on the art that you made because you're a little small on my screen.
Yes, we can. So this is option 1, the chain devil. It's got lots of chains. You know, this is what he does.
Yeah.
We have option 2, the lightning golem. Oh
Okay.
yes, look at him. Very, very shiny.
Think
very
of how
electric.
uncomfortable those jorts are. Oh, the pinching. Can you imagine?
Oh, the pinching, the chafing. It's cold, right? Like it's just bad.
I don't mind the cold. Like, so we got the lightning one. Looks cool. Oh, the roper's sick.
We have the roper. He's got the fashion, right? He knows what's up.
He also has a very I'll say Giorgio O'Keeffe style stalagmite situation.
Yeah, exactly. He had to pick the perfect ones. For the perfect fashion.
What's going on? What's going on with his wait, go back to the roper.
Go back to the roper.
Yeah.
Which part?
What's going on here? What's going on this? What is this? This is some fine detail right here. This seems like a little bit. It's almost TOS.
Almost TOS. Yeah, no, yeah.
All right, here. Scroll down. Wait, don't move. Also, wait. Can you turn your ears off for a second? I want to say something, but I actually don't want you to hear me say it because I feel weird saying it to you. All right. So if you are somebody that is trying to be romantic with somebody, this is a good spot right here. This is the spot you're aiming for. Right here. That's the money spot. All right. I'm done. I'm so sorry. Origami, you can talk. You can talk again.
All right. We have the Roper. We have the Intellect Devourer. You know, I wasn't prepared for this one, but I honestly love it more than I thought I would, if I'm being completely honest. It's top tier. It's top tier.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's lounging. It's definitely lounging.
We
I will
then
say
have...
you gave it more thighs than I think it normally does, but that's okay. I accept.
I don't know. It's got some chicken drumstick back there.
Okay,
you know?
maybe it does.
Know.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Maybe it does.
It really does.
Somebody in chat says, "Draw me like your illithids."
Yeah. Oh, we did an illithid last time we did this.
Okay, I like that one a lot. Let me see the next one.
This is the Sea Fury, which is a critical role monster. It seems to be.
Yeah. It's a pretty cool monster. It's like a hag BBEG.
Yeah.
This one feels too easy based on your art.
No, some of them are. I feel like the Chain Devil also kind of was like
anything that's like just based up human. Yeah, anything human shaped. You give him some nips. You give him some ribs.
Exactly. Some posing. You know. We also have the Night Hag.
Let me see.
Which, you know, I'm still pretty proud of.
Listen.
But it's definitely, you know, kind of easy.
The night is young and so am I. What's she up to? You know what I mean?
Oh, you know, she's up to a lot. Who knows? And then, I don't have the art. This is the Basilisk, which I love too much, if I'm being completely honest.
You humaned up that head.
I did. Well, you'll like the next one really well. You'll like the next one a lot,
I have mixed feel. Okay, I like it a lot, but I'm gonna be honest. In terms of the ones that I like the most, I like the ones that you don't use humanoid body shape tropes to make sensual. Like I like the pose of the Intellect Devourer and stuff. Like
it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, although I do think you did the separate from it being sexy or not. I think the legs look really cool.
On this one, I'm really like. I think this could be a cool monster itself.
Yeah, straight up. Like, I don't think this is a sexy monster. This is a monster.
And then finally, we have the Tarrasque. I moved a little bit, apparently. This is just a cute little boy.
Hey now,
little boy.
Hey now,
with skinny arms and thick thighs. You know.
Yeah.
Who knows? So, guys, everybody, every chat. Please vote on which one you want to finish.
Where should they vote?
And just in chat. You know.
All right. Yeah. So
just see.
All right. So chat. Say the one you like. Can you go through them quickly again so my chat can notice? Don't do it numbers. Yep. Say the name. Say the name.
Yeah. Say the name. We have Chain Devil,
Roper,
Lightning Golem, Roper, Intellect Devourer, Sea Fury, Night Hag, Basilisk. And Tarrasque.
Okay, ready, set, chat. Spam the one you like the most. Okay, let me see. I got one chain. I got some Roper. Okay, so far it's pretty evenly split, actually.
Yeah, we got a lot of them.
I see a couple Chain Devils. I see a couple Ropers.
We do.
I see.
That's over here.
More chain.
My chat's still kind of even too.
People are the chain.
I've only seen like 2 chain, 3 chain, 4 chain.
More Ropers. I see another Tarrasque.
I'm not seeing a lot of Ropers.
I've gotten like 3. Intellect Devourers. Somebody said I vote. Somebody's being inappropriate, but they say Roper.
Yeah, I see that. Got Chain, got Tarrasque.
Oh, guys, get out of the gutter.
A lot of chains.
We're a family channel.
Chain Devils here.
We're a family channel.
It is William voting Chain a lot of times.
Is it him every time?
Alrighty.
Oh my god, it is him every time. So we don't have a lot of Chain Devil. We have 1 Chain Devil.
We don't have a lot of Chain Devil.
But he is winning in terms of the we have a couple Chain Devils, but he's winning in terms of spamming it. All right, now I'm getting some Chain Devils in response to what I just said. Okay, on my end, I think it's a pretty. It seems like it's a tie between Chain Devil and Roper with like Basilisk near behind.
Oh, we only got one lightning golem in there.
I've got very few lightning golems.
I saw one. Where am I? Chain
Derek really
Devil.
likes.
You think
the
it's Chain
Basilisk.
Devil? Yeah,
It's
they're
somewhere between Chain Devil and Basilisk, I think. Roper is
Alright.
up there too, though.
That's my chat.
Dude,
Or Basilisk and Tarrasque.
dude, you scared the shit. You got me so good.
I gotta. You have gotten us so many times. I gotta make up for it.
I know.
gotta
I
make
haven't
up
gotten
for
you
it.
guys in a while. I need to start doing it more.
All right. It looks like I think Chain Devil's
How do you
gonna
feel?
be it.
How do you feel about the new window on my stream?
Yeah, it's nice.
The one above my head,
Yeah.
and I can make it
Exact-
change.
It's like the same vibes from
But
your
look,
opening.
it is my opening. It's just all the
Oh, just
stills,
pause?
so I can just make it do
Ah,
stuff. I can be like, oh,
That's nice. Very nice.
I can even make it go if I really want to. But I feel like that will become distracting if I do that.
Yeah, too much movement. But all right. I think we have a winner.
All right.
Chort's Devil. Yeah, exactly. Chort's Devil. Alrighty.
Oh
Well
my
then.
god.
Thank you for your input.
Yeah, I need to
Glad
throw
I
up. I
could
need to
scare
go
you.
throw up so I get my heart out of my throat.
Go jumping jacks in the background. I bet chat would love that.
No, they have to pay for that's only the Patreon get access to that.
Ah, okay. Members only stream. Makes sense. All right then. I'll have fun reviewing, and you'll definitely probably see Sexy Chain Devil in the near future.
Cool. I love a sexy chain devil.
All right then.
I'll tell you what, we should one day. I think what we'll do is this is what you should do. You collect the winners that are the winners like across the board. So like this was all the 30 or whatever how many winners, and then you and me and Mars and maybe Dylan if he wants to, we have to cosplay as the ultimate sex like if the beholder wins, like you know what I mean, like you do a
Well,
tournament.
Beholder won last time. Do you want to see the Beholder?
Yeah, I do want to see the beholder before you go. But wouldn't that be fun? And we all have to try to cosplay
That'd
as
be wild. I don't know. Most of them don't wear
the
clothes.
cosplay
so-
doesn't need to be sexy, to be clear.
I see.
The
It would just be a
cosplay-
Beholder.
No. The cosplay is a sexy beholder, but it doesn't have to be
I
sexy
see.
in real life. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Here's the Beholder. This is what we did last time. He was the one who won the last time. They liked his smile. They thought he would take you to prom.
Oh, he would take you to prom.
You know,
He
that
does have a
would
nice
be
smile.
a good.
Why is my brother
A good
texting
prom
our
date.
family so late at night? Oh, because my sister's on Wi-Fi.
But all right
it
then.
up.
Have fun with your stream. We'll be
I will.
finishing it up,
I
and
will.
I'll post it in your Discord too.
Cool.
Everyone will get to
All right.
see.
Well, thank you very much for hopping by and scaring the shit out of me.
Yeah,
I
and thanks
appreciate
for
that.
having your chat. Let me commandeer your chat for a moment there.
Yeah, how much longer are you streaming?
Probably 20, 30 more minutes.
All right.
So if you want to hop in, I'm here.
I might. We'll see. I'm probably gonna end similar.
Got lots of reviewing. Have fun.
Yes. All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. She left. Did you guys like my little sex ed in the middle there? Are you happen to want to do some D&D Hotline? We're not going to do D&D Hotline tonight. We're doing D&D Hotline on Wednesday. Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon. And then we're going to be doing D&D Hotline. That's going to be the whole stream on Wednesday is D&D Hotline. So if you want to come to that. And you should totally come to that because that'll be fun. I touched all the wrong buttons. Copy. All right, Larry. I made some updates to the rules you looked at last time, most notably rewording height, range, low ground, clarifying case uses of high ground. I would also like it if you looked at flanking this time, if possible, weapon scaling. I will look at it, but it's not going to be that much more insightful than the last time I looked at it. these type of alternative combat mechanics that are like big systems are like they're not good looking. This type of review is not a good format for them. So I will do what I can, but overall, like in this same thing with the Odds and Odysseys campaign book, like or looking at a class, like in order to really judge something, you usually need to like read a lot of it. Formatting looks solid. What did you want me to look at? I don't even remember. Height and range and low ground. Clarified case of high ground. You want me to look at flanking? Okay, that's what you said. Flanking. Let's take a look at flanking. Flanking. When flanking a creature, you gain a bonus to attacks based on how much that creature is surrounded. I would say how many creatures I would say how many creatures surround that creature, unless you intend the surrounding to be objects too. A tiny creature counts as half of a creature for the purposes of flanking, requiring a lot of tiny creatures to flank. I don't think you need to clarify that. I think you could probably just drop this. A swarm of creatures always gains the benefit of flanking if they occupy an enemy's space. That is really cool. That is really cool. I like that a lot. Only gaining a +1 bonus. That's fine. We don't really know what else. Smaller, medium creatures count as 1. Large count as 2. Huge count as 3. Gargantuan count as 4. Okay. I don't know if I agree with I don't know if I agree with the size mattering at a certain point, but that's okay. To gain the first benefit, the creature must be on the opposite side of the creature they are attempting to flank. What does that mean? The opposite side? So, like, what? What does that mean? So that means, like, I'm on one side of the monster and you're on the other? I think you need to clarify what creatures you're talking about. The creatures must be on the opposite side of the creatures is getting confusing. Like, it makes me feel like you're just talking about 2 creatures, but you're talking about 3 creatures. So you need to clarify that. Okay, 2 creatures. +2. 3 creatures +3. What is the bonus? What is this bonus in relationship to? Is it attack and damage rolls or just attack rolls? I'm assuming it's just attack rolls. I'm not gonna be, okay, so here's the thing. I'm not gonna be able to give you much insight for this. I can give you a little. I can give you my thoughts, but this is all speculation because this mechanic functions within a system that you're putting together and is kind of chunky in a way that I don't really think about. Is this adding Pathfinder stuff? It kind of is. Larry Lightfoot is really big on the gritty, chunky systems. So this type of homebrew. Okay, so I will be very honest. I do not use this type of homebrew in the games that I run. I do not like writing this type of homebrew either, because it's not really where my headspace sits. But this is very fun homebrew. This type of homebrew is very fun for people that really like leaning into like the war gamer aspect of D&D, where there are like lots and lots and lots of different conditional elements in play that you can interact with and change. And that is largely what this system that Larry is putting together is. When we looked at it last time, we looked at high ground versus low ground. I feel like this is a pretty solid system. I mean, let me look. I got the numbers. I'm kind of like, I don't fucking know. Being flanked by 2 creatures is a +1 bonus. 3 creatures is a +2. 4 is a +3. I mean, this bonus scaling really will just come down to how your armor system works and how different it is and how it accounts for this scaling. I don't agree with gargantuan creatures. I don't even agree with huge creatures counting as 3. I feel like at a certain point it needs to be like calm down a little bit. But that is just me. But that might be because I don't see the logic, like the story logic of it. Like, a monster can only ever take up 5 feet of space against me. You know what I mean? Like, even if the monster is a 4x4 cube, only 1 cube of that 4x4 cube is up against me. So that's why I sort of feel like I don't know if I agree with the flanking scaling with the size, but at least beyond the 5-foot cube. But it's okay if we disagree on that. You wanted me to look at weapon scaling too. When looting an enemy, some adventurers may see a weapon wielded by an enemy as a trophy or a prize. The following rules are new tags for various sizes of different sizes that they may come in. You can only wield a weapon within your size category. Weapons larger or smaller always have disadvantage. Big, puny, and massive weapons cost more to make and sell for more. Why do the little ones cost more? Why do little ones cost more? They should cost less. There's less stuff in them. Larry, you don't need to. You said large and large only counts for 2. You don't need to listen to me when I say that. That just. You don't need to. If you want it to scale more, and you know that it will make more sense if it scales more, then you should make it scale more. What I'm just saying is that from a narrative perspective, I'm having a hard time seeing why the stats for it keeps going up. But I don't know if you need to change it because of that. Because the other thing is, like, I know that I'm not going to be able to give you the best advice on this, because this kind of stuff is not the stuff I think about when I'm running D&D. When players want to do these kinds of things, I get bored. And I find that if I get bored as the dungeon master, I do bad as a dungeon master. So I need to keep things big and flashy and simple. Okay, let's see what these different weapons do. So a puny weapon costs 50 more to craft and sells for 75% of its price instead of 50. But what's the point of it? This one costs this much more. This one costs this much more. Okay, so what does a puny weapon do? A creature or character that is tiny can use these weapons with ease, so as long as they're proficient. However, these weapons typically deal 1 dice as less than their contemporaries. Additionally, a puny weapon that is heavy does not impose disadvantage to small creatures who wield them. I still don't understand why it should cost more money. It seems just the same as normal, but not as good. Average weapons are probably average. Big weapons, let's see. Creatures that are smaller than large require a strength of 17 or dex of 15 to wield them with disadvantage. Why is the dex lower? Weapons with the heavy tag of this size are completely unusable to smaller creatures. Massive. A creature or character that is gargantuan can use these weapons with ease. So long as you're proficient. Strength 21, dex 20. Strength 23, dex 21. Again, I'm not sure why the dex is lower than the strength. So you need to be like a level 20 barbarian or have like gauntlets of ogre strength and some spells cast on you to wield the massive ones. A normal person making a weapon that is that small does require a bit more skill. Oh, I guess that's true. It's like you're not paying for it's not you paying for the materials, it's you paying for the talent. Okay. I think all these systems, this seems pretty simple and straightforward. I think this is fine. This seems very straightforward. I don't really know what the benefits of big or massive weapons are because they're not really listed here. I would probably put that. Like, I'm assuming big weapons use double damage die, massive ones use triple damage die. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Dex weapons at that size are quite rare, and those creatures usually have a low dex as well. That is very assumption-based. That is making a big assumption based, assuming that the people that are using this are going to decide to use your world lore and not just your mechanics. I would not build it off that assumption. But yeah, it seems pretty cool. I think both of these work pretty well so far. Again, this is a little out of my wheelhouse. I'm not going to be able to give you the most in-depth advice here because I don't feel strongly about these things. And from a balance perspective, they seem all right. I hesitate about the scaling of the attack rolls for the flanking, but maybe it's fine. I'm not sure. But those are my thoughts. I think they're pretty solid so far. Pretty solid. Thank you very much for sharing. Click. Clack. Klook. Ba 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 ba. Aw shoot, it's launched, played. Fair enough. As for the bonuses, I plan to increase the damage die sizes for the big and massive and use double. Yeah, that makes sense. Join the homebrew to submit homebrew for constructed. Join the Discord to submit homebrew for constructive criticism. Yes, yes, yes. If you are interested in this, if you want to submit pieces for later homebrew sessions, the way to do that is to either follow me on YouTube, because I do post comments in my community tab. I post about it pretty regularly, but the easiest place to find it is my Discord. Links are in the description. And it does not guarantee that you will get a piece looked at, but at least by me, or by anyone, I guess. But in the Discord, there's always info for submitting for my next homebrew reviews. But the other thing about the Discord is that it's just like a cool, good community of people that are helpful with homebrew. So there's like a whole peer homebrew section review where you can post things and get feedback. The most success people have when they post things is post things aren't crazy long. If you have like so for example, if Larry wanted to post his yeah, the VODs are all up. The VODs all go up. If Larry wanted to post his like rules compendium, I would encourage him not to post the whole thing. Just post like the flanking rule and be like, what do you guys think? Because otherwise people aren't going to read it. An attempt at a high-level cursed item. All right, I like a good cursed item. Yeah, and if you were like, oh man, I really like Cinder, and not only do I like him, I want more of a chance to get to see his stuff, and I want to talk to him about it on stream where I get to come and like discuss my homebrew with him, then you can become a patron or you can become a member. And if you become a patron or a member, then you can submit stuff to my Thursday streams where I get through almost all the pieces. Last week, we got through every single thing on Thursday. If you submitted a thing on Thursday, your piece got reviewed. And for anybody that wanted to on Thursday, they could come on stream and talk about it. I think only like 3 or 4 people took me up on that. But it's not scary. It's fun. Anyway, this is the Ruin, Devourer of Souls by Launched Plane. It's an artifact. Okay. Ruin, Devourer of Souls, has a black obsidian blade with red lines, spider webbing along its length. Its hilt is covered in spikes that would impale the hand of anyone attempting to grab it. Yeah, no, don't worry, buddy. Don't even worry about it. Anyone who touches Ruin, that's why we do lots of streams, because I don't really want you to have money in order to participate in the fun, because that's not fair. Because I don't fucking have money, so I shouldn't expect you to have money. Anyone who touches Ruin, the Devourer of Souls, anywhere other than the hilt, must make a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw or take 3d12 psychic damage as it attempts to consume your soul, taking half damage on a success. I would say their soul, because anyone is not you. This is in the third person, this is in the second, and that transition is weird. To attune to Ruin, Devourer of Souls, firmly grasp the hilt, driving spikes through your hand and dealing damage to yourself equal to half your current maximum hit points. Dang. Damage type is split evenly between piercing and psychic. I would not do that. I feel like that's silly. I would just make it unavoidable damage and not worry about what damage type it is. Your maximum hit points is reduced by the amount of psychic damage dealt this way and can only be restored by the wish spell. The sword is okay, so basically it's like you take half damage, but a quarter of that can't come back. Okay. The sword is now permanently held in the hand used to attune to the blade. While attuned, you gain proficiency with long swords if you don't already have it. What else can it do? It can only be wielded one-handed. In addition to 1d8 slashing damage, runes deals an. You don't need to say this. You can drop this whole thing. You can just say Rune Devourer deals an additional 2d12 psychic damage on a hit. Period. Any creature with a soul dealt damage by rune must succeed on a DC 17 Wisdom save or take an additional 3d6 psychic damage and be stunned until the start of its next turn. That is too strong to happen on a hit every hit, even for a artifact. that is, in my opinion, overkill. Potentially stunning on every single hit is going to be annoying to deal with. That's like, you don't want your magic items, especially artifacts, you want them to be really powerful and really distinct, but you don't want them to be annoying to deal with. This will be annoying. I don't even mind the damage so much. It's the stunned that I think is the most like, okay, that's going to be annoying. And I would probably make this extra 3d12 less. I'd probably make this an extra 1d12. And I'd drop the stunned. Whenever a creature with a soul is slain, and I would actually, yeah, whenever a creature with a soul is slain by them, you gain temporary hit points equal to the amount of psychic damage dealt by a rune, Devourer of Souls, to the creature this round. The other thing that I want to point out is this is similar feeling and vibe to a weapon that exists, which is Black Razor. Black Razor does a thing where when you kill creatures, you get temporary hit points. It's different, but similar a little bit in vibe. So you might just want to think about that. It's sentient. It's smart. Okay. While attuned to the weapon, it whispers into your mind. And it tells you to go into the direction of the nearest high CR monster and go kill it. For each soul claimed by the blade, add a +1 damage to the attack, a +1 damage and attack rolls to the blade to a maximum of +3. So basically, it's a +0 weapon, but it can become a +3 weapon. That's kind of fun. While attuned to the Devourer every day at dawn, you take 3d8 necrotic damage and have your maximum hit point reduced by that amount, unless you have dealt the final blow on creatures with a soul. The only way to unattune to it is to sever the hand holding. Okay, so this needs a little bit of something. This does not do enough interesting, unique things, I think, to merit existing just yet. What does this actually do when we boil it down? It's a sword that deals a little bit of extra damage, and if you hit something with a soul, it deals more extra damage and stuns them. That's the only thing it does. That's not enough. We should have a couple other things that it does. Oh, it also gives you temporary hit points. But, like, that's not exciting enough. That's not weird enough. This needs a couple features. I would say this needs probably 1 or 2 more features that are doing something that is not just damage. That is doing something that, or health or damage related, but is doing something totally different. Telling you where stronger monsters are is pretty neat. It doesn't really tell you where they are. It just tells you what direction they're in, which is pretty neat, but I don't think it's enough. I still don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough to merit it being an artifact. Yeah, I would come up with 2 or 3 more features. I would come up with 2 more features for it. And I would drop the stunning, and I would probably drop the extra psychic damage on creatures with souls. Or just lower it a lot. That's the other thing, is it doesn't really say whether or not it eats souls. Like, it says it tries to eat their soul in different places, but there's very little language about souls actually being consumed. That's another good point. What counts as a high CR monster? It says higher than 10. The stun should be a few times a day. It doesn't really eat souls, it seems. No, it doesn't really eat souls. There's no comment of souls being eaten. There's no comment of souls being destroyed either. It does neither. It should be called the it could be called the chaperone of souls. So yeah, if you want it to destroy souls, it should destroy souls. You know. But it's a fun idea. I think the idea of a sword that eats souls is like a pretty classic idea. And I think that the key whenever you're working on a classic idea and you want it to feel unique and distinct is think about what new spin you can put on that classic idea to make it unique and distinct. That's the question that you want to answer for this, is like, what can I add to make this not just every other soul-eating weapon? I'm not sure, but that's for you to think of, for your thoughts. Your thoughts. Maybe the sword, when you grab the hilt and the spikes go through you, maybe they keep growing. So like the longer you're attuned to it, you get like these like iron wrought barbs that start to like pierce out of your skin. You know, so you become like a spiny person. That could be cool. That could be very cool. Yeah, it's a neat item. A neat item. Okie dokie. Debuff to health, but buffs defense in the process. Could be something like that. Okie dokie, friends. Here's my thought. 1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. Guys, it's getting late. The night is old, and so am I. So we are going to be wrapping up. But I just want to say you are amazing. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Don't forget, we will be streaming... 1 second. We will be sleeping. We will be streaming on Tuesday, and then we'll be streaming again on Wednesday. And Wednesday is going to be a daytime stream, and it should be pretty fun. We're going to be doing another call-in show where you guys get to call in and share your questions. That'll all be done through the Discord. It should be a good time. So thank you guys for coming. You are amazing. Get home safe. And listen, if you like what I do here, I would ask that you think about joining the Discord or telling your friends about this stream or any of that kind of good old stuff, you know? Anyway, you guys have a great night, and you know, be good to yourself. Thank you so much for sharing. Don't forget that I am not the judge of your value. No one is the judge of your value. The judge of your value is that you are here, you're existing, you're sharing. And that's all that matters. So thank you for sharing with me. And 1 second. It means a lot, you know? It means a lot to have a thing shared. All right. Get home safe. I love you.
Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's talk about it.